Oh my god. I immediately broke my mic stand. Which just honestly. Are we back? Hello. You know, it seems fitting. It does seem fitting that I should immediately break my mic stand. I think that just makes sense. Let me put it in. Hello. How are we? Hello, hello, Ty, Baronessa, Hans, Daniel, John. I miss all your names. What's up, Weeping Star? Hello. I'm excited. My original thought was I'm not gonna watch Critical Role today. That was originally what I was thinking. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to jump into the deep end. I don't want to jump too far. Especially because, you know, I'm winding back up a little bit. God. It's just tired. A very bad IRL sleep. But I wanted to do it. That's like the long and short of it is I wanted to stream Critical Role and I don't want to hold myself back from doing that, especially. So I'm excited. I'm excited to be back. Some things are missing. Obviously, Twitch chat is missing because Twitch is missing. Because I'm eliminating variables. I'm eliminating variables here. I'm eliminating variables with Twitch. I'm eliminating variables everywhere. Also, no character cap. I'm not going to run scheduled ads. Not going to take scheduled breaks. We'll just take breaks when we need to. Just trying to eliminate factors. Keep it flexible because while I am optimistic, I've been optimistic before. And I don't fully trust that we're out of the woods yet. I have a lot of evidence that we are. But I'm not fully convinced yet. So, I am excited to get back into things. I did a little bit of a recap on what has happened on what happened earlier in this episode that we've tried to finish twice. But bear with me. I might forget some things. It might take me a second to kind of get back into it. But getting back into it is something that I am very excited to do. So, with that all said, if you didn't catch the Megaphone Man, where have you been? I explained tech issues there. And I talked about some of the kind of content adjustments that I'm going to be taking. TLDR is a lot of the expectations, a lot of the... Oh, there's a pop sound on the mic? Okay, I have a theory. We'll see if this does or does not fix it. It might fix it. We will see. Let me know if it's still happening. It might just be my XLR cable. I don't know. I've had so many hardware failures on equipment that I thought was working pristine that I don't trust a single fucking piece of equipment that I have anymore. So I fully believe that might have been happening. Didn't notice anything. Okay, we'll see. You thought you were done with hardware issues? I'll just change what hardware I break, honestly. It's fixed now? Ah, bet. Okay. That was probably the noise cancellation filter. But basically, I don't know if we'll be doing Critical Role on Wednesday. We might do it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm keeping it very, very flexible as I just get back into the habit of streaming in general. So with that, we are going to go back. Oh, we're here. It's all working. Look, every single thing I do, my gut reaction is that it's not going to work. My gut reaction is that everything I try today is going to fail, because I had 2 weeks of that. So every time it works, that's a win. That's a win, baby. Okay. Poor Meg has trauma. I am ready for things to work. I'll say that. That is, I just want it to work. That's all. I don't feel like it's too much to ask. But I think all of that is working. I also had to change around my physical setup. Oh, wait, this is not what's supposed to be on the screen. Just realized that. I had to change around my physical setup, all of the configurations of like my monitors. So bear with me. There might be some rearranging, but it's actually looking pretty good. I'm a little hopeful. Okay. With that, I think we are generally ready to go. Let me make sure the tab isn't muted. It's not. I'm actually so ahead of the game. And let me also make sure that the transcripting is working. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I've got a lot of dead transcripts that don't look like anything. Oh, yes. Oh, it's not working. Hooray. I knew we would find something. I knew it. Why are you guys not working? Voice command, voice control. Voice control to Major Tom. Ah, that's why it's not working. I found it. Refresh. All right, you want to watch with me? Aha! We're back. We're in. Beautiful. Okay. If we get one more line, I'll call it good. Hey, beautiful. Okay. So everything is working. We keep in the transcript. The transcript is one of the only things that I could have cut to, like, you know, make things easier, that I didn't, because it's honestly so fucking useful that I could not justify eliminating it. And if the transcript is the issue, I'll just cry. I'll cry right here on stream. You'll see the tears. I won't be able to stop them. and we'll go from there. We can't see Maggie cry. You'll see me cry eventually. I am not a prolific crier, but I am also not a prolific not crier, if that makes sense. So if there's something that affects me someday, we'll see. Hasn't been anything yet, but is that a David Bowie reference? The ground control? Is he's the one that did the Space Oddity? Is that the song? Look, I'll be real with you guys. It's not a David Bowie reference. It's a Secret Life of Walter Mitty reference. If we're being honest with each other here, I feel like we have that relationship. I feel like we can be honest with each other about what sort of reference it is. I don't fucking know who wrote it. It was probably David Bowie. I believe you. But that's who it really is. Good movie, at least. I love that movie. Although it activates my wanderlust and my like desire to travel which is expensive. So that's not good for my wallet. It's a good movie to watch, but it's not a good movie for how it affects me and my lack of funds. But it's a good one though. Let's see. I'm a certified prolific crier. I got nothing against that. I used to be a certified not prolific crier back when I had way less empathy. And I worked on both of those things. I was like, oh, like it's nice to cry sometimes. It makes you feel better. Who would have thought? And so now I do it more. Do you have proficiency in crying? What up, Crocheting Savvy? Hello. The movie or the original short story? The movie. I honestly didn't know there was a short story. If it mentions ground control, there's a 99% chance it's either a David Bowie reference or a reference to something that is a David Bowie reference. Yeah. This song is ridiculously iconic. I agree with that. It feels so thematic and symbolic that it feels like you can reference it in so many different contexts. I've heard it all over the place without knowing who it's by. But enough of that. Enough of fun chatting. Enough of casual banter. We gotta get serious. We gotta lock in. I am, in fact, on my ADHD meds right now, but when I get like in the 1 to 2 hours of sleep range, they are a little bit less effective. So might be a little bit of a bouncy stream with that. Also, hydrate or dihydrate. My last water bottle broke, and I was like, fuck it. Why am I fucking around with these small-ass water bottles? I'm trying to hydrate. I don't want to dihydrate. It's a gallon, and it looks hilarious. It does not look less ridiculous in person. It looks very ridiculous. You guys want to see something? It's so ridiculous that it came with a carrying satchel. They know that it is so inconvenient to carry around with you that it needs its own satchel, with its own side pocket, and it's awesome, and I love it. He doesn't have a satchel though. I love it. I love it. Why? This way, I don't need to go and fucking fill up midstream. I fill up at the beginning of stream and we're fucking good to go. Just like Sam. Mega is Sam. Mega is Sam. All right. I said no fucking around and then I immediately fucked around. Let's get going. Let's get very serious for 10 minutes until the break. But this will be good, actually. It'll be kind of like, you know, a bit of like a bit of a wrap up to kind of remind us where we were at right before the break, and then we can accelerate into the second half. Let's do it. We were prepping for a dragon, and we were thinking about some immovable rod shenanigans, which are some of my favorite shenanigans. And I'm excited.
In your room.
Oh no, they're having a serious conversation. Oh fuck, I forgot about this. Okay, let's rewind a sec. Right. I remember this. Okay, yeah, Taliesin is having internet issues. I can relate. Right as two of his friends are professing feelings for each other. I can also relate. Let's see. Okay, wait. CR's a bit loud. Beautiful. I know exactly how to fix this. Baba booey. All right. Let's see. You said serious faces. Serious faces. You're so right. Best to start the ep at the beginning. Robin, I appreciate your opinion, but also, no. If I was in a more stable mental position, I might. But that, going even remotely backwards, makes my primal fight or flight activate. I cannot even consider that. I would never. Is this the curse or it is only as good as Talison's? Oh no. That is really, that would fit with a warlock. My patron, my eldritch patron is having issues, and so am I. And the cry click clack boy. Cry for me, dance for me, click clack boy. Oh my god, no. Yeah, let's go back. I say we rewatch episode 20. Let's just watch, let's make sure that we really understand the dynamic by watching Orion's last episode. I think that would really solidify the position at this point. No.
Corn and maybe opening a butterscotch candy in a theater or
I
something.
can't even see you guys. Are you?
What are you doing?
He went away. Oh, this is just not.
Okay, really quickly.
Okay, well at least you started.
Yes. This seems to happen all the time, every time we try to talk to each other. I don't think I really... Continue. It's hard to have a conversation.
Continue, please.
Hello.
I will say, Sputnik, I might unironically do that during some office hours in the coming weeks. Maybe not episode 1, but some older ones to potentially do some like highlight stuff. So maybe.
Yeah, Percival, I'll talk to you in a minute, all right?
Shut up, Percy. Thank you.
I've been confused. I am confused. But and I take your other hand. It wasn't fair. Last week it wasn't fair to you. And I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
Your room, in your room. Me leaving.
When you left me, right.
wasn't
Yeah,
fair.
no, that I remember. Yeah, that. Yeah.
That's it, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if I dropped that on you and put any more undue stress. That's not what I was
This
intending.
is awful. All of it is awful.
Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. You know, I've actually been wanting to talk to you. I wasn't entirely planning on now. I know you've been struggling. I know you feel like you're drowning. And I'm sorry that the Raven Queen chose you. But she did choose you. You know...
Okay. We're in, boys and girls. This is something. This conversation that they're having, this serious plot beat within their burgeoning relationship. So we're finally going to talk about it. Within their burgeoning relationship, I have an opinion that I have not seriously analyzed, mostly because my characters, or my players, I should say, have naturally they have a relationship. My players have never taken actions that diverged from my opinions and instincts on this, but oh my god, I'm forgetting names. Facts. Liam O'Brien. Oh my god. Liam doing a serious character development plot point, plot beat right here during and right before and during the lead up to a relatively serious, or at least high stakes plot beat for the entire party is something that I haven't experimented a lot with, but on instinct don't love. It's one of the reasons that I really like and am a very big fan of lower stakes plot moments. I know that might be shocking and surprising after my whole Vasselheim bit. But as I've said before, I loved something like Winter's Crest in Whitestone. I really, really loved that session. And those are the places, and this is why I wanted to preface the entire conversation with, this is an opinion that has been reinforced by the way that I DM and my players play. So I don't feel overly confident about it, but it's definitely something to think about for your own games and maybe analyze how your players handle this sort of thing. I talked before when we're talking about Grog and Craven Edge, how it's really hard for players and DMs, but especially the players, to juggle the coordination between their plots and the party's plots and balancing those plot points. And I thought that Craven Edge was really good at facilitating a lot of that pacing. So that Matt and Travis could really control when that came out and make sure that it came out in a satisfying way. But when you don't have something like Craven Edge facilitating that, I tend to prefer my players to target these sorts of plot beats for those more low-stakes downtime areas. Especially because, like, as a DM, I want to set them up to follow up on it. Like, to me, this is an indication that Liam wants to progress this subplot. You know, he's bringing it up, and he's not just bringing it up in a sort of reminder type tone. He's not narrating he's not narrating Vax looking longingly at Keyleth. He's not narrating, like, as she turns away, him reaching out a hand about to say something, but then pulls himself back. Right? Those are kind of reminders, things like, okay, this plot's still there. I'm still interested in it vaguely. He's doing, you know, a larger kind of beat within it that, if I'm watching that as a DM, I'm thinking he wants to progress that, but we're about to go and fight the dragon. That could take, I mean, almost certainly the rest of this session, maybe a large portion of the next session. Scaling down off of that and not, like, ramping back up tension is probably going to take half a session, maybe an entire session after that. Like, we're looking at, in my head, at least 2 sessions before I could really fully address Liam's desires here as a DM to, like, progress this subplot, because I have to be able to work with him on that as the DM. Now, another caveat to this, though, is that I also and that's fair enough, Rebecca. I do think that, you know, yeah, like, stressful situations like this would proc this sort of response. So it's odd, because I do think it it works within the it works within the fictional mindsets, right? It's very I do think that it really fits with a mindset for Vax, but to an extent, if this was a book or if this was a movie, if we could more tightly control the pacing, like as a writer or as a director, what have you, we would be able to keep this spark and this flame of this subplot alive and not let it dip away. You know, if they have this sort of conversation in a movie, they can control the exact pacing of the dragon battle, how that slows down. You don't have 5 other people potentially interrupting that pacing because they're pursuing the party's plot. And so that's why, and you know, that's why I couched this in a little bit of uncertainty, because I don't think this is bad as a character thing, but it does introduce an amount of complication towards paying it off. It becomes a little bit harder to get that nice solid pacing with it in a way that you can absolutely do with a lot more ease if it's brought up during a lower stakes moment where maybe Matt could like extend things slightly during the build up to the next bit. Like maybe he could allow, like if they had brought this up like last session, like if he had had this conversation like last session and you know they'd like really dived into it, he maybe could have extended some timelines a skosh. Or maybe not. It's it's a little uncertain. But that's why I'm kind of uncertain on it. And I will also say another way that my experience and my tables are definitely influencing and biasing me here is I have rarely had a character subplot that where it was absolutely vital for another character to participate. So this is, you know, this subplot of Vax's, of this desire for a relationship with Keyleth, is a subplot that requires Keyleth's participation. And I think that is naturally harder to handle because it just doubles everything else that you have to worry about as a DM in terms of pacing and in terms of execution. So it's a hard kind of dissonance because I 1000% agree with the like this makes perfect sense from Vax's mindset. But this thing that makes perfect sense is hard to execute within like the stack of like D&D priority, like pacing priority. And I don't know what the solution is. And I am because I've never had to deal with it at my tables. Frankly, I've had the convenience of players that really wanted to pursue the party plot and would maybe do like small reminders of personal plots before a big battle, looking at the relic of their dead father, looking at the photo in their wallet, so to speak, before the big battle. You know, we've had these sort of reminder moments before the big battles, but especially because it was never between 2 players at my tables, we never had like legitimate in fiction reason to make it a bigger thing. So it's something that's really standing out to me as like, man, how do I handle that pacing if I'm Matt? Like, how do I help them continue this in a way where it doesn't fizzle and feel weird when they bring it back up later, while also respecting the party plot that's in motion and not derailing that plot too much for 2 of my characters? It's hard. I honestly don't know. It's something that's standing out to me, and I don't have a good, like, solid answer for how to really handle that. It's been so long. Maybe can't even remember who's who. I know. I'm worried. I'm worried about that. Sees stream in C1 as a chance to get back to his theater stage roots. I mean, I feel that. I think that D&D, especially playing D&D, is very reminiscent of stage theater. Yeah. So I definitely feel him there. Yeah. I mean, I agree the pacing has complete control of the pacing, but they all trust each other not to mess up the pacing too much. Yeah, and that's the thing is it's like I don't blame Liam for taking it this direction because again, I fully agree it makes total sense, but as Matt, I don't know how I handle it from then on. I think this is a Last Supper type conversation before possibly dying, not so much trying to move forward a subplot. That's a fair conversation, and I think, I mean, if we want to talk about bias in this moment, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't pre-watched. I don't know that Vox Machina doesn't get TPK'd in this session, right? I don't know that. Maybe they do. Maybe they get absolutely fucking rolled. They get TPK'd and we have a whole other party that steps in. But just like based on everything, I don't think that's going to happen. So I know they survive. And it's very difficult for me to gauge how dangerous they actually think this is. Like, I honestly can't tell. Like, I think it's very reasonable to interpret that the players themselves truly do think that there's a chance that they get TPK'd at the end of this session. But I also think that maybe they don't. And I do think that that mentality does kind of play into how this moment reads, especially to the other players at the table. I'm not so concerned about how it reads to us as an audience. I'm concerned about, how it fits into your table and the story that you're all telling together. Because I think that Sputnik's point here is very true and applicable if there's a true feeling that this might be the end of Vox Machina. I think this absolutely makes sense and totally works and totally fits. But if that overarching sentiment isn't there within the party, I think it presents itself a little bit more as a continuation of a subplot and then has all the complications. But I'm heavily biased into which one I think it is because I know they don't die. So it's hard for me to even interpret what they're feeling in this moment, and how I would be feeling if I was a critter watching this in the moment. I have no idea how I would be feeling. I don't know how any of their campaigns end. I don't know if like that TPK is really on the table for them. I just have no idea, honestly. I wouldn't go so far as to say terrible, but I would say it gets more polished. I think the acting is priority 1 for these actors. The D&D is for Matt to worry about. Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right. I think that they are, and I think as a player, it's harder to interpret the plot pacing. It's a little bit easier for us because we can like pause and think about it. But like in the moment when you're acting as a player, it's harder to perceive it until you can perceive it in retrospect. So not only do I think they're not as worried about it, but I also think it's just legitimately harder for them to perceive in the moment. So it definitely, like, the D&D and like the overall construction definitely is for Matt to worry about. And as putting myself in Matt's shoes, I'm worrying about it and I don't know what to do. But I'd figure it out probably, and I'm sure he will too. They have a few hours before battle. Why not? Oh yeah, sure. Again, within the fiction, I totally get it. But I'm curious why your thoughts are involving Matt so much. I don't see too much of a difference between other party members doing their prep task before the fight and Liam doing his prep task. The delineation that I'm making is between them doing prep tasks for the party plot versus for personal character subplots. And the delineation between those two is that everyone all works together on the party plot, and you can actually kind of leave the progression of the party plot more to player agency because they're all working on it together. Whereas for a character-specific subplot, the DM has to take more active management of the pacing to make sure that it doesn't interfere with too much else that's going on. Like, it doesn't take up too much air in the room. Or that if it is taking up a lot of air, it's managed well. Like, you could call the Briarwoods a character subplot, but Matt, through like pretty active management, transformed it into a party plot and gave everyone objectives within that character subplot. And that was all like very active management by Matt. To coordinate how we can pursue this character subplot without leaving all the other players and characters behind. And the Briarwood arc, I think, is a little bit of it, like kind of an exception in that case where the character subplot turns into the party plot. More often, I think that the DM just has to handle kind of the switching between the two. And making sure that we get back to the party plot, or that we give the character subplot the amount of weight it deserves. Like in this case, my big issue when I'm thinking about myself DMing this is how do I allow them the room to pursue this quickly enough after the battle, to where they can keep this fresh in their minds. Like, even in this conversation, Marisha kind of had to be reminded. Or maybe she was just playing Keyleth. That's possible. But if you let it go like too many sessions between, then a lot of those plot moments, especially in like character sub-arcs, can kind of lose their momentum and lose their, not relevance, lose their impact a little bit. So I need to make sure as a DM to not put too much like active weight on the party for after the dragon fight. So it's like we have to have the dragon fight, and then I can't go on like a big chase sequence that takes 1.5 sessions that then leads into a town and resource management area that requires, hyper active management by the players, because that won't give those two players and characters the breathing room to continue this conversation. So that's my mindset. When I'm thinking about like, how is Matt going to handle this? It is, how is Matt going to handle the overall plot to allow them room to pursue their personal plot in a way that feels okay. Yeah. And I mean, I got DM brain. if we also want to be honest, I mean, most of the time when I'm looking at these scenes, I'm looking at it from Matt's perspective. That's also another factor. My thoughts are also they're scared. The majority wanted. Oh, and I want to be very clear. Again, totally works in the fiction. I'm thinking about the meta pacing of how the story unfolds like session to session, if that makes sense. And has Liam spoken a lot yet in this episode? I honestly cannot remember as we started the episode. Honestly, me too. I honestly don't think Liam probably has spoken all that much. Liam didn't instigate this convo? Ooh, maybe. I honestly don't remember. And I want to kind of close it out by saying I don't think Liam's doing anything wrong here. I'm just looking at this, and this is not something that I have experienced at my tables, and I'm thinking about how I would handle it as a DM to make sure that the players, that all of the players get what they want at the table, and that it feels like good and right. So yeah, that's the basis of my mindset here. Is how can I fulfill Liam's desire here to the best of my ability? And if I'm really struggling as a DM, it might be an out of character or like an off table conversation of like, hey, Liam, are you wanting to kind of continue that subplot more directly, or were you just kind of evoking the feelings of impending doom by invoking your subplot? You know, what was kind of your intention there? Because knowing his intention is very critical if I'm not sure about it as the DM, to making sure that I continue to honor it in future sessions. Because that's one of the, to me, that's one of the best parts of DMing is like honoring what the players want. And one of the hardest parts is balancing that, because everyone wants slightly different things. Like, you should always, I think it's important in like session 0 to like set everyone's expectations and like have common goals, common wants, common desires. But no matter how common everything is, you have to have some variance. Otherwise, all the characters would be boring. Can't have the characters be too samey, so they have to want different things. And balancing those personal wants with the party wants, that is one of the very compelling challenges of DMing to me, which is why this is kind of sticking in my head so much. That's like one of the challenges that I really like to sink my teeth into is balance, and that's one of the reasons that I love Craven Edge so much, is because it's a item that facilitates a lot of that and helps with a lot of that in the context of the story. So yeah, it's these sorts of things really stick in my head and kind of tumble around in there. Yeah, it's fair to say that the player trying to emulate Liam Marisha here could go wrong if they, the DM, aren't on their game. I mean, I think that could go for a lot of CR, is like they are all professional actors. They have a lot of them have directing experience. Like, I've praised Matt's dramatic timing to the moon and back. And that's because they are, if you don't want to call them professional storytellers, they are at least involved in professional storytelling. And so they have an incredibly good sense of it. And that is something that I feel like I can really learn from, you know? So like, part of the reason I'm thinking through this before watching any more, because this is very much a wait and see, right? How does Matt handle it? How does, because I'll be able to see that within like the next 2 sessions. I'll see exactly how he handles it, exactly how the players handle it, and I'll be able to evaluate it really easily in hindsight. But trying to predict it before I know is a really good exercise for me to try and up my storytelling ability. Because they're the fucking professionals in this case. and we're just looking at them in hindsight. So I'm so, that is one of the things that I'm constantly trying to learn from Matt. And one of the reasons that sometimes the victim of the 3-hour format gets stuck in my head is because I get sad because I feel like the format is hamstringing Matt's incredible storytelling ability, which is very, it's sad to me as someone that is very impressed by and wanting to learn from his storytelling. But reformatting my thoughts to, okay, how well does he do with those constraints? You can learn equally as much. I want to bite Liam. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I as a DM have built in time for all the players to do something. Yeah. Again, I think we agree in terms of like, I think we fully agree in terms of single session pacing. I fully agree with that. I'm expanding my thoughts out to like multi-session pacing, and how this combo might affect my decisions on what I prep for the next session. But that's, that's not, I mean, honestly, that's not necessary. If you really do focus in on single session pacing, you can still make very compelling D&D. It's almost the difference between like a more serialized format, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Supernatural. I don't know why. I mean, I'm thinking of Monster of the Week flicks, where it's like those types of shows are the single session pacing is incredibly important. Whereas the multi-session pacing is not as not as valuable, but not as pertinent for like Monster of the Week type stuff. So yeah, I think that there's also just multiple trains of thought you can analyze this down. I only know for sure that 2 of them have directing experience, but I wouldn't be surprised if they all did. Yeah. The relationships in CR are my least favorite part of the storytelling. I always find myself fast forwarding past that RP. I personally do not enjoy romance in my fantasy. Well, I mean that's like a whole separate preference thing. I'm also pretty meh on on romance, but if my players were into it, I would absolutely be doing everything I can to facilitate it. I was so confused by this combo until I remembered they're planning on fighting the dragon soon. It's been a little bit. What up, Hoppin' One Foot? Hopefully my break gave you some time to catch up a little bit. That's the big benefit to me taking that big break, Star Trek? Yeah. Star Trek's a great example. Star Trek's a show that I fucking love. But I will say as a critique, I love like Star Trek Next Gen. Star Trek Next Gen has very iffy multi-episode pacing. It's fine, but that was not their focus. I think I would say it's mediocre. But I think most Star Trek, by and large, most Star Trek Next Gen episodes have very nice single session pacing or single episode pacing. And I think that they deliver all of the information really, really well. Because they wanted anyone to be able to hop in on any given session. Which, I mean, if we want to extend that out to the entertainment that we're watching right here, that could, your priorities could shift at a home table. But I definitely think that single session pacing for Matt and Critical Role is much more important to them than it necessarily might be at a home table, because they want to make sure that if you missed last stream, I don't know if they were like posting VODs on YouTube. I mean, I'm sure they were because Geek and Sundry. But they wanted to make sure, if you didn't catch episode 53, episode 54 still runs like a solid episode and session and has like very solid pacing throughout. So I do think that that's probably more of their, one of their priorities, I'm a forever DM and feel awkward being part of flirting. That pretty much kiboshes it in my games, though I don't hate it in theory. Just don't want to take part. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about one of my like lines and veils. One of my veils is sexual activity. So it's like I think beyond like first base, is it like anything beyond that is like a fade to black type deal at my tables, just because that's just who I am. And so yeah, especially those sorts of things are very table dependent. Like, I don't think that this sort of thing would happen at my table, but that does not make it invalid. And I would be down for facilitating this sort of like romantic subplot. It's just not something that I would think of naturally. I love your new water bottle. What brand is that? It is Watersea. 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 Is big. Is giant. I like it. And I like that I can feel how much I'm drinking because it gets noticeably lighter. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. But yeah, we'll get back to it. Big old conversation. And I kept thinking like, okay, I think we're approaching, but then new things just kept coming. The conversation kept morphing. Because I'm trying to keep it very at top of mind to not be too cyclical. Because I know that's one of the weaknesses of Critical Eyes is that sometimes I get too much in a loop. But I felt like that one was progressing throughout it into new topics. So, but it was a long one. Shut up, guys. No, don't shut up. Like I said, I think it was progressing. I'm down. And that is my responsibility to cut it off and to be that moderator. You guys are fine. You do whatever you want. Because especially, and this is something totally separate that I need to get more used to, is giving my takes, having the discussion, and when/if I feel it getting too cyclical or if I feel like I don't have much more to say, just letting you guys talk about it in chat. That's not something that I'm very good at, is just allowing the chat to talk to itself and not and not feeling like I have to comment on every single thing. So that is yeah, exactly, Daniel, exactly. So that's still a work in progress for me as a streamer, but I'm getting there and I'm enjoying the journey. Also, I don't know what Kraken Week is, but hell yeah. What's up, Josiah?
As druids, I was raised to have an interesting perspective on the gods. We are taught that nature is the one true, powerful force. I've yet to see a god control the sunrise and the sunset. So therefore, it's hard for me to sometimes have the same faith in these gods. Personally, I believe that just because you're immortal doesn't make you infallible. These gods can be great ambassadors of their verticals and what they represent, or they can be horrible disgraces to their domains. And just because some self-proclaimed person or deity decides that they want control, doesn't mean that they have to have control over me. Now, this does not mean that I do not respect the gods and the power that they wield, but I mean, for the love of Saren Ray, we have seen Pike do many a powerful thing. So therefore, I do not respect the gods any more than I respect the living people who are standing beside me at this moment. So, I've also been coming to terms with the fact that it seems that whether we like it or not, we are going to have to employ their services. Looks like we're going to have to be working with them in some way or another, myself included, if we are going to overcome this.
Okay. So this is a bit of a lateral move from what I thought I understood about Keyleth. I didn't really pick up on her gods related characteristics before. I mean, we had a whole conversation about that. But once we did start talking about it and I started thinking about it, I thought she was more atheist, but it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like she acknowledges the existence of gods, but is just more along the lines of like anti-worship. Or not, maybe not anti-worship, but doesn't believe in the value of worship herself. Okay. That's an interesting plot line, especially, or that's an interesting, I don't know if she wants it to be a plot line. It might just be a character trait that she has no intention of evaluating. Or it might be something that she's like open to changing or wants Keyleth to like go on a journey with. It is definitely nuanced. And it is a reminder of I have to remind myself that I'm seeing right now the back third of their campaign. Because if a player was dropping this sort of nuanced character point after, in my opinion, not establishing it super hard in what we've seen, I would be like, okay, maybe that's a little too much. Maybe that's a little too complicated. Maybe build up to it a little bit. But I have to remind myself, they've been living with these characters for triple the time that we've seen them. Double maybe at this point. I don't know. And she's probably well established this at this point to the other characters, to the point where she can put this more nuanced lens on it. And that won't surprise any of the other players. That will just make them realize an extra layer of depth to Keyleth. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting, it's like atheist because there's like sometimes debate about how to like if atheists can exist within fantastical contexts where like clerics exist, i.e. Pike, and I've seen solutions, hypotheticals, things that you can do or not do to facilitate that. This is definitely an interesting character lens, especially with the druidic lens on it of worship, or not worshiping, but like kind of acknowledging a higher power than the gods that is not personified. And so that kind of inherently puts the gods on the second tier of reality in her mind. Like it all tracks to me. I'm just having to take a little bit more time to parse it because I don't think that it's been fully ramped up to for me, but it probably has for the rest of the table. Interesting. She said, yeah, you're real, and what? This feels like atheism in a world with definitive proof of godly existence. It's definitely, it's like, it's not what we would think of as atheism in like the modern world, but it's definitely adjacent, and I think it tracks, like it makes sense as a, ideology or like a lens of the world. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the rest of the party doesn't seem shocked at all. And I mean, we can never really know what they're thinking, but they definitely don't seem like this is coming out of nowhere. So it does seem like she's at least established some of these feelings before what we've seen. It puts in perspective Keyleth sort of grilling the lady whose kid revivified due to Scanlan's magic. Yeah, because and that's why I wasn't really expecting this, because she was like, well, why should I believe? But she's using a slightly different context of believe. It's not necessarily believe in the existence of, it's like believing in the, not right, but the belief of whether or not a god should be worshipped, which again, nuanced, but definitely tracks to me. I think her BOV is one of those hindsight things. It has not been forecast in what we've seen in the broadcast, but not put as plainly as this. I think it was signposted most with how she butted heads with Kima. And I do think, you know, we kind of touched on that when we first talked about this stuff, but I was viewing Kima so differently that I did not interpret a lot of those things as characterization of Keyleth. And this goes even further back to, I'm in my head as a DM, I'm in my head as Matt. A lot of that, I was like, fucking, Kima so sus. I'm not necessarily thinking about that characterizing Keyleth. A lot of that characterized Kima for me, that she was butting heads with Keyleth, who I thought was making reasonable points. So that was just characterizing Kima to me, and Keyleth was staying as like, you know, a neutral status, which is a very good example of like, of how differently you and your party can interpret NPCs. And why, this is kind of a tangent. I've been thinking a lot about how to write a murder mystery, because one of the, or just honestly mysteries in general, but especially murder mysteries, because one of the more interesting things about murder mysteries is when the characters interpret something reasonably but wrong, and then with additional context, they revise their previous assumptions or not interrogations. What would you call it? They revise their previous theories, and that is so hard to plan for. As a DM, it is so hard to try and predict what a character or what a player is or isn't going to think and plan out the plot from there. Like if you're writing a movie, you can write the character where as long as it doesn't feel weird, you can write them to interpret it wrong, and I can't fucking do that with my players. So it's like, man, I've been really playing around with some ideas on what some different ways might be to do it a little bit more consistently. But I have not come to a solution yet. SGM had a great video on atheism in D&D recently. SGM killing it. Yeah. Interpret reasonably but wrong. Shout out to House of the Dragon, lol. I'm sure that's a great shout out, yeah. But yeah, that's it's something hard to predict for. And the reason I bring it up in this context is if I'm at the table with Matt and these other players, I think I'm interpreting all of the Kima and Keyleth stuff the same as I did as an audience member. And that's it's just like, as a DM, you cannot predict how each individual player is going to interpret your NPCs, your plot points, your plot twists. It's why they say if you want to deliver a clue and you want to make sure that your players know the clue, you need to deliver it 3 times. First time they'll miss it. Second time they'll misinterpret it. Third time they'll actually get it right. But how do you do that on like the meta level of like them theorizing about the right answer? Whoa, it's a mind fuck. Yeah. We'll do the rewind a little bit.
Looks like we're gonna have to be working with them in some way or another, myself included, if we are going to overcome this. So maybe you should start rethinking the way you look at your relationship to the Raven Queen. Maybe this can be a fine partnership. A fine endeavor to do with her. And then once we save the world and we retire and some other young prodigies come forward to save the world again, then we can thank her for her services and move on. I don't think we'll always need her. I don't think you will always need her. And keep in mind, the one true thing that gives these gods their power are their worshippers. So, I guess I'll let you choose what you want to be. And I walk off to catch up with the ladies.
All right.
Did you guys make out? Was it really fun? Lots of making out there?
And I walk away. Look, I personally don't like the "and I walk away." I'm generally more along the lines of like mutual ends to discussions. But fucking turnaround's fair play. At this point, it's just a fucking meme. And I think that Liam really likes it, so I'm mostly pointing it out as a example of something I don't generally like. But doing something that you don't generally like to interact with another player that's into it can be good. Yeah, like you can do things that aren't good if they are good. Which makes D&D incredibly hard to talk about, and why I think some people end up sounding lukewarm when they like give, broad takes in just like individual videos. It's why I think SGM uses so many like MCU comparisons, because it's a broadly known franchise and topic, and so he can use it as direct examples to give context to any of his statements, and always kind of leave open like, okay, yeah, there are always exceptions, which is also why I like watching Critical Role with you guys, for the exact same reason. If we're watching something directly together, I can be like, all right, I don't like this, but this is also an exception. So I actually do like it.
Oh, Vex.
I understand you have him on your
Facts on the
mind.
brain.
Get our names
I was talking to him, so it.
Yes.
Hey, I love you a whole lot.
Do you still think you're talking to my brother?
I know who I'm talking to.
Really similar. She's the ranger. No.
Did you ask him if he's gonna help us?
Who?
Oh, I don't
Vex?
know.
Oh.
Oh, Vex, is he gonna help?
Dig the trench.
Dig the trench?
Oh, I don't.
I turn around and see him. Is he just standing there?
I literally don't know
Standing
why
there,
he
lost in
came.
thought, yeah.
I don't know.
Hey,
Whoa.
hey, are you? What are you doing? Are you coming to help us, or are you just standing in the middle?
Yeah, we
of
gotta
How come
kill
the
a
ladies are
dragon
doing all
tomorrow.
the digging?
We gotta kill a dragon. What do you
Yes.
need? I'm set. What do you
Do
need?
you want to help? Do you want to help build? I don't know, a trench, set a trap.
I mean, I'm really weak, but I think I can use a shovel.
Well,
No, come on. You can
what
help
time
move a
is it?
rock
We
or
haven't
two.
even started digging the trench yet. What fucking time?
It'll
is
take
it?
me like an hour. It's fine. What time is it?
For you guys at this point, it'd probably be like mid-afternoon, late afternoon. Percy, I need you to go ahead and make 3 tinkering checks for me, if you don't mind.
Oh,
Tinkering
jeez.
checks.
Come on.
Tinkering check.
The
By himself. I should have stayed.
the first one is using your intelligence modifier.
God, those are stressful.
That's intelligence modifier plus proficiency bonus
You got it.
plus tinkering. Okay.
Well, proficiency bonus is what you get with tinkering.
Yeah. So. 24.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Right, so initial designs and describing with your lackeys, for lack of a better term, that are helping you develop these springs, you manage to explain, lay out, and develop the proper materials, the process, and they seem to acknowledge and understand what you're trying to do, and you guys begin the work. Second check is going to be with your dexterity modifier.
Oh yeah, baby.
No one can
Come
help
on,
me in
baby.
these things.
We're not
Big
there.
money, no Emmys.
21.
Ayo!
You spend the better part of the day helping them take the metal, strengthen it, bind it.
22, sorry.
22. Pulling it into the springs that are required. You complete one. You get part way through the second one. Make a final check if you don't mind.
Oh, God.
With Dex or
This is also with the Dex, yeah.
roll high, bitch? Roll high.
Come on.
I can't do math. That's 23.
What?
A3?
That's the dexterity, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Yes, that's right. That's right.
23. As the evening comes into about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, after hours of aching work, sweat beads dripping down the foreheads of the three of you, forcing the furnace to work overtime. The room's heat and darkness eventually almost puts you to a point of exhaustion and passing out. However, you do manage to complete the springs. They seem to be functional. The structure of your trap is set. We shall see on the morrow if it is as functional as you hope it is. You do take a point of exhaustion through the work that will subsist or consist throughout the next day.
Okay, that's what is that point of exhaustion?
Disadvantage on ability checks. So essentially, any skill checks or ability checks you make, not attacks or saves, but ability checks you make for the next 24 hours will be a
Ability
disadvantage.
checks.
Yes.
Did you work all the way through the night?
This is tough, and I don't even want to give too much of an opinion or talk about it too much because I would have to re-watch their conversation around, what Percy was doing and potential risks, but man, exhaustion is a rough thing to give out if the player is not anticipating it in 5e. If you're using, as I've fucking shilled for before, if you're using 1 D&D exhaustion, not that bad, honestly. Like, I think that's, maybe a nice little way to work in some of the feel of what's going on within the narrative. But 5e exhaustion is so punishing that it is tough, especially because my default and Matt's default a lot of times for if our players want to do something creative in combat or dungeon crawling is we link it to an ability check. That's absolutely something that me and Matt have in common. So especially for a more creative player like Taliesin, that's a tough debuff to his creativity. It's much more pushing him in the combat towards more standard actions. Which, this isn't so much an indictment of Matt here. This is more, honestly, it's more of an indictment of exhaustion in 5e. And they haven't played D&D long enough to, I think, have really onboarded how rough exhaustion can be. I think they're starting to get a picture of it with Grog in the Primordial Dungeon. But I don't know that they've really taken it to heart yet. So that's tough. That's tough for Taliesin. I can imagine myself, if I had the experience that Matt has, I can imagine myself making the exact same call. But that's tough.
Night?
No, this was just a physical activity.
Okay,
getting it done in that short period of time.
Just double checking because I have no brain currently. Dice roll Dex modifier proficiency bonus.
What's what?
Just because I have no brain. Dex modifier proficiency bonus dice roll.
Correct.
Okay, good.
You're good. You got it.
Yeah, very good.
As you guys find yourselves resting for tomorrow's trap incursion and hopeful defeat of Umbrasyll, we will take a break from back here.
There's more we have to do.
Yeah, there's some more we have to do.
Okay, we'll do it during the break.
Back. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Need a pee break. Quick one, guys. Quick one.
All right. I also need a pee break. And look at that, guys. We've gotten through 10 minutes in an hour and a half. We're doing great. As always, Critical Eyes is front-loaded with talking. We all know it. I have no idea how long this will be, especially because as we go into the fight, what I'm assuming will be a fight, we'll get a little bit more speed up. Things will go a little bit faster. So we'll see. But it's a 2 hour and 32 minute second half. Even at, a normal 2x with no pausing, that'll still take a while. What speed are we on? We were on 1.25. We'll probably go to 7.5. When combat starts, not before. Glad to finally catch one of these lives. What's up, Joshua? Welcome. Glad to have you live. It's gonna be inconsistent for a little bit, dealing with tech issues, or hopefully not. I don't want to jinx it. I'm just going to note a fact out loud. Everyone get ready to knock on some wood. But we have 0 dropped frames so far. I hope you could hear me knocking on that wood. I'm crossing my fingers so hard. So hopefully things keep working. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I will see you all very soon. I'm also going to try... YouTube apparently updated their Steam Deck app because it didn't really work that well before. But they sent me like an ad about how they updated the Steam Deck. So I'm going to try to run an ad from the Steam Deck. I have no idea if it'll work. So when I get back, let me know if you got an ad. Because it'd be nice to be able to run from that, but I don't know if it'll work. So I'll see you in a second. Whoopsie. Sorry about that. I forgot that I hadn't remapped all the OBS sources yet. Yeah, my bad. But we're back. Hello. Music alerted me you're back, yay. Yeah, it's either the music turns on or the music turns off. You never know which it's going to be. Let's see. Timestamp after the break is 1:52.7. 1:52.7. Boop and boop.
So preparing for this, what else?
All right. You guys ready to fight a dragon? Gosh, I will say, I don't remember if they decided that they were going to fight Umbrasyll on the hill this session or last session. I hope it was last session, because if I'm Matt and I've prepared a big old layer combat, and then my players spring the hill on me, that's hard to improv an interesting arena. So I don't remember if they sprung that on him this session or not. We will see, and we'll see how he handles it. It might, if I was him, let's assume last, I think. Okay, that's better. That gives him time to prepare. Let's do a thought experiment. And if I imagine that they sprung it on me this session, I'm probably making it a two-phase combat. Even if I didn't intend on that originally, I am probably improving a like 50%, like a bloodied cutoff, where Umbrasyll will try to disengage from the combat and go back to his lair. Now, if they stop him, they stop him. I mean, obviously they're trying to have the mousetrap to ground him, and you know that would just be like, hey, they prepared, they got it. Battle arena is going to be a little bit boring. That sucks. But if I'm not prepared for the hill combat, and you know I'm honoring their wishes, I'm letting them get a very advantageous position if they do it right, and then at bloodied, I'm disengaging Umbrasyll and heading him back to Gat Shadow. Partially so that the combat is fun, but also partially to, I mean, it depends on my mindset. I'm assuming here that Matt is okay with them fighting this dragon because he has not discouraged them very heavily. So if Matt's okay with them fighting the dragon, I also think that the bloodied retreat gives them a sense, even though it's only at 50% HP, and you know whatever HP they end up being at, the bloodied retreat gives them a sense of, oh, we can maybe do this. Like the dragon's actually kind of spooked. Like obviously we did a ton of prep, but we might be able to actually take them on one at a time or whatever. And then the next, you know, dragon that they pursue maybe is paired. Like they hear about the takedown of Umbrasyll, and now the party knows, hey, we can do one dragon. So as Matt, I have the last 4 dragons, or I guess there's 3. There's Thordak in Iman, and then there's the 2 others, Raishan and Vorugal. I have Vorugal and Raishan go to the same city or the same region, maybe not necessarily the same lair, perhaps, so that they can potentially separate them, because now they're confident that they can do one dragon. So I put 2 together to make it, you know, an escalation in the challenge, but I maybe work in some things that I sprinkle in or I pepper in or I give a hook for, where they might be able to separate them and take them on 1v1, which now they're confident they can do. That is all basically theory crafting, because I have no idea that that's how it's going to play out with with Matt, but that's kind of a road that my mind goes down. I not only think Matt is okay with them fighting the dragon, I think Matt is using the world NPCs to nudge them that way. I would generally agree. I'm not like, 100% confident with that, but how many times he has directed them towards Westrun does say to me he's wanting them to generally go after Umbrasyll. I don't know if Black is the easiest dragon. I mean, I'm assuming, for story reasons, Thordak is definitely the hardest. But I don't know the ranking of like white, green, black. But especially if you guys know, no need to tell me, or you can, I don't really care. But especially if Umbrasyll is your weakest dragon in the Chroma Conclave, definitely makes a lot of sense as the DM to generally put nudgers in the direction of Westrun. Invite link. Thanks, Brittany. So yeah, that is definitely. I very much can. I feel like I can see his mindset. I don't want to speculate too much. We never actually know what he's thinking. But that's definitely what it feels like to me. It's my impression, not looking it up, that the different colored dragons were different, but not strictly harder, easier. Age has more to do with it than color. Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm assuming that they're all ancient. So, if they're all the same, then obviously it doesn't matter which one you push them towards. I would probably save Vorugal. And probably save Raishan. Umbrasyll, even if we just look at it like purely narratively, don't consider strength of the enemy. I think Umbrasyll makes a lot of sense as the first dragon for them to fight with how the story is played out, because they have the least narrative ties to Umbrasyll. He's the one that they know the least about. Other than that, he's lording over the Westrun area. But like Raishan has this connection to the Pyra. Vorugal is the one that kicked their asses back at their own keep. And then Thordak's the big bad. To some extent, so even just within like narrative order, I think it makes a lot of sense to push them towards Umbrasyll before any of the other Chroma Conclave members. I hope that if they kill Umbrasyll, the next fight, the remaining dragons spring out of the long grass. They spring out of the long grass. Oh my god, Raishan or Vorugal digs a little trench and then has some of their minions like build a fake top, and the party falls into a trench. Better hope you have feather falling, motherfuckers. Oh, that would be so sick. Oh, man. Doesn't matter. Monster CR's BS anyway. Well, that's also true. Within 1 to 2, even 3 CR, I think it's pretty wibbly wobbly. And there are obviously some crazy exceptions that, like the fucking Intellect Devour Shadow. There are obviously some broad expectations, but yeah, the gradient is very abstract. CR tells you the ballpark that it's in. Yeah. Take half fire damage. Red dragons got way easier. Yeah, and that's why the Raven Queen's armor is, I would say, separate from the Chroma Conclave arc, I don't want to say underwhelming, but it's a fine magic item. It's nothing crazy, but I do think that out of all the vestiges, I think that the Raven Queen's armor, Deathwalker's Ward, I believe, out of all the vestiges, I think that the Deathwalker's Ward, despite being questionably powerful broadly, I think feels very vestige within this context, because the vestiges have been deliberately portrayed to the players as the way to beat the Chroma Conclave. Not necessarily as these all-powerful artifacts, which is kind of how I first interpreted them. But with actually seeing them and that they're not these all-powerful artifacts, it's like, okay, they are specific tools that helped against the Primordials back in the day. They'll help against the Chroma Conclave because of the elemental theming. So the Raven Queen armor makes a lot of sense. But then, like, Mythcarver feels fine. I mean, obviously, like, a help on saves is always useful. But I don't know if it feels like specifically Chroma Conclave targeted, you know? So I definitely think I like Raven Queen armor between the two so far. I know Matt increases HP since he has 7 PCs. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it is like... CR, like I said, CR puts you in the ballpark, and then actual challenge, because this is just talking about stat blocks. This doesn't even take into account environmental effects, layers. You know, I talk my damn little head off about battle arenas. All of those can massively determine the challenge of any given fight separately from the CR of any given monster, with I think Tucker's kobolds being the largest example of that. Of like Tucker's kobolds hit, they bat way above their level because they're intelligently used with good environmental knowledge. So yeah, CR is BS is like true, but it is also CR is useful for some things. It's useful for like just generally getting you in the right like tier of play. But beyond that, nah. Yeah. I would imagine DM has a lot of wiggle room to make sure each dragon in order is tougher. I mean, as you get higher within the CR ranges, typically they add more dice to the HP roll, which does increase the potential HP variance of any given monster. They do also increase like the static modifier. But yeah, typically more as you get higher and higher in CR, the HP number, if you're rolling for it, does have more and more variance. So Matt has plenty of room to tinker with that, even if he doesn't want to like homebrew it or anything. He can just edge way towards the top of that HP range. Yeah. Guerrilla warfare monsters are so cool. Oh, they're so sick. And it means that you can use generally unassuming monsters well past the point that they're like outclassed in CR. But that also presents some XP issues if you're like being really strict to the XP values. So then you have to add extra XP, and it's a whole thing. Or you just use milestone leveling and ignore that whole factor. But anyways, let's see what happens.
And welcome back. So,
Welcome
the party, as they're preparing for this, what else do you guys need to do before the morrow?
I dig a trench.
Right, so you dig the trench.
I want it to be far away to where there's a tunnel, and then I make a circle around it.
We need to get Fastbender into the middle where the treasure's gonna be.
I walk
Yes.
Fastbender out and I lay him down on his back.
We have to
Okay.
do some stage setting here. We have to set the
As a note, when you
scene.
return to Wilhelm's house,
Yeah.
Fassbender and Wilhelm are both ejected from the doorway. Fassbender kind of doesn't fit in that large room and kind of wrecked part of the staircase from underneath, but is fine. As soon as you acknowledge Fassbender start moving, Fassbender, who has been inert this entire time since kind of left there for the evening before, takes a step in the area where the crack that you seemingly sealed earlier kind of reopens. It looks like there was a minimal magical effect that was more of a cosmetic element from the healing, but being a construct, it does not actually heal damage from it.
Okay, can I go ahead and take this time to do...
You're not there.
Oh, I'm not there yet? Oh no, I'm building a tunnel. You're
building
leading
a tunnel.
Fastbender. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm walking Fastbender out to where Keyleth is.
Fassbender follows you out that area of the town. As night has come now, the sun is gone. You guys are working in darkness. What are you guys doing?
Vex, can I have one of your arrows? I want to make it real special.
For real.
You're speaking my language.
Alright, so I grab one of her arrows and I cast Glyph of Warding on one of her arrows.
How many arrows can you
She
do
can-
that to?
I think just one.
I give you like.
That's
I
checking
can
his.
just do it with one.
That's checking his email.
Or within an object that can be closed, such as a book, scroll, or treasure chest. So it would have to be on something that,
But a
like a
treasure
doorway.
chest? Can you cast it in like a barrel that he's gonna break open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. I really enjoyed the idea
I
of
thought
that.
it was gonna work.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be
that
real
was
cool.
really
Oh, they used cure wounds. I see. Either way, it's fine. Fassbender is something that is obviously very extra, and Matt was not intending. So I'm fine with him kind of ad hoc nerfing it as they go, as he thinks through it more and more. So yeah, this is yeah. I'm not gonna nitpick Matt too much on it because it's just part of D&D. Sometimes you make a call and then you think about it a little bit more and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have made that call. And then maybe you make a slightly modified call later and then you talk about it afterward.
So you decide what triggers the glyph when you cast the spell. For glyphs inscribed on a surface, most typical triggers include touching or standing on the glyph, removing another object covering the glyph, approaching within a certain distance of the glyph. So you could place this in theory on the ground near where the treasure is being left and give it a specific trigger.
It can be maybe in a chest above Fassbender because he's gonna be buried, and then it can be triggered maybe when the dragon lifts it up. So
What exactly does it do? The glyph.
You can choose explosive
An
runes.
explosive room.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
that's cool.
exploding is really nice.
This,
Explosions.
5d8 acid damage, cold damage, fire, or lightning or thunder damage.
Oh, you get to
your
pick.
choice.
Whoa.
And everything within a 20-foot sphere radius around it.
20 feet.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't
Maybe-
worry about hurting
Oh my god!
Fassbender.
Oh my god!
It'll be okay.
You know what you could do? You can make it trigger if he gets above a certain height off the ground, and that way, if he's like over 20 feet above the ground, then it triggers, and then he's the only thing that would get affected.
Okay.
Well, it triggers at the glyph, so whatever's
Sphere.
near the glyph would be affected.
Sphere, ground, sphere.
So can we hide it
It's a glue.
in the loot?
You can definitely choose some sort of a small chest
Okay.
or the ground underneath the loot if you want to.
Okay. I'll find something in the loot, some little chest or something that I can put it in.
Okay, and what's your trigger?
If he starts to fly away.
Okay, so if a creature, the trigger would be if a creature,
Pulls the glyph up.
that's up to you.
No.
What would you like the trigger to be?
Specific.
If he removes something on top of it.
Okay, so
But also if he grabbed it.
so if
Or if it gets like above a certain feet in the air, can it trigger
you
that?
can say if a creature flies above it at a certain height, take a trigger. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Okay. So if he flies.
So I will say, generally, I honestly don't remember the exact text of Glyph of Warding. But my instinct, and obviously Matt has just read it, but my instinct here, and especially if my players were trying to like be a little bit more creative with it, because Glyph of Warding is a fairly high level spell, I'm down to let them be a little creative, is you can put any logic you want on it. You just can't use ands. You can only use and, you can't use or at all. So you can add more and more and conditions, make it less and less likely to trigger unless a very specific thing happens, but you cannot put any ors on it. That is definitely my general instinct. So I'll pretty much always allow the players to get more and more and more specific, because the more and more specific they are, the more risk they're taking to a degree. Like if they keep it general and they're just like a creature, that makes it more like coding logic, exactly. If they just say a creature, that is like much more likely to trigger in general. There's less of a chance that their spell slot will be wasted. There's more of a chance that like the spell slot will convert into an effect. But the more and more specific you get, the more likely you are to get your desired outcome, but it also raises the risk that it'll never trigger in the first place. And I'll give you a case in point. Within my mental theories, I think that Thordak is either undead or a construct. I don't think that Thordak as a creature would be considered a dragon. So, I'm fully down to let my players cast Glyph of Warding and make it to where, oh, this triggers if dragons step on it. And I'm like, oh yeah, for sure, yeah, hell yeah. And then that is because that just creates beautiful moments. You know, maybe not with Glyph of Warding specifically or this situation specifically, but that sort of mentality of allowing them to get more specific if they want to can create these beautiful moments where their expectations, like they build in subversions for you of all of a sudden they've given you the perfect opportunity to reveal a clue or a fact or a piece of lore without you having to like interrupt at all, because they want you to interact with the Glyph of Warding. So like that's one of your like struggles as a DM is how much do I interrupt them? How often do I give them hooks? How often do I, pull them along? How do I stop from lore dumping too hard? And so the more specific they get, the easier it is to environmentally storytell as a DM. Thordak walks over the glyph, it doesn't trigger. That's all you say. And then they say, what? Didn't we say it would trigger if a dragon walked over it? And you say, yes, you did. And they say, isn't Thordak a dragon? And you say, I don't know. It didn't trigger. I don't know. What do you think? That's my kind of shit. That's my kind of environmental storytelling. I kind of hate that. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. But that's my type of evil. Give the players all the rope they need. And they will tell the story for you. You just have to be willing to let them. He looks like a dragon. He quacks like a dragon. Exactly.
Your flash
no,
within 20 feet above it?
No.
No,
What do you want?
if it
I
is
want it to
lifted.
Yeah, I thought it meant if the glyph lifted in the air.
We'll make that one of the triggers if you want it to be lifted. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if the glyph is lifted by a
So it
creature.
can't be if he just.
Beautiful. Also beautiful. They're being, again, the specificity of this makes it more likely that if it does trigger, they'll get what they want, but makes it also more risky that they'll like lose a spell slot. And that to me is like definitional risk reward. And those situations are when I am down to modify game text. The moment that we get into deeper risk reward scenarios, I'm very down to ad hoc modify spell text. But I don't even know what Glyph of Warding says, and I'm down.
Just touches it?
You can do that, yeah.
Yeah, if he touches it.
But it might be better if he like lands and then we spring the trap.
And then he
It
tries
can
to
be a
get
thing
out.
if he tries to leave, it explodes.
If he tries to leave.
To be fair, Sputnik, I would say, to a degree, I would say it depends on the on the exact scenario, especially with something like Glyph of Warding. If their entire plan hinges on the Glyph of Warding, I can see that. Like if they set up like a Rube Goldberg machine to that all is triggered by this singular Glyph of Warding, and so nothing, will trigger downstream from the Glyph of Warding, I think that's fair. I would still probably let them do it just because I don't think I would be able to fight my instincts in the moment. But I would go and I would think about that during a break and be like, okay, I need to give them an opportunity to discover this sooner. Because I agree. If the effect is too large, I think that could be a bit scummy. But if it's just like the Glyph of Warding damage, it's just like a little, trap that they set. It doesn't like again, doesn't trigger a bunch of downstream effects, I'm down to let them waste, well, quote unquote, waste a spell slot. They're using the spell slot to learn something, which is why it feels all right in my mind. They're spending the spell slot and they're still getting benefit. They're getting knowledge. But if the cost is too high, like if the Glyph of Warding triggers all of these other things and none of those things can go off, then that can feel a bit scummy. So then my thought process would be, okay, I need to give them an opportunity to learn it ahead of time. And now we've created a new puzzle of, if they learn it ahead of time, they now know that their plan won't execute. So you just have to let them know with enough time to maybe correct for their mistake. Or not their mistake, but their lack of knowledge. So you tell them with, a minute, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever, before the intended trigger, and now they're scrambling. That's kind of like a mid-heist twist in my mind of like, they thought they knew the plan, but all of a sudden, the trigger for the plan isn't going to go off. One of them is going to have to go in and take some additional risk because they didn't have complete information. But if it's just a one-off trap, just let him. That's my mindset. Couldn't one just say, if this specific entity picks up this item, blow up? Sure. I think so. It's, yeah. So, but that we're diving even deeper into specificity. What if Umbrasyll doesn't come by today? What if Vorugal comes by today? And that's a twist. You can't, as a DM, it can't feel like you are contriving events to specifically subvert your players' plans. That feels terrible. So if we're just looking at this situation right now, and yeah, they said if Umbrasyll picks this up, blow up, and then Vorugal comes by for some unknown reason, no one has foreshadowed that Vorugal is there, that would feel ass. But if there's like a 50-50 shot, we've established already, like, let's go into the future in that hypothetical that I said earlier where Raishan and Vorugal are in the same general area. They could either, and then if they want to be specific about the entity and the wrong entity shows up, that then feels okay. But anything that happens that's a subversion has to feel like it wasn't invented for the purpose of subverting. It has to be something that definitely existed before, and like it definitely like makes back sense that it existed before, but they just didn't predict. That's the big thing, is you want to mess with their predictions, not necessarily like create things just to fuck with them. If we're fucking with players, that's when I roll invisible dice behind the screen. I don't fuck with them that way, yeah. Glyph of Warding Anti-Gravity, Glyph of Warding Prismatic Wall. My instinct is that that's really good, but I can't think of off the top of my head of the exact text of those things. It would be a real ass pull. Yeah, exactly. So this is the rope to hang themselves is a very, you have to be careful with it. Absolutely. But I think when it works, it can really work as a way to deliver information in a way that really engages the players.
Okay, so if the object is lifted off the ground, it's just to trigger.
Yeah.
Okay, and what type?
Just like this much.
Okay, you're doing
Just move.
Okay, and you're doing explosive rune.
Yeah.
What type of damage?
I want to do.
Would I know, is a black dragon, does it have any weaknesses?
You would know with your knowledge and specialization.
Such an expert.
It does not have any weaknesses.
It has no weaknesses.
It is immune to acid damage, of course.
So yeah, it's not going to be acid.
But that is the only real information you have.
Make it acid damage.
Listen to Grodd.
Maybe
Cool guy, he knows what he's
cold damage. I'm gonna go cold damage.
Cold damage.
What about
Alrighty.
Fassbender? Is he immune to any kind of damage?
I'm pretty sure he's immune to most kinds of damage.
No, it's
I'm gonna
hitting
cast
and
it at
slicing.
fifth level.
At what?
5th level.
5th level?
I think
All
that's-
right. That brings it to a 78 damage.
Damn.
Nice.
All right. That's hot. Well,
And what's your spell DC?
Fassbender's a tank. He's fine.
17.
If we lose Fassbender,
Yeah, he's expendable. Hopefully he
yeah.
survives. If not,
it would be cool if he's
good
survived,
cause.
but-
All right, good.
Can we fuse some chains into Fassbender so that he can be attached to the ground?
I can. Can I do that right now?
What?
I wanna take and cast a stone shape spell, and I wanna kind of open and almost make him like a chain harness that's kind of embedded into his waist.
Okay, as far as stone shape is concerned,
And then while I'm at it, can I patch him up? And then also while I'm at it,
stone shape is instantaneous. So whatever you want to do, it happens
real fast.
immediately.
Okay.
So essentially, you could, with one casting of stone shape, seal the wound. With another casting of it, you could then go ahead and have the chains,
Ready to go.
yeah, and just embed them in and have it sealed. How many chains are you embedding in him?
2 big ones?
2 big chains? Okay.
Like anchor
So you get
points?
2, the heaviest
All
chains
right.
that you could find.
Well,
which
how
is
about
quite
this?
Yeah, from the
Vex. Grab a chain.
Alright. These are heavy.
Okay, ready? On my go.
Where are we putting it? In his body? In
I'm gonna
his
kind of
legs?
shove him in his abdomen. Okay. Kind of
Alright.
right. I'm gonna kind of make a spot and just.
You take left, I'll take right.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Daniel, that was quick. Holy shit.
As she does that, suddenly the chest room kind of opens up into these 2 big
jeez.
cavities. You take the chain edges and put them inside as they seal around them.
That was disgusting.
There's now these 2 giant, heavy, like door-holding chains that are now dangling for about 70 feet on each end from his abdomen.
Where do we attach these chains to? The ground?
One to the ground. Put the other one in a Goliath's hands with a harpoon or a hook on the other end.
Ooh, good call.
Sure.
And snag our prey. And then we have a Fassbender hanging from the bottom of a dragon.
Okay.
Alright.
You can find some metallic hooks just through general construction materials in the town if you want to.
Yes. I think we should do 10 or 15 feet to the ground of chain and 10 or 15 feet to the dragon so that it's thunk and he's caught on the ground.
Just 10.
Yeah.
Just 10 to the dragon.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll sever the chains with Grog's muscles.
how
We need to
long?
get him the right distance. 10 feet
Into the ground.
into the ground, which we can.
Do it right now. Ready? I'm gonna do another stone shape spell into the ground.
You have to go around and find an area. 'Cause a lot of it's dirt. You have to find an area that has
And
actual
pretty
stonework
stone.
in the
Okay.
ground. Otherwise, it's just earth that's pulling it. Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Not bad. What's my survival? Ooh, plus 11. 24.
24. Okay. You take some time. It's about 60 feet out from where the drop point is the nearest piece of near surface stone. It's about 15 feet beneath the surface, but it is viable.
Negative. I will cast.
Wait, why can't it be 15 people on the surface?
But he's going to go up like a kite now because it's
He's
going
also
60
feet
all the way
away.
over there. Is where stone
I'm
is.
gonna burn. I did that earlier, but I'm gonna burn my last 5th level spell to do transmute rock again.
Okay.
So you said there was like dirt. All right, here's what let's dig a little bit of a hole real quick.
Okay.
So we go and dig a hole like 10 feet down.
Okay.
Put the chain in there. Cover it back up. Transmute. Turn it to rock.
Okay. And with
Big ass
that, the
boulder.
earth.
Big ass
boulder.
Okay. What is the radius of that one there? Let me see.
Cover this up. Whatever you're
It's a
doing.
stone.
With dirt.
And
with
treasure.
dirt. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay. So we transmute
Fassbender will be
rock.
partially buried underground.
40-foot cube. Yeah. You turn that into a solid fucking subterranean block of stone.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Yeah, I do.
And now you have Fassbender just there, stuck to the ground with a chain at his side.
Fassbender, lie down. Lie down.
Can I take my last little bit of stone shape residual kind of energy and take that mustache that Vax drew on?
There's not
Just and make the mustache permanent that he drew on with charcoal.
Sure, I'll let that. I'll let that slide.
Okay.
With the remnants of the spell magic fading, the now lying down Fassbender staring up with his kind of vacant, sunken, blue glowing eyes towards the night sky, the stars above. Your hand reaches across the face, and with that, suddenly
Say, I like this. I want to keep it. There we go.
the once charcoaled curly mustache recedes into the face, carved permanently to his face.
You look much better now, Fassbender. High five.
Give Keyleth a very soft high five, please.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
That'll probably boost
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah. It's okay. It's cool.
And
I guess-
okay. I quickly take that same charcoal out and I write in common on his chest, conclave or bust.
I'm going to go over to Keyleth and ask if I can borrow the rod of immovable rodness.
Hey, a media reference that that mega god. We love a Fallout reference. I'm in my big DM brain because we're leading up to a very how'd you say it? Pivotal, kind of moment within this arc. Everything up to this point has been preparing to fight the dragons. And this is reminding me a lot of a Monster Hunter campaign that I was a player in. And Monster Hunter, as a series, generally, is you fighting with a party of hunters against one monster. Already, there's some action economy shenanigans to where it's like, okay, like how do you work with that? And really frequently, the DM treated all of us like we were very proficient hunters, which was awesome. Like it made us feel very, very cool. But at the same time, there were several hunts where we locked a monster down to where its speed was permanently 0 because it was grappled. We knocked it prone so that it could barely attack and it also couldn't move. And then we just whacked it to death. And the reason we were able to do that was not particularly his fault. It was because we spent a lot of time preparing battle arenas, baiting the monsters into our traps. Like, we spent a lot of resources on each hunt. Like, there were reasons, and so the reward for all of our prep felt good. Like, it felt good. But the DM was kind of always like, man, like, I'm sorry that fight didn't really last. And we're like, hey, no, like, it was great. Yes, Sputnik. Yeah, very much so. The prep was the fun. The fights were just the resolution of the prep. But those were also for one-off monsters. I don't know how I would have felt. The campaign fizzled before we ever got to this point. I don't know how I would have felt if that sort of thing. It would be like we would spend like the first half of the session researching and preparing for the monster, and then we would fight it in the second half of the session. It was a very, very well paced. Like, we went into the campaign like knowing what it was going to be. It was a very tightly designed campaign. But if that sort of thing had happened where our prep got us 100% of the way through a boss, even a mini boss, a lieutenant boss, I don't know if I would have liked it as much. I can't say. I honestly can't say because I don't know. We never got to that point. But I do have the impression that I would not have wanted our prep to handle close to 100% of the fight for us. It was great on the day-to-day hunting. It made us feel like professional hunters. But it wasn't challenging. And I think that generally I want bosses to be challenging. It's like someone was talking about in Curse of Strahd sometimes has to be handled carefully because you can accidentally get too OP for Strahd, and then the fight at the end of the module is a little bit underwhelming. And so I find myself wondering again, because they are really preparing this battle arena. They are investing. Like, Percy made the whole trap. They're using Fazbender. Marisha's blown all of her 5th level spell slots on all this transmute stone. I want to give them a shitload of reward for that. But for a mini boss, I don't know where that line is. Is it 50%? I don't know if 50% is enough, honestly. Is 75% too much? I don't know. I think this is really something where I don't even know if I can predict it. I'm going to have to watch how Matt handles it and see it in retrospect, evaluate it in retrospect. But right now, you know, if I'm Matt in this scenario, outside of being in it, I can't think of what I would do. Because I want to reward the player's prep, especially when it's this heavy. But I also don't want to trivialize a very pivotal moment within the overall arc. So I don't know. But I think Thought might have itself been making a reference to an older thing. To me, that was a Doctor Strangelove reference. Oh, wait, he said conclave, not enclave. I heard enclave, which is a Fallout reference, not but maybe enclave is I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. What's up, Sue? How you doing? My DM brain is brainstorming all sorts of nasties to fuck with your party. Oh yeah. Yeah. Aren't there a lot of DRPG systems that entirely work that way? You spend 90% of your time doing the prep, and playing out the plan is meant to take almost no time. Yeah, I was just about to say on Theshel has the exclamation point Bitdy. But yeah, there definitely might be systems like that. Bitdy does the exact opposite, where it tells you it so heavily discourages you from planning, but then when you're actually in the action of it, like actually playing out the plan, you can flash back to planning that would help in the current situation. So Bitdy takes kind of the opposite angle on it. But yeah, there might be some TTRPGs like that. Yeah. I think for a boss, there should be elements out of your control. Improvising when things go wrong is fun. That's exactly what I'm thinking about, Sputnik, is like, what's kind of the cutoff point? What do I introduce? Because this is a pretty known quantity. Like they've seen Umbrasyll do this ritual. I don't think Umbrasyll has been tipped off, although that's maybe a complicating factor that you could throw in, is that maybe Umbrasyll was tipped off to the plan somehow by like some collaborator. Maybe. But yeah, now in my head, I am trying to balance what elements do I introduce out of their control that does not diminish their prep, absolutely rewards their prep, but still leaves room where they have to improvise for such a pivotal plot point. If they want to trivialize a normal monster or a relatively standard fight, I am all about it, if they invest in prepping for that. But for a mini-boss, at least, I agree. I think there should be something that they have to improvise on. There needs to be some sort of drama within the execution of the plan that they couldn't have prepared for. I just don't know what it's going to be for this. And I don't know where that balance is, which is tough. Writing on a bomb flying through the air is the potential Doctor Strangelove reference. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. You could give the boss multiple health bars and have the prep skip the first phase or more. That's kind of my thought process with talking about like bloodied, of like, you know, when 50% of the health is gone, then you basically trigger the next phase of the fight. I really like multi-phase fights. And so my thought process is, do I have this skip half of the fight, 2/3 of the fight, or 3/4 of the fight? Or not even skip, but trivialize. Like, when do I escalate the difficulty to the point where it overcomes their prep? My gut instinct is half, but they're using a lot of spells on this. So I'm somewhere between 2/3 and half, and I would have to trust my improv gut for that.
How big is it?
It's like that long.
Okay.
It's like a rung of a ladder.
Got it.
It's got a little button on the side.
Button on the side. Cool.
Like a Tron light bike.
Love it.
Yeah.
When are we gonna lay down the trap that Percy made?
As soon as he finishes.
Right now.
Yeah, we should set
It
the
lays
stage.
down. In theory, it has to be laid down underneath all the treasure, so that it is just nothing. And then we put everything on top, and then it basically gets set, and then pins get pulled so that it's set.
Okay.
And you
So right
don't
now-
disturb shit again.
Okay. so
Hey Percy, we're ready to fly in the trap whenever you are.
Yes, let's do that. Gentlemen, let's move it. Good work, ladies and gentlemen.
While you guys set the trap, I'm gonna turn into a raven. My job is done. It's pretty much here. I'm gonna just kind of go and circle while they're setting the trap and setting the stage and kind of do patrol and make sure we're not being watched.
Okay.
Jesus, the music. Okay, I'm not gonna pause for a second after this. But I agree, Daniel, and I should have been a little bit more precise. When I say skip, I do mean trivialize. I also like trivializing more than like outright skipping. I was just kind of conflating the two words. Because yeah, I think that if they still have to do the fight, but the prep trivializes some of it, they really feel the reward at that point. And I also see the 1/3. That is in the real answer to this of like how much do you balance it? It's a table feel thing. It depends on how much you want the fights to be out of their control. How much do your players like prepping? How much, like, if they love prepping and that's the part of it that they're really, really, really into, you want to reward it a little bit more substantially. If they're not as into the prepping but still do an amount of it, maybe reward it less heavily because it's not the part that they like spending a ton of time on. You don't want to reward something that the players aren't super into because then you get into a point where they feel like in order to play well or efficiently, they have to do something that they're not super into. Like if you reward prep way too much, they feel like they need to prep. And if that's not something they're about, then that's not good. So I think it's very, very dependent on what the players are into and the table. Hot take. Oh wait, the speed does not make the tense music any less test. Yeah, I know. Okay, we'll read Sputnik's hot take and then we'll take our hands off the pause button for a little bit. How would you feel about this? They do an amazing planning and all goes to plan. If things carry on, they murder your boss easily. In your head, you decide they will win, and you contrive a way to get the boss free, mess them up for a bit as though there's danger, and you have the boss die when it's climactic and cool for them. Okay. Let me reread that. I don't know if I got it. I'm gonna be real. They do an amazing goes. If things carry on, they murder your boss easily. In your head, you decide they will win, and you contrive a way to get the boss free, mess them up. Oh, I see what you're saying. So as the climax, they would beat your boss very trivially and easily, and it would die like a chump. So once you have realized that that's the direction that things are going, you make the actual like last hit basically a little bit of a fake out. Like, oh, it finally got free. It finally overcame your plans. Only to collapse over dead. I think that could be a bit of fun narration. I think that could be a bit of fun narration, but I do think that the feeling of reward will be mostly dependent on how trivial the fight feels, like what percentage of the fight feels trivial. So even if you do sort of a cinematic and cool kind of fake out at the end, that's just going to be fun. That's just going to be fun. And fun is fun. But I don't know that it will affect the feeling of reward substantially. It probably will affect it to a degree, but I don't know if it'll be substantial enough of an effect to consider when you're considering how much to reward them. But I think it sounds fun, especially if you're much more on the side of reward them even more for it, like reward them more substantially. That sort of fake out could just be like a fun moment. It could drive home the reward even more. But that's my take on the hot take. And I want to hear the tense music.
So,
They're setting the trap and setting the stage and kind of do patrol and make sure we're not being watched.
okay, make a deception check.
Music. Why this creepy music?
It's random, guys. Totally random.
Why is he doing his eyebrows up and down?
Because the fucking dragon's gonna see us right now.
16.
16.
No, sorry. 15.
15. You circle for a while and keep watch. So far, nothing seems to have caught your attention that's out of the ordinary.
Okay.
All right, so about half an hour passes before you see a group of civilians.
Okay, I swear I won't pause too much more. I just gotta say, what a great way to fuck with your players. What a great way to build up tension with absolutely nothing happening in the fiction.
Along with Percy wheeling on carts this large kind of ramshackle construction made of support beams from houses and metal joints that were used as basic construction elements, as well as these large metallic springs on multiple sides with hooks and elements of some sort of a chain-based net that has been kind of piecemealed together. Eventually you guys bring it over, you clear out the area.
Fassbender will lay on top of the trap,
Fassbender will lay on top of the trap?
right? He can't lay under
the trap. Under the
Well,
trap.
if it's like a mousetrap, can't he sort of lie in between it, Taliesin? How does it work?
Let's just kind of keep him right off to the side.
Oh,
Is it that trap
in
triggers?
theory, he should be able to sit right to the side because it's got
Let's leave him to the side.
Okay.
our armature spring system. So as long as you're not in the way of the armatures, you should be fine. So
Okay, so you set it up in a way, laying the sides down, precariously putting the pins in, holding it in an open position. You begin to take dirt, dust, and kind of gathering up into the area to try and hide to the best of your ability. Who is in charge of camouflaging this piece?
Go, Ranger, go. Go, Ranger, go, Ranger,
Make a
go.
survival check.
Which dice will I use? There's no way to choose.
Can I aid her in this bit of
You want to save me
camouflage?
some inspiration?
Can I inspire her?
Sure, we want to.
I'll sing. Ranger, turn and face the strange. Ranger, looks like you're gonna have to hide this shit. Time may save me, but I hope you also do.
31.
31. All right, you guys take a good portion of the next hour or so under her guidance and tutelage, hiding this entire trap, getting dirt, top layer of sand to cover it so it looks like it hasn't been recently disturbed.
Little dust of tracelessness.
Little dust of tracelessness to manage to fill in and kind of smooth out any of the ripples of any possible passage that has come through. Fassbender has been
Shed.
killed, buried beneath the surface, just to the point where he's pretty much flush with the ground of where it is.
Beautiful.
Contraption set. The objects placed back inside with some of the barrels and some of the leftover pieces of wood, one overturned cart. You go ahead and take the chest and you place the glyph onto it.
Okay.
Finishing, it takes a while to cast that spell, about an hour, but you complete it without an issue.
Make it look like there's treasure on it. I take some of the gold that we have and
Place it onto it?
a thin layer to where it looks like a lot of gold, but it's really
If
just,
it's
you
a
know, a
chest?
thin layer of gold over top of, like, rocks.
Okay.
If it's a chest, can we put some like the coins like sticking out of it?
Right, yeah.
You can do that. You can do that. It does cost you about 200 gold worth of components to do this glyph, so go ahead and mark off that from your personal gold supply.
Grog,
Fill it with cotton balls.
Yeah.
question. We sort of thought maybe we could, use Kevdak as like a tribute, like we've sacrificed him to the great shitty Umbrasyll. Is that his name?
Yes.
Umbrasyll, yes.
But it doesn't quite have the same effect without his head. Do you still have that head? In fact, I think I might have the head. Can I put it in my bag of coal?
You did, I believe. You gave it to her, I think, put it in there.
Would that be all right with you, Grog?
No.
Do you want? Don't you want to kill this dragon, Grog?
I want that head.
I don't have the head. I only have the gross bear tattoo off of.
Oh, that's right. I
Sure,
put the
you do
flayed
have
skin.
the
Yeah.
head. Yeah.
No,
the
I
head.
don't have the head.
Grog, I can tell when you're lying.
Oh, I don't have the head.
You're lying. Grog, can you maybe? You'll be able to get it back because we're gonna kill this dragon, and then you can just go and pick up the head and keep it again in your bag of holding.
What's the head for?
so that we can make it seem like we sacrificed Kevdak to the dragon.
What if you sacrifice me?
Well, what?
Yeah, like use me as bait.
We'd have to chop off your head.
No, actually, you know, we could just tie him to a chair or something.
Or I could just
Throw
put
you
my
on top
hands
of it.
behind my back.
Yeah, make it, you know, wrap some rope
what
to
if
make it
he
look like it's loosely done.
Bites and kills you.
Well, I don't know, but it's better live bait than dead, right? At least when you fish.
Nope. Nope.
Pretty sure that's true.
Nope.
Do you want to be bait, Grog?
Yeah.
Does it sound fun to you, or
There's
Kind of.
exploding things around here. Are you sure you want to be in this area?
Yeah.
No,
No,
you don't.
I don't. I will give you the head of Kevdak.
Oh my god! He took a look from Pike!
Whoa.
Wow, it's a powerful look.
I want it back.
You will get it
You'll
back.
get it back
You better promise.
I promise.
All right. You can
with
have
a
it.
bow on it. You'll get it back.
I don't want a bow on it. He didn't ever wear a bow.
No, I'm just saying it's a.
I take the skull and I like roll it to her feet.
Okay.
It's still got flesh on it, right?
Yeah, it's a little soft, but it works. So you have the head of Kevdak at your disposal. Trap is set. The pins. Percy, who's pulling the pins? What's the trigger mechanism?
The trigger mechanism is any weight shift. It's the same as the mousetrap. It's like you put pressure on it, you take pressure off of it. It doesn't matter as long as there's immediate weight shift in the platform.
Okay.
Where the booty is, it just goes snap.
Okay. So very carefully and very precariously, you all have set this trap as the final element aside from the camouflage. Is there anything else you would like to add with this very sensitive, large situation being finished?
I just have what?
Where are we hiding?
We're gonna hide in the trenches. Yes.
It depends on where you want to hide, I guess. Oh. Caw.
I'm gonna hide way up in the tree line. As long as I'm within range of my guns, I'm gonna hide way off in the tree.
Yeah, there were two trees that were kind of like
Within
80 feet, you said, or 60?
Let me try. Can I get the box of tree materials? That's okay.
Oh jeez.
Thank you.
You know, that box of trees that...
You know.
Are we near any structures or any houses or anything?
No, this is outside of town.
It's a
This
big-
is
it's a
an
big
open
open
field
field.
other than a handful of trees. And just to give you guys perspective right here, this is kind of the setup right now. This is the central area where most things have been dropped. There are pieces here. If we want to put into perspective here, the glyph lies over in this area.
Okay.
Most of the treasure's been placed in that area. The trap, we'll say, is set about in that area, with the central piece being the triggering mechanism.
And then the trenches all around.
Look, I know that there was a momentary beat, a little moment of silence, and I know that DMs, as the attention seekers that we are allergic to silence, but perfect. Perfect transition of they're prepping. It doesn't matter where things are. We're talking generalities. It's like, okay, they're all talking about things in relation to each other. And then we transfer into Percy is like, I'm going to be at this specific range. And Matt starts saying, okay, just to give you guys an overview, this is the general setup. Here's the treasure. Here's the glyph. Here's these things. Perfect transition. Perfect moment to start drawing out the map. Big thumbs ups. Big thumbs up. That's my goal. That's what I strive for, is that sort of transition. It looks so minor, but that was like perfectly placed for me. Also, I was writing about this during the interaction, but that roleplay segment between Grog, Vex, and Pike is like, it's a sequence that I personally was worried. It's the sort of thing that I think that Matt has interrupted in the past by calling for checks. I put it there, deception, insight, whatever. And I've, kind of moaned a little bit of like, that didn't need a check. We're rolling too much. But that's exactly how I like it. Grog's being a little lie. He's being a little coy. But that is just, it's obvious, I think, to everyone. And they just work it out. We don't need a roll to know that Vex can read Grog. They've been together for, well, I guess I don't know, but at least a year at this point, adventuring through thick and thin, life and limb. I think she can read him in minor situations like this pretty fucking well. So yeah, big ups from me on that one. As a fellow low roll DM, big agree. Yeah, that's like my ideal role playing segment. Not like crazy long, especially I'll say my ideal role playing segment within like a larger sequence. So like obviously you have segments where, you know, they're like in downtime. I'll bring up Winter's Crest at Whitestone again. Those role-playing segments are going to be way longer. But when you're prepping, like injecting those little moments of roleplay between the characters and not fucking around with any rolling, it's perfect to me. Absolutely perfect. I only adventure through thick. Sorry, no thin for me, Chief. I know that people say we're thick as thieves, and that's true. We're just a couple of dummy, stuffed, steely boys. That's not a Megaphone Man original. I saw it on a meme. Let's progress.
That?
The trenches are down in this area.
Okay.
And I see the trenches. Are you saying they're covered or not?
They are covered.
Right, so the tunnels, not the trenches.
Okay. The tunnels.
Yes, where is the opening from the tunnel? Where would you like it to be?
On the top
far.
There.
Away.
And the other side?
This side over here?
Make it 50 feet at the most.
I want to be more than that. I'd like to be like 100 feet away.
You want them to get there in
100
one
feet away
turn,
that
right?
way?
You want to be able to get there like right away on surprise attack. Spring right out of the ground as soon as that trap
I
triggers.
want to say, in theory, I think if the trap is it'll make enough of a ruckus that anybody in those trenches should hear.
Right, but it's more about the proximity of the exit to the trenches.
Yeah, okay, hang on. What I'm thinking is I've got like kind of a circle that I've carved around it.
Yeah, around here.
And then there's like a tunnel that shoots off this way, and there's an entrance that'll go that they can walk in and get into their places.
And then the
You want them to just burst out then?
Yeah, the ground above it
I've
is-
made it really thin like I did before. I kind of carved it nice and thin
Okay.
to where they can...
Okay.
Now, I don't know what Matt's going to do here. So I want to say this before he does anything. Given that this is close to like my ideal arrangement of like doing the prep without a map and then transitioning into the mapped phase, they are now having to place things that they did. And I think this is good. This is absolutely my preferred. Get a general sense of what everyone's doing, the general effects. You know, we're doing shit with Fassbender, these tunnels. Get a nice cohesive picture as a DM and as a table, and then place all of those things on the map. Now, the caveat is that you have to treat it with soft hands as a DM. You have to treat it with soft hands because at this point, we are pretty disconnected from when they did all of that. And we don't want to go back and relitigate it. I don't want to make it feel like, you know, they came up with a plan and I said yes to their plan, but now that they're actually like putting it on the map, suddenly it's a no. That can murder the pace. It can bring down the vibes. It's not a good way to accelerate into a combat. So the one caveat to like this type of paced thing and this type of placement of things of like when you get out the map and all that is that when we get to this point, you gotta have soft hands. You gotta not hold on too tightly and maybe say yes a little bit more often than you naturally would as a DM. Because in the players' minds, you've already said yes. You've already said yes earlier. And that was great for the pace. We got everything done. Now we're just placing it all. But now if you say no, it can potentially make us go through that entire sequence again, especially if the plan is remotely complex and has certain factors that are dependent on each other. If one of like the first factors in the chain is something you say no to during this segment, now we have to like go back through the entire thing. Luckily, most of the stuff here is relatively independent of each other, so I don't think that having to relitigate the entire plan is too much of a risk. But I am worried that hardcore Matt that's been getting yelled at on Twitter is going to be a little harsh here. And I understand. I get it. But I'm kind of curling in at the anticipation. It's interesting that you said you liked doing the planning with no map. For all the reasons you're talking about soft hands, I usually prefer to plan with a map. It's definitely, and that is, I prefer it because I think it keeps the momentum and the pace, and I think it keeps really nice investment, and it helps with creativity and ideas if people aren't too worried about the exact location. Keeping it abstract, I find, helps with promoting creative problem solving. But yeah, it does have this potential downside, and I think you're totally right, Daniel. If you are worried about this downside, because it is not negligible, this is a non-negligible downside to this sort of style of planning and prep that you have to keep in mind if you're going to use it. If for your table, your players, your style, that downside outweighs the benefits, you should absolutely plan with a map the whole time so that you don't have to go backwards. Basically, going backwards is the enemy. It's gonna fuck your pacing. It's gonna fuck the vibes. You want to go backwards as not often as you can. I'm down to do it like one turn, a one-turn retcon, no problem in a combat. But if it's more than like 10 or 20 real-world minutes, going that far back is not good.
Okay. So the entrance will say is back here then.
I don't know what that means.
I thought we were all fall filing out of one hole.
So that's what I was getting beforehand. So the intent is for them to push up and out.
Unless you guys think it would be better.
No, I feel like
that's
they
the
gotta
best
burst
idea.
out, yeah.
Okay.
I was confused.
It's gonna be kind of cool, like Night of the Living Dead style. God, orcs coming out of the ground. In my mind, it's really awesome.
In your mind, so many things.
So many things. So many things.
There we go. Just block everything. All right, so
That's the only.
we have entrenched areas in this vicinity as you around it.
Gonna be in the trench too.
What's the last things you need to prepare for the evening is done?
We need to have a
Hero's Feast. I have a couple of questions. One, so I asked this outside, but I just want to make sure. So it says in the rogue section that longsword is something that I'm proficient in, but there's a rule somewhere that I can't find that says I can't use that for sneak attack.
To find the specifics on this.
On page 95 it says I'm proficient in longswords,
Correct.
but somewhere else that I'm unaware of. No surprise, motherfucker.
I think this sort
You
of
must
the only way
use-
to use it as a
The attack must use a finesse or ranged weapon.
So that's not a finesse weapon.
Longsword, I believe.
No,
so.
wait.
Let me
No,
double-
we were this longsword was being used as a finesse weapon.
It has been
We
used?
we had this discussion at one point. We decided that this longsword was a finesse weapon, or could be used as a finesse weapon.
Aloha.
Hello.
It's versatile.
In Hawaii, the longsword is a finesse weapon.
Oh man. So like on the surface, I like adding keywords to weapons that don't normally have them. Like on the surface, making a longsword a finesse weapon. Cool. But when you have so much shit, so many magic items to keep track of, that you really have to have players that are really good at keeping track of this stuff and really know their rules. And I know that ultimately this is just kind of a remnant of the Pathfinder days. And it's kind of like, what are you going to do? But it's just tough. It's a little unfortunate that they have this many stacked mechanics and they have to look through so many things to determine what works and what doesn't as they're trying to learn a system. That's hard. It's actually something that my BitD players, when we were all learning BitD, they came to me after the second session, or they didn't come to me. It was during I've mentioned the like recap, or not recaps, the after session talks that we have. We normally talk for like 10 or 20 minutes afterwards about like how the session went. After the second session, one of my players said, "Hey, can we scale back the magic?" Because BitD like has straight up magic, but it's kind of weird, and I really liked the magic. It was very like poetic and thematic, and I was like really leaning into that, but it was really confusing my players. It was really confusing them, and they were like, I don't know how the magic works, so I don't know if you're being poetic or if you're like trying to tell us about a mechanical effect. And I was like, that makes sense. Yep. That totally makes sense. So I scaled back the amount of magic in the campaign. And I think that there's kind of a similar thing going on here where it can be tough to layer so many aspects of the game on top of each other when you're trying to learn it, which is just, it's hard. But it's good to keep in mind when you're learning a system, which I think it's cool. I think more and more people are going out and learning new systems nowadays. But it's something that I learned firsthand and I'm witnessing here. Of you want to try and scale back when you're learning a new system. There's some materials like mithril that's long established to make armor lighter. I could see special metal longsword function like a short sword for weight. Oh, absolutely. It's a cool item idea. It's just with all of this stuff, when Liam can already barely remember his sneak attack rules. It's not a remnant of Pathfinder days. It's a remnant of older editions of D&D that rogues are proficient with longswords. Oh, I'm talking about them having this vast variety of magic and or modified items. That's what I was referring to with Pathfinder. My brain would demand there to be a reason a longsword worked weirdly, but this one's easy to justify if you wanted to. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, you could very easily just, yeah. Especially since there's no like weapon degradation, like condition mechanics in D&D. Yeah, you can just have it be made out of a weird material, and so it has weird properties. Yeah, base weapons are fairly easy to modify. It's just when you have so much else going on.
There's a beautiful view out of
Just want to know in advance.
I would say, stretching it thin, we had agreed it was a finesse weapon for use, meaning as a dex-based modifier for you to use for the combat specifically of this. When did this discussion happen? I'm trying to recall.
This happened when we did the sword, when during the sword trade. We were discussing whether or not I could actually use a sword.
Longsword, right?
And what that would be like.
You can say no.
Because we were having the conversation about not actually take strength with the sword. And I've been on.
And there's an even lower layer to this of, to me, it sounds like Taliesin is conflating Matt saying that he can use dex versus finesse. Those are different things. Finesse means that you can use strength or dex. But if Matt just says, treat this as a dex weapon, that doesn't necessarily give it the finesse keyword. But would I expect a party and a DM that has not been playing D&D for that long to know that? Obviously not. So yeah, this is a weird one. This is a very weird one.
I've been using it as a dex-based sword, which is, but
This is a tough one, but it's not a tough
I
decision
don't
to
remember
subscribe to
specifically
Loot.
for me.
I knew that's where you were going. There was no doubt.
We really need it though.
I would say because it is part of the intent of the weapon that the longsword, while it may be circumstantially used as a dex-based weapon for that purpose, it is out of your realm of expertise when it comes to using sneak attack. So
Totally
no,
fine.
I would not be able to sneak attack with that.
Lovely. Still, I'm going to take off my boots of haste, and I'm going to.
Yeah, I mean, make a decision quick. You can relitigate it after the session. So yeah, I don't know what decision I would make there as Matt, but I think he took about the right amount of time of like talking back and forth with people, and then just kind of thinking, being like, okay, this is how I'm running it, and the players are doing a good job at just accepting the argument, accepting the ruling, and moving on.
I'm going to take off my cloak and see if anyone else wants it, and I'm going to start attuning the. Can you use this?
What is it?
Circlet?
What's
Would
that?
you be able to control Fassbender?
Instead of shooting arrows?
No, you can. No, you just say Keyleth, so you just say zap, and he just does it.
Yeah,
until you tell him
it
to
takes a
stop.
concentration. It takes your concentration, so it takes.
Well, it takes an action to.
I'm trying to speak in character, all right?
What do your boots of haste do, and what does your cloak do?
They will
Out of
double
curiosity.
haste. Well, I want to see how much I'm giving up here. Haste will let you double your speed. You'll get an extra. You'll be able to do one more thing when you're doing things.
I can feel the Twitter rage in her words. I can feel the scars from getting yelled at about metagaming in that. And it's tough. I think the only reason that Matt even clarified is because she accidentally used another mechanical word with concentration, and so he's like, well, actually it's an action, and she's like, I'm just trying not to metagame. I don't want to get yelled at. Oh, that's tough. It's not icky in terms of interaction at the table. It's icky because I feel like I saw an insight into the environment. In my most recent game, I had given out too many magic items, and the power of the group was creeping too much. I made a puzzle where magic items had to be placed on anvils, and the magic would be removed from the item to turn something else on. I think that's a great. I think you want, that is sort of solution to be optional or to feel like a trade up to the party. But absolutely, yeah, using magic items as like a fuel source that like drains their magic from them in order to like get something else, I think is a very valid way to pare down the amount of magic items that they have. I think it's you're taking something from them. So, they're paying a cost. So you have to make sure that the reward feels like it's worth it. But I think that using magic items as a cost is super valid, especially if you feel like they've gotten too many. It's also interesting to me how many things are getting grouped under metagame. And I don't think they are wrong. I think that's what the bad Twitter was saying. Talking about the table is not inherently metagaming. I fully agree. Yeah, and we've had plenty of metagaming conversations. I think at this point, chat knows where I stand. So I just feel for him in this moment, especially in the past like 10 episodes. I've really felt the effect of the audience on how they behave at the table, and it's very interesting.
I don't know. Scanlan showed me some sort of potion.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds great, Ross. Yeah, I'm making a few assumptions here, but that sounds like he made a very difficult objective achievable through like a big, huge one-time use thing. So it's like trade in these permanent but smaller buffs for a massive but temporary buff. As long as the temporary one is sufficiently massive, I think that is perfect. I think that's beautiful. Yes, they're making an effort to be better when they aren't doing anything wrong, really. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, anyways. Exactly. Yeah, that's big thumbs up, Ross. Yeah, I love that.
I'm assuming that was a potion of haste.
I've been
Oh,
wanting to
I gave
go-
the potion of haste to Grog. We both found these 2 potions. Grog has the potion of haste if anyone else desperately needs it, and I certainly don't need to be any smaller, so I've given the potion of reducement?
Diminution.
Diminution to good old Vax here.
And it's funny because part of my idea was to go in with you, but I know that you have to do it to folk of your own size. But if I were little Vax, I could go with you.
Shit.
Why can't you keep your boots on for that?
Yeah, honestly, spellcasters don't. It's not as beneficial for us to have haste. It's better for.
That's
sword
true, but I'm wondering if anyone wants Fastbender. If I'm going in, I'm not going to be able to concentrate on that.
Well, it depends on when you're going in.
We don't know.
Because if you
Give it to Vax. Give it to Vax.
if you focus on Fastbender and tell him to just attack or to cast slow, he will do that until that dragon is dead. He will just
know.
continue to do that without you having to focus on him.
I know. I just don't want to miss a shot to go into the belly of the beast with my little buddy over here.
Does it have to?
That's so trite.
We were born to
Does
do
it
this.
Does it have to attune to me?
It does.
Does it have to?
So if you already have 3 objects attuned, you'd have to
I
keep one out.
can't wear the circlet, dude.
All right, I'll wear it.
Percy?
I could definitely. If you could take that haste potion, and I might take the boots, because speed would not be a terrible thing to have, because then I can shoot more.
I'm gonna take this sword, and I'm gonna leave the Deathwalker's ward on me. That can't come off anymore. And the circlet. So the boots are up for borrowing, and the Displacer Cloak is up for borrowing. Displacer Cloak makes you very hard to hit
That's good.
anyone, and the haste will haste you. You know.
What does the cloak do again?
Disadvantage on physical attacks against you?
Yeah.
Until you get hit. And then once you get hit, it fails to work for a turn.
I'll.
I might take that.
The cloak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna
All right, I'll
take
take
the
the-
belt off.
No.
You're gonna
take
lose
the
your
belt?
beard.
It'll just fall off.
You don't know that. This shit's in there tight.
All right.
I take the belt of Dwarvenkind and I put it in the bag of holding, and I put the Displacer Cloak on.
Okay. You will be losing 26 hit points to your maximum hit points if you do it.
What? Wait, really?
Your Constitution, or no, it's +2, so you'll be losing 13 hit points in your max hit points.
I can take off my ring of
Never
spell
mind.
holding that I probably won't
Constitution will
be
go down
needing.
with
I can
It's
take
fine,
off my
it's fine. We
braces
don't
of
need-
archery too and put something on. Which should
What do
actually-
those do?
They just give me a +2 to damage rolls.
You're wearing a cloak, so if you wear the boots, you can
Yeah.
click them in.
You were right.
Do
Sorry.
Alright, I'll wear the
Nope,
boots.
I took it off.
Give me the boots.
You got them.
I'll
I'm putting the boots on.
Boots of haste?
Yeah.
All right.
and I'll take the cloak, I guess.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna take off my spell slot ring.
Let's have a
and
feast.
I put my goodie but my oldie circlet on.
Wait, who's wearing this?
Let's have a feast. Let's have a feast.
I am.
Let's have a feast.
He's still wearing Fastbender.
Alrighty. So, you guys
Let's
prepared
have
for
a
the
feast.
evening. You make your way back to town. Where are you having your feast?
Isn't there a central place that we've killed Kevdak at?
The mayor's,
Yeah,
the mansion,
The house.
big mansion,
right on the
whatever
square.
that place is called.
Okay.
the Margrave's house.
The
or whatever.
Margrave. Yeah.
All right. So you find your way to the Margrave's town square. There, you can see a number of the remaining herd of storms are sitting around small fires in the center of the cobblestone. They're all now war painted up. You can see there's like smears of various dark charcoal or crimson liquid smeared across them in patterns. There is a brimming tension of coming battle. You may do your hero's feast if you wish. You can feast up to 12 creatures as
Can
part
we
of
do
it.
more than one feast?
I can also do a feast if I cast it at 7th level. But
can do
fuck
what?
it, I'm going to sleep, so it doesn't matter.
Say that again.
I'm
You need
casting.
to do you're gonna do 2 feasts?
Pike and I are both going to cast Heroes Feasts, so that way we can feast 24 people total.
All right.
So tell Kevdak. Sorry, fuck!
Zanror.
Tell Zanror, his finest warriors.
Plus
Is
Avarice
And Abjurist NOJA.
Abjurist
and
NOJA.
Old Davin.
And his wife. Warrior wife.
So make sure we have Zanror, and make sure we have his wife, make sure we have his like druids that he mentioned. He mentioned there were like 2 to 3 druids. Whatever she said.
Magic users are clerics.
Magic users or clerics.
Subscribe to Loot Crate.
Trust me.
You do have a
Let me see.
Abjuris and old Davin included.
right. Okay.
That piece
So-
of shit.
So, that being the case, you guys have your meals in the center of town. Summon forth grand heroes' feasts, 2 side by side. The chosen soldiers step up and you all begin to feast upon your meal. The taste is great, but you're all distracted as the energies of the divine enchantment of these food items fill your body and steel you against the coming fear. There is still the concentration in your eyes. You all look off listlessly in the distance as you finish your food. It's now just pushing past midnight. Everyone seems to go and find themselves to rest. Tense sleep before them. Anything else you wish to do before you go to bed?
Rise at sunrise, at dawn. Rise at dawn.
Before we do that, didn't you do something that gave us an extra amount of hit points before Kevdak?
I have Shield of Faith that I can put on somebody. Will that last for 24 hours? It's up to 10 minutes, so I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What you're thinking of is aid, and that lasts for 8 hours.
Oh.
That's the one that gives the additional hit points that he's mentioning.
Okay.
Does the Hero's Feast give us additional hit points?
2d10.
Oh, 2d10 additional hit points?
2d10, and you're immune to poison, fear.
Do we all roll it or just?
It's temporary hit poits. Mention that too.
Yeah,
There's
temporary.
a separate pool.
Yeah.
So 2d10 additional hit points. You want to roll, Keyleth?
Yeah, we don't
Oh,
all.
oh, jeez. Oh, man, come on. Let me not fuck this up.
I roll 2?
Oh, that's not bad. 14.
14. That's not
14 from me.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll say the 14 goes to your group, 12 goes to the rest.
Yeah.
Cool.
For the purpose of this. So that's a separate pool. 14 hit points come off first before anything
Okay.
else.
If it's midnight, I would take aid just in case he comes in the moan, and if he doesn't, no harm done. You rest up anyway, right?
Say it one more time, sorry.
I wouldn't mind taking aid in case he comes in the morning. If 8 hours pass, I lose it anyway, but you rest up
Do you
again.
want to have it for the night?
Yeah, just in case he comes in the morning.
Well, I'm assuming we want to. When do we want to be at the trap? It's dawn?
At dawn.
At dawn!
Just before.
Yeah, before first light.
Before first light.
Around
light.
noon, he said.
So we need to be awake at dawn in places by 5
Yeah,
a.m.
buried and hidden creatures. So each target's hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5 for duration.
For each level of the spell. So if you cast it at higher levels, it gets more.
Question.
How do you want to cast it?
I can cast it at a 5th.
Wait.
It's the highest that I have now.
Oh, that's
Rock out.
8.
Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
5 times 5.
But it's, yeah.
You'll lose it when we wake
Yeah,
up.
well, you want it for tonight?
No.
Oh, it will hold for
You
8
gotta do
hours,
it.
right? Or
8
do I
hours,
lose it?
yeah,
in
but
the
the
rest?
long rest is 8 hours. So.
Yeah, it'll go away.
I'm
Let's
just-
wait.
Well,
Sex.
what time of year is it?
What?
It's
No.
it's winter cresting into spring. So
Okay, so we have long nights. We have long nights right now.
We need to go.
Winter
Let's
cresting
sleep.
into-
All right, we're going
So
to
let's
sleep.
sleep for a good
Alright.
6 hours?
Yeah.
Good
Solid
sleep,
6
good sleep.
hours?
6 to 8 hours.
Set our alarm clocks.
We set our alarm clocks.
You run on a pretty consistent schedule being a ranger.
I wait till everyone falls still, and then I scrabble over to you. Are you awake? Yeah, you're awake.
Yeah, no, I'm staring at you.
I don't know if it's the food you made or the fact that we're gonna die tomorrow, but I want to kiss you. And I kiss her.
All right.
For a while.
Okay.
Good night.
Did you use your tongues?
You're asleep.
How does she have? She sees everything.
She's a witch.
The only way.
Did you see the broom?
Evening's rest comes to fruition. You guys wake up as the very distant, dull blues of first morning light begin to crawl across the distant mountain ranges. Dead silent is the morning as the rest of the herd begins to rouse and armor up. You hear
So, if okay, we'll ignore the just did it, didn't ask about it. That that's. We've already talked about that aspect with other kisses in this Critical Role campaign. I will say, and Theshel is kind of tracking onto my train of thought. If we're talking about wanting a quick reminder of your subplot without wanting to dive into it in too much detail, that's the sort of interaction that I think of. Not exactly that. Oh my god. But yeah, that's the, when I think of like we're about to die, I have this, subplot that I would talk about in this moment. That's the sort of like reminder, not I want to dive into it, that I think of. Whereas the longer conversation, to me as a DM, signals I want to dive into this subplot a little bit more. Now, I've played with a pretty wide range of players, and I've found that to be relatively consistent, but it's also not exclusive. That's just kind of my internal instincts at this point. But yeah, he's just speed running. And I think it fair enough, Ross. This one feels odd to me because yeah, and Theshel is sort of beating me to my words. This feels odd to me because while I am confident they're talking about it off table, the actual presentation of it feels very one-sided. Like Keyleth feels very passive in it. And that would be one thing if Keyleth was more of a passive person, but she's like a pretty active participant in most scenes of import. Now there's a very charitable reading of that, you know, when it comes to the rest of her life, Keyleth is very active, but she feels uncomfortable with romance, and so she's specifically more passive. But like even in the conversation that happened earlier, she kind of transitioned away from the romantic talk and into the god talk. And that could absolutely be read as social awkwardness around a very particular topic, which absolutely, you know, exists. But man, it comes off odd. Comes off weird to me. Yeah, interesting. More evidence that he was trying to rush for pacing reasons. Yeah, I don't think that there's a ton that needs to be read into. I don't think it like says anything about Liam. You know, it's just it's definitely one of those moments that I just look at and I'm like, oh, that's a little weird, and definitely is. It will come up in my brain if I am thinking about potential sequences within my games, which is honestly something that I didn't really identify before I started watching Critical Role on stream. I'd never watched a substantial amount of an actual play, and the sheer amount of like going into it, you know, if you're just going into it for like, you know, light entertainment, watching people that you like, I don't think that this, you know, necessarily comes off. But if you go into it with the idea of like, I'm going to try and analyze this, try to think about how it applies to my own games, there's just a lot where it's like, I don't even need to necessarily know why that doesn't work, but I know it feels weird to me. And I can avoid that and potentially not put my foot in my own mouth during a game. And that's not really something I thought about as like a large factor of actual plays. But it's definitely very present, especially, you know, when I'm engaging with it like this. He said, I want to kiss you, and I kissed her, but yeah. but they're at over 2 hours with no fight yet. So yeah, I mean, it's why this is this is a 4-hour session in total time. Yeah. I also perhaps generously read his for a while, as I have wanted to do that for a while, rather than I am deciding the kiss lasts for a while without your input. But that's certainly not clarified. Yeah. I mean, I think the rushed nature and brevity is very apparent within it. So I'm not, I don't know that, there's the well is that deep. Yeah. But I definitely think you can learn things from it. Skipping in. Oh God. I saw Jack Bar's comment. Oh, thank God. I didn't have any dropped frames on my end. Whew. Okay. We're staying strong. Yeah. Whew. Mercury deals with the DM's GF label and potentially in-game Keyleth could be minimized as Vax's GF. Certainly a risk. Very, very much a risk. Yeah. And that is definitely something that on a like full retrospective, like when we talk about like campaign 1 after the fact, you know, when because I'm sure that I'll do probably multiple retrospective streams after I finish campaign 1, and that's certainly a factor when talking about like it as a media project. I think there's a little bit less risk there at your own home tables, but I mean, still very much a thing. I mean, the DM's girlfriend originated at home tables, so that risk isn't gone, unfortunately. What up, Meninius? How you doing? But watch your own highlights and do one for each arc, maybe. Okay. I need to take a quick pee break, and then I will be back as they wake up. I wanted to make it to the long rest before I took a pee break. And I will be back soon. Oh no, Erdmont, it's still there. I'm more things are falling off. It's delightful. But I switched off that ISP, so not my problem. It sucks because I'm still the one that, like, I talked to my neighbor about it, and he doesn't want to be responsible. He's like, well, you have the construction ticket. And I was like, well, no, I had the construction ticket, but now I don't. But I'm basically at this point just trying to do my neighbor a favor by coordinating it. But anyways, I will be right back, and we will see what happens next. Goodbye. And boop. What up? Hello. I was watching for when my mic unmuted. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Let's make it happen. I'm excited. I'm excited, but also nervous. But I think that's also partially because this fight has been also building up for me for like 2 streams before this. So now I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen?
The gentle clank of metal against metal as armor and weapons are gathered. Food is being prepared and cooked and eaten without a word being spoken between them.
I just want to make sure that we're going around and passing out all the chains, attaching little hooks and jabby things and grappling hooks.
They know the plan.
They know the
that
plan.
as soon as
Yeah.
he lands on the ground, everybody springs up and.
Yes.
Everyone springs up and hooks in.
Question: if the trigger for that is they're going to be underground.
The trap should go.
So if they hear a big clank, that's
Hit up
go.
and out. Yeah,
Okay.
regardless
Will they
of-
know that that's a big clank?
I'm sure it'll be pretty loud. There might also be an explosion.
Okay.
So.
All right.
All right. With that, Zanror. Zanror, after having this discussion in the Margrave's kind of war room, this makeshift war room in the center of the front foyer, agrees. Not to worry. Make sure the men have known. We'll sharpen the hooks sharp enough to dig into Dragonhide, hopefully. We'll hold taut. And the moment that creature breaks free, weapons are to fall on it. Very well. He puts on the rest of his armor. Everyone's feasted for the morning. We've lost Talisman.
Don't worry.
It's like
His work is done.
it's like
He
it's
made
in-
his trap. We're good.
I think it's in the internet in Hawaii somewhere.
Let's do this.
All right.
Right when I wake up, I'm going to try divine intervention.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want?
Hold on just a second.
Hey man, it's as good a time as any.
So divine
Does it
intervention.
last for a while? What is it?
Yeah.
Divine
I read
interventions
about
they gave
You
one.
used it before.
Yeah.
No, it's never worked.
worked.
Yeah. Then when it showed up.
That's
No,
something else.
no.
Oh, really?
It never
That's
worked.
that was I thought that
was
was
the-
intervention. I thought that was divine intervention that made the guy shut up.
No.
So,
It's never worked.
so
Holy crap.
divine intervention, it's... There are elements of it that could be preparatory.
Thank you, GZ Misfit. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I've said this a few times. I'm so happy to be back to making it. Which, if you're catching up, you might not even know, but there's been some issues the past few weeks. So I'm very, very happy to be back to making it. And again, everyone, knock on wood, because sometimes we've gone 3 hours without a drop recently, but not a lot. So I'm knocking on wood again, but the stream seems to be doing well. Better than Talison's. Better than Talison's. Everything works better in the Gummy streams. Me too. Oh, I'm so... And I will say, I got pretty bad sleep last night, and I think it was largely nerves. I was like, I'm normally not anxious for stream, but after such a long absence and with having put in so much work to try to solve it, I was just like, oh God, I hope it works. So I'm coming, and I don't know why I'm coming back to myself is what I was going to say, but then that didn't make any sense, and then I stopped in an unfortunate place. Anyways, I had to refresh 3 times. Okay, I didn't drop any frames, so hopefully it's just human Ineos. But yeah, I'm all that is to say, I'm happy to be back. What state are you in? I feel like you've said before, Illinois. Used to be from Kansas, and I was in Kansas. That's where I grew up. But now I'm in Chicago. Yeah, I like Chicago a lot. But I was not I shouldn't say I wasn't expecting, but almost all of the ISP lines in Kansas are underground. There's not a lot of above the ground lines except like out in the rural areas. And so I'm really not used to that and the potential disruption from the above the ground lines. That has been a little bit of a, not culture shock, but like a change that I wasn't expecting, you know? In my mind, you were in Boston. Any medium big city that isn't my medium big city is a whole one category in my head. I get that. I absolutely get that. I am. We actually were thinking about Boston when we were debating where we were gonna go when we were moving out of Kansas City. And we were thinking about like Chicago, Boston, Austin, Washington, D.C., a lot of the medium to big cities. And ultimately, we chose Chicago for the public transit because Chicago is probably the second best public transit in the... I shouldn't say probably. It's worse than New York's, but New York is dummy expensive. So Chicago has a really nice, like, it's still more expensive than Kansas, but Kansas is very economical. So it's like the price to public transit ratio was the best we could find. So that's why we ultimately chose Chicago. And then we sold our car and now we're here. I'm an engineer for an ISP. Ah, interesting. That's an interesting job. Networking is not my jam. I salute you. You are necessary and I could not do your job. I read what state are you in as what kind of state of mind. I'm in a Chicago state of mind. I'm in a New York state of mind. Fuck yeah. My public transit is probably worse than yours, but I managed to use only public transit for about 9 years. Public transit is boss. Yeah, it is. I'm very not used to it because Kansas City's public transit's really bad. Like as like a cohesive solution. So I'm very not used to it there. But Chicago's is fucking amazing. The only thing I wish is the way that Chicago is set up. It has like downtown where there's a loop of tracks and then all of the other lines spread out in a spider web, but there's no like outer connective ring. So if you want to get from one train line to another, you either have to take a bus, which is a little bit slower and more inconsistent, or you have to ride your line all the way into downtown and then take the line that you actually wanted out of downtown. So sometimes it's a little on the inconvenient side, but you can always get there. So I can't complain too much. Didn't Kansas City recently get a tram line properly going? Kinda. Yeah, there's a streetcar that's been getting put in. Right now, I think it goes about 20 blocks. There are three cars that go up and down it during the day, and it's a straight line, basically through the main downtown thoroughfare, and it's slowly extending its way south out into the suburbs. But development is slow. There's solid support for it, but not enough support to make it go fast. So it's not to the point where you can like really utilize it, but it's getting there. I'm crossing my fingers, especially after the World Cup. I'm really hoping that the influx of tourists from the World Cup puts a lot of pressure on more public transit solutions in Kansas City. I don't have any plans to move back to Kansas City, but I still have plenty of friends and family there, and I want them to know the wonders of transit. Yeah. But it's a lot more blocks than a lot of cities. Yeah, they're getting there. It's very sad to see the old tram line chart. Oh man, the tram line used to be so robust in Kansas City, and they tore a lot of it out in the like 80s and 90s. But it's getting back there. Kansas City's a cool city, especially if you're economically, strained. It's got pretty good cost of living. Like apartments are cheap, houses. I mean, no house in America is cheap right now, but cheaper in KC. You can go pretty far out, and like if you're down with driving, the highway system's pretty solid. So I liked growing up in Kansas City. I still have good opinions of KC, but I'm a Chicago boy now.
It's by the nature of it, it's more of a sudden prayer of desperation. It's one of those things where the effects can range. It could be something that's immediate. It could be something that's long. They're understanding that. Acknowledge when would be the good time to use it, whether it be now or later. Depends on what you're requesting, what you're praying for.
To come help us kill a dragon. So
that.
Okay. Let's go and roll a percentile dice then.
Oh my god! What do I have? What
This one?
Roll
This
2d.
one.
Roll 2d10. Well, you may have a dice that has multiple numbers.
I do. Here's another one.
So-
This is the
Just
percentile?
looking for
Yes,
one
roll that first.
Divine hammer.
That first. What'd you roll?
What do I need to roll?
I believe you need to roll under your level. So,
Oh.
well, what did you roll?
I rolled an 80.
Yeah.
Are you level
never works.
81?
So, as you call out to Saren Ray, the boundaries and barriers that keep the gods from directly interfering with this realm are particularly strong this morning. And while you feel her glow upon you, her warmth and protection guiding you to victory, there is not more within her strength or sphere of influence she can grant you at this time.
Damn it! I
Leave
don't
him.
feel her warmth.
Oh. Leave a message at the sound of the tone.
All right.
What else would you like to do?
Just go eat.
All right, so food is had, begins. The sun has come up. The hour hits to the 9 in the morning time. You're looking at about 3 hours till.
We need to fucking get everybody out there and have them chill in the...
Wait, what time is it?
That's 9.
8 or 9.
Sun's risen.
Son of a bitch, we overslept.
No, we've been up since
Get out,
dawn.
we need to get everybody out
Watch
there.
the sunrise. You ate.
I
Everyone's
thought we were
prepared.
trying to get in places before dawn.
Yeah, well, we're moving now. It'll be fine.
We're doing it.
I hate it when I oversleep. Let's keep
All right, the rest of you and your troop, the rest of the herd, make your
Okay, for a second I thought that Marisha was being not in character mad, but then she turned it funny. No, but what I really paused for, I want to know an even more fun fact, Daniel Grace. Kansas City is 2 different cities. Bigger one is in Missouri, but it's also 2 different metro areas. And Kansas City, Kansas's metro area is bigger than Kansas City, Missouri's. So there are more people in the metro on the Kansas side, but the actual Kansas City, Missouri is bigger and where all the shit is. So it's Kansas City's great. I got lots of it's a fun border beef. The thing that I always think of is my dad every year without fail complaining that the snow plows are slower on the Kansas side. Because he grew up on the Missouri side, and so he's always like, the fucking snow plows are so much slower over here. I wish we lived in Missouri. And then I'd be like, you don't wish that. He's like, you're right, I don't. But yeah, Kansas is cool. It's, most of my family is either in Kansas or from Kansas, or some of them are from Missouri. We're big Midwestern folk. But it's very the hour outside of Kansas City is a nice range, because it's like you can get I know a family friend that rents a place. It's not an hour outside of Kansas City. It's an hour outside of Wichita, which is the actual biggest city in Kansas, if you don't count the KC Metro. It's an hour outside of that. And if I remember correctly, she rents a 3-bed, 2-bath townhouse with a fenced-in backyard for, I want to say $800 a month. It's stupid cheap. It's under 1,000. Which will just be painful to anyone from even a slightly large city. But it's if you're willing to live a drive from a city, you can be real cheap. And so especially like a lot of my family are big like outdoorsmen and women, big hunters, big campers, big hikers, big fishers, Lakers. Lakers is a basketball team. And so yeah, they just live like way out in the country, live stupid cheap and spend all their time outdoors. Don't have to work too hard. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid life if you like being in nature and being at home. If you don't want to do either of those two things, it would probably be torture. But all of them are very, very happy. Yeah. Read on Wikipedia, but I don't understand. That's a fun fact to know. Yeah, it's great. It seems like a lovely place, but also sad disinvestment stuff. Yeah, the governing bodies are complicated. But I'll gladly claim Midwestern at this point. Yeah. Anyways.
Way north. The few people that have stayed behind in the town, the few stalwart, stand outside as you all march by, and they all acknowledge, not bow their heads. Some get down on their knees and pray for you as you pass, as you quietly make your way outside of Westruun into the plains between the dotted tree-hit landscape towards the drop point. The herd makes its way under the tunnel beneath the ground.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
All right. So they are now beneath the area. They are situated. There is the entrance tunnel off to the side that is currently visible and open from that portion. Do you wish to close or hide that tunnel?
Yes, you have to.
Sure. I'll,
I'm going in that
I'm
tunnel.
gonna hide it. Can I?
You can hide it? Yeah.
I'm going in the tunnel too.
Okay.
Scanlan,
For the purposes of this,
where do you want to go?
Rog, you have hidden.
I don't want to go underground.
You don't have to go. No one is obligated.
We're gonna go up in a tree.
It's like 80 feet away.
500.
As long
Let's
as
go 200 feet away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up to Scanlan, and I'm gonna cast Death Ward on him.
What?
Okay.
How far away
What's
are
that
these?
If you drop below 0, you go back to 1.
Once.
Just
I don't need it. I'm okay. I know that you're very worried about me because of our love. But
take it.
So Scanlan, you have Death Ward on you. You are by this. You are now up in this tree here.
I don't
And
need
then
it.
I'm going.
Jinxed it.
I'm gonna cast
Should we also
The
do
light.
Protection from Energy,
Oh, here it is.
Acid,
Okay.
onto Vax.
What's the what?
She's gonna put.
Vax actually already has resistance to acid
I'm
because of
gonna
the armor.
cast it onto Vex. Oh, thank
Okay.
you.
Common mistake.
So Vex, currently you have resistance to acid as long as concentration remains.
I also cast protection from energy, resistance to acid on Grog.
Rog, you also have resistance to acid.
I'm gonna stay in this cluster of trees with Scanlan.
Scanlan over here. Okay.
I'm gonna be up in a tree.
You're gonna be up in the tree.
Different tree?
Yeah.
I think we should all be in the same tree, guys.
No, I'm gonna be in a different tree.
Okay.
Can I use my perception to see if, you know, how hidden everything is?
We'll say up in this tree. You want to be up in this one over here instead?
Yeah, something far, yeah.
There we go. It'll be in this one.
Okay. I think Percy wanted to be in a tree too, and like at a distance.
Far away.
Alrighty. We'll say Percy is over at this one here watching his trap, hopefully spring. So,
Vax is with Scanlan. Stuck like
I'm gonna
glue.
throw up.
alrighty.
I kind of want to be.
Trinket in your neck piece? Alright. Where do you want to be? Did you want to cast your aid spell on anybody before this happened?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Matt, we're more than 150 feet away, yes?
Some people, like
Some
the
people.
trees
I'd
are
like
like
to
80
be.
feet away from the stuff.
This here? This is
I would like to be more than 100 feet.
about 70-ish feet away. It's right here where these trees are.
Okay.
You're about 50-ish feet.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Aid on Keyleth.
I will say, I don't know if I actually ever got the chance to talk about this on stream. So that process that they just did, of counting, counting grid squares between these two. Okay, it's about 70 feet. when I tested Daggerheart, when I tested the intro adventure on stream, in my reflection on like how that one shot went, I was like, yeah, the ranges, I'm a bit lukewarm on them. I don't know. Maybe it's just the digital tools, whatever. I ran the intro adventure as a head-to-head with me and Paige, and the ranges felt great. Like, I'm not going to lie to you right now. We, at the very beginning of the session, I got physical items for all of the ranges, and I told, Paige, like, okay, this is short range, this is long range, whatever. And when we actually built the map, when we built the battle arena, being able to just grab a physical object, like, look at it and be like, okay, is that the range, was very fast, very slick, and I actually liked it a lot. I liked it more than I thought I would, and easily like light years more than I liked it digitally, like online, which does go to support something we kind of talked about in the retrospective of a lot of Daggerheart doesn't seem to be made exclusively for playing in person, but definitely there are certain aspects of current Daggerheart that in-person players will benefit more from. And I would say like range is one of those benefits that an in-person table will enjoy more than an online table, which was very interesting. I was not expecting it to be such a stark difference for me personally. Yeah. One of my DH players is a war gamer. I told him DH used ranges and he pulled out measuring tape from his belt loop. Hell yeah. He's used to it. He's ready. Well, and that's I think the thing, like, you can always, measuring things out is something that war gamers are very used to. But it was really nice to have just four measurements, so that basically you could preset measuring tape or the equivalent of, and it made the process so fast. Like, I didn't have to do a thing on the measuring tape. I didn't have to find 50 feet or this many inches, whatever. I could basically preset all of those things. And then, most of the time I could eyeball that it was like, okay, it's between one of these two things, grab an object, okay, it's that range. Like, it was just so fast. It was surprisingly fast to me. So definitely, yeah, like I said, something I don't think I ever actually got the chance to talk about on stream, but was very apparent to me.
At what level?
Fourth.
Fourth level. Okay.
What's that give me?
That's 15 additional hit points to Keyleth.
Additional or temporary?
Temporary, additional.
Fuck yeah.
Keyleth, who else?
Yeah.
Scanlan again.
Scanlan. And
Why don't you do it on yourself?
Yeah, do it.
Do it on yourself.
Do it on yourself.
Okay, I have low hit points. I'll do
Gotta
it.
love yourself.
I forget.
Gotta learn to love yourself first, man.
15?
yeah, 15.
Keyleth, can you help me?
Scanlan.
You cast it again, or are you just happy with those people?
Keyleth.
Scanlan.
You can cast it
Yes.
multiple times if you have spell levels for it.
I'm gonna need help, Keyleth.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna need help.
Do you talk like that when you get nervous?
I know a little bit about dragons. I don't know a ton.
Oh.
Can you help my knowledge of animals in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, correct, Admiral. Yeah, it's one of those things that like I definitely remind players at my table, but it's a pretty common thing. Although I might have missed it. Was it from aid or was it from a different spell? Because aid increases your max HP, but yeah, multiple temp HP pools do not mix. You pick the biggest one that is affecting you, and that's how many temp HP you have. It was max HP. There we go. So max HP, if you increase max HP, that does stack with temp HP. So much fun, so complicated. Max HP is definitely better because it can be healed. Like, you can interact with it a lot easier. Temp HP normally costs less to acquire, but you can't stack it. Wish I could max HP. Yeah. Was it just me or the stream froze a bit? I saw nothing. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I know that everyone else that mentions the buffering is also hoping it was just them. which is a real funny situation that we're all in. Is someone like buffers and they're like, "Oh, please let it just be me." And we're all on the same side. We all just want it to be us. Except for me. It seems to be going okay. Cross our fingers.
Some sort of a check, I don't know. I just want to make sure that I know everything I can know in the moment when checked.
Can bards inspire themselves?
No.
No.
Here's the thing.
At high levels, you can.
Can't you, like...
Theoretically, I could enhance your ability. But it's a concentration spell, and I've already protected from acid against
Never mind, I'm fine.
So.
All right.
What does your cloak do? That I put on?
Disadvantage on attacking you.
Like melee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Until you get hit.
Until you get hit, and then it's gone for the round, but resets for the next round.
All right.
Only melee,
So-
not spells, yeah?
Here we go, that's right.
Great, okay.
I don't know.
At
Fuck
this
some
point in
dragon
time,
shit up.
Ask a man.
I think, sure.
Kevdak approaches.
Jammer.
Ha!
I did it again.
Contagious. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Well, they look so alike, you know. Apple doesn't fall far.
Zanror and two of his Goliaths stay there waiting with the offering placed at its designated spot.
Shit. Can't believe we're doing this.
Any last minute preparations?
Nope, let's do this.
Grog, where are you?
I'm down in the tunnel.
Under there with the rest of us. I want to be in the. Is that where I am?
Well, wherever you want to be.
I want to be in the.
In the trenches?
In the trenches. All right, so make your way into the trenches through, kind of pushing past all the rest of the herd members.
I hide the hole.
We'll say, for purposes of the spread, so everyone knows where they're all
Everybody
hidden
knows they need to
currently.
not move at all and be completely
Be quiet.
I'm down everything.
That's right.
Hide
Yeah,
you in the
Grog,
middle
Grog's
of
with them.
She's the golden bullet, man.
I'm just gonna hide.
I'm with her.
I'm not gonna be a hero.
She's not
She's with
moving.
me.
She's holding
I'm
still.
not gonna be here.
She's with me. I'll throw her out of there or something.
Yeah.
She doesn't clank if she
Chunk
doesn't
the shit
move.
out of her.
man.
Actually, I
See me shining with my shiny.
You're right. We need to
Armor.
be stealthy up in the trees.
I come over the earpiece in the calm of battle, and I say, if things go terribly, terribly, terribly wrong, rush to this cluster of trees. I have ways that we can get us out.
Thanks.
Okay.
Roger Dodger.
I feel like I should say something inspiring, but I don't have anything, so
How about fuck shit up?
fuck shit up, as Grog once said about 2 days ago. Okay.
Running off in this tree. Beneath you is NOJA, invisibility spell, and vanishes behind. Beneath the ground here.
Ow.
This is stressful.
Off the
Ooh, we're going into 1x. I will also say, I normally would be a little critical of this severe White Room combat, but honestly, to a degree, it's kind of like with this much stacked preparation, I don't know that I'd want to introduce too many more variables, which just kind of goes more towards like the closer we get to this. Obviously, Matt has his own plans, but the closer we get to this, my mind is going to, okay, I want to reward all of their prep. We're going to quasi-trivialize the combat here in the White Room, where they're just surrounding it and wailing on it. And then when it hits 50% HP, hits bloodied, it breaks out, it flies away, and we have probably the intended combat with the nice battle arena and the lair actions and yada yada yada. But Umbrasyll is severely weakened by the fact that they did all of this. And they now have like they are just like giving chase. It's having to run away. That's where my mind's going. If I'm coming into this, we'll see how Matt goes with it. But that's where I'm going with this. What's the point when your players are just molding the terrain themselves anyways? A bit, yeah. It's like at this point they're making tunnels, they're fucking chaining in Fassbender. It's like, yeah, you probably don't want to introduce too many more complications to that. I kind of agree, yeah. Noja goes invisible and just starts running. Noja's actually Vorugal. Dun dun dun. Brrrah. And she sees them just decimating Umbrasyll, and she either transforms and interrupts the fight. That's how, dude, what a crazy theory that is. They find... They just exclusively find villains in jail. They find Noja in the jail. That's the real identity of Vorugal, because the only other time they've run into Noja was when she saved them from Skysunder. But I don't know why Vorugal would save them from Skysunder. So who knows about that? But that would be a kind of wacky and wild twist for how Umbrasyll gets out of this. Is at that point, if Noja is secret Vorugal, at that point, I would probably let them get Umbrasyll even lower. I would probably let them get Umbrasyll down to like a quarter health. And then have stealth Vorugal, like Noja transform into Vorugal, but also slip in a couple of things where like Noja's doing some things that aren't like outright malicious, but are like kind of weird. You know? To where they're like, what the fuck are you doing, Noja? It's like someone throwing a challenge in Survivor, and their team is like, what are you doing? And they're like, what? I don't know. That'd be crazy. Is it nearly 3 hours already? First time watching. I'm kind of shocked. The fight is just starting. Yeah, it's 2:38 for them. Yeah. How does he do it? How does he do it? Noja being a woman isn't even buried. Oh, right. I forget that Noja's a guy. Yeah, I do forget that. I don't know. Yeah, in my head, Noja's just a feminine name. We talked about it the last time I think that I made this mistake, is that I think it's the ending, but Noja's a guy. I can remember that. Yeah, I did forget about that. But anyways, that would be a little wacky and wild, that they just keep finding these villains in jail.
Aside
Oh my god.
is your good golem friend hidden in the dirt.
Fassbender.
So, quiet sets in. The gentle, distant wind of the midday sun begins to stroll through. As it's quiet and quieter and quieter still, you can hear the gentle bristling of high grasses against themselves. The tension causing the muscles in the back of your shoulders and neck to knot up. Watching the sun slowly crawl to its zenith. You look up, those of you who are able to see, and you see a dark shape, a shadow, dart off from the top of Gat's shadow. Circles around, past you, towards the city. Comes back. Growing larger and larger as it does. As it comes within the vicinity, it drifts up with one large beat of its wings and lands into the center of this vicinity. As it hits the ground, there's a tink whoosh, as giant claws made of wood, metal, and rotten, angry hooks slam up out of the dirt, sending a giant cluster of dust just filling the vicinity. It whoosh, wraps around and slams. You hear the smashing of metal and wood in a low guttural roaring. The dust has filled the area, and for a brief moment, you have no visual on what's happened. As soon as that hits, everyone around you in the tunnels bursts through the dirt, smashing through as the tunnels begin to collapse inward. Also,
Nope.
Oh shit!
I need everybody to go ahead and roll initiative.
The treasure? Not yet, not yet.
Oh my god. Which
Come on,
dice do we
meteor
use? Which
die.
dice?
Don't dick me.
Green. Lucky Jade. Lucky Jade.
Matt Colville, this is on you.
I do love as much shit as I've given Tal. I do love watching a player enjoy the fruits of their labor. That's one of the core joys of being a dungeon master, is facilitating a plan gone right, or a plan gone wrong if it's fun and funny. Is just like seeing Tao fist pumping, so excited that his shit worked. It is like kind of an irreplaceable feeling. Like I can't think of another time that I get that sort of feeling in life.
It's not you, it's me, Liam, it's me.
Alrighty, and
Now we go
Not good.
serious.
Doesn't matter, Liam, yours doesn't matter. Mine does.
Did you use yours not good? Son of a bitch, it's not! Son of a bitch!
It's okay. We got this. Pike's gonna win the fight for us. Hey, can I use luck for initiative?
Huh?
Can I use luck for initiative?
what's it say for the ability?
Doesn't matter.
I know here. I mean, it counts.
So it's up to you. You're the boss. I love you. You're the all-seeing eye.
No, but the feast gives us the advantage on all initiative checks, right?
Actual ability check or saving throw. Technically, you get +2 to ability checks, correct? The thing from your. I take sure.
Hi,
You
Barbie.
can roll initiative if you want.
I get +2.
Here.
What's the exact same number?
Son of a
You use
bitch.
luck point, and your initiative is what it is.
Yeah.
So, starting from this point in time, everybody,
To fight.
we have 25 to 20.
22.
Yeah, girl.
20.
Right,
Fuck yeah,
22.
bro. Fuck yeah.
Bailey hands in the house.
Vex, the herd actually rolled really well.
Yes.
And then
Good.
I've heard.
Grog. All right, 20 to 15.
19.
Yes.
19 for
Percy.
Percy. That it. Ninja. 15 to 10.
Big 10, which if you think about it, rounded is like 100.
Also big.
Also, if I'm interpreting what Matt just did correctly, I love it. He said the herd rolled really well for their initiative. That's me assuming that he rolled a single initiative check for all of the herd, which A+. A+. It's so much fun to have all of these allied combatants, and you do not need to roll initiative for all of them. Roll one initiative, use it for all of them. That's the herd's turn. And that will be faster at the beginning and much easier to run throughout the combat. Yeah. I can't even fathom rolling individual rolls for the herd. I have seen it done with this many combatants, and it sucks. Roll and name. Roll for and name every herd member. Have a list, you coward. Put them all on the initiative tracker and make sure I can tell them all apart. Oh my god.
Big 10, which if you round it twice is like 1,000.
Neither of those are true.
No, not true at all.
The true make out.
13. Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah. That's good for you.
All right. 10-5.
Big 5.
Big 5 right there. Scan and hold them at the rear. There we go.
Gosh, plan B indeed.
All right, so at the top of this surprise round, I need Vex to go first.
Oh my god, Vex!
Oh, my shit, Vex.
Vex, you're
What are you
first!
gonna
You're
do?
first!
Am I first?
You got, no, he has
He's got
Pathfinder.
Fassbender. I guess I'm just gonna shoot it. Do it.
Do it.
I mean,
Do
what
your
else can I
thing.
do right now?
You do you.
All right,
man.
my boots of haste have been clicked.
All right, so you are now hasted. You now have an additional attack action per turn.
Badass.
I don't like the word my
I'm
so
gonna
much.
hunter's mark him.
All right.
Wait.
Voice cracked.
Yeah, because I'm still hidden in the tree, right?
Correct.
Okay.
As far as you know. Hunter's mark on Umbrasyll.
Okay, I'm gonna hunter's mark him. I'm gonna shoot him with my longbow of Sky Sentinel.
Okay.
So
Yes,
I'm gonna
queen.
roll.
Yes, queen.
Go for it.
Last queen.
Now he's surprised, so you actually have
Advantage.
well, advantage because he didn't see you. So yeah.
Okay.
He can be
So the first
The first one is 12 plus 15, so 23. 27.
27 hits.
27 hits. Good to know.
25.
25 hits.
5 hits.
And 23.
23 hits.
Okay. So those are so those are regular attack plus lightning arrow attack, right? I all of a sudden forget how it works. Plus 1d6 per arrow, 1d6 plus for the hunter's mark, and then 1d6 on the first one for the sneak attack.
Yes.
Okay. Plus the regular.
Testify.
Okay.
Where's up next? Rock.
Who's up next? Let me go.
Still.
31 on the first arrow.
31 damage?
Yes.
Nice.
5 is 7 plus 5 is
7 plus 5 is 12.
12. 12 plus 9.
21?
Okay. And then
24.
You're not getting additional sneak attack with the 2 hits.
Right, I know. I lost one. 18. I think 18 was the last one.
Alrighty.
Okay,
That was
so
your strike sentinel
that was
attack.
my first attack.
Correct.
My second attack, I'm going to shoot him with one of my dragon arrows. Should I waste it on him?
No, of course he's a dragon. This is it.
I have 2 of them. I've been saving one, but I'm going to use one on him.
Alright.
Okay.
That is not a kobold.
That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. I have never seen a more distinct example of too good to use syndrome. Of we are fighting a dragon that we are worried might TPK us. Should I use the dragon slaying arrow? And Scaela just goes, yes, it's a dragon. This is the moment for that specific weapon. There's other dragons. Oh my god. I have never seen a more potent example of too good to use syndrome. Should I not use this thing for its exact intended purpose?
Lay into it.
This is still advantage because it's still surprise round, right?
Sure.
Okay, 24.
24 hits.
Okay, so that's still my hunter's mark thing. And then, I have a jelly belly in my thing. And then that's 10d6 additional damage.
What?
For the dragon arrow.
Surprise round doesn't give you advantage, but you were hidden from the top of the round, so you have.
Oh, okay. So an additional 10d6 damage for the dragon arrow.
Go ahead and roll damage on that.
No, 60-10. Sorry, my mistake.
There you go.
Just got one shot the dragon.
That's my sister.
He all just dies. Like,
I'd be alright. I'd be alright with that.
60-10, 1,
Julia
2,
Roberts steps out and says,
3,
I love my life.
4, 5, 6.
Matt, can I turn around and see Keyleth and Vax making out in the tree behind me?
They are. They are.
We're not making out. There's just a
now
trickle
I'm
of
going like
wind
this.
going down my leg right now, man.
Yeah, I'm like for the lady.
22, sorry. 24 plus 10 is 34, plus hunter's mark is another 4.
Alright, 38.
38 on that attack.
38 points damage on the dragon slaying arrow.
And then my third attack, I'm going to use the blazing bowstring.
Okay. So
Queen, yes.
you guys are right, it's over 100 points of damage. in one
Yes,
round.
yes.
Shit.
Enjoy those boots.
Do I still get advantage because I'm still good?
No.
Okay.
At this point in time, I'll say you've definitely made yourself known.
20.
Did she... So did she haste... Okay, I don't want to dive down too much into the details because they don't ultimately matter. But Hunter's Mark and Haste are both, and clicking the boots are both bonus actions, I believe. Unless she did one of them before the combat actually started, which is possible, I suppose. Depending on how long haste lasts. I don't really remember. The boots don't take a bonus action? Clicking the boots doesn't take a bonus action? For real, for real. Okay, shit, never mind. All right, go with the minigun. Hey, you're the one who watched. You're so right. You're so right, Robin. You can change weapons during your turn. No. Like, if we want the real answer, Meninius. No. But, you know. It's kind of one of those like shrug moments of like, especially if someone has more than one you know, magic item that they want to use. It's a really commonly stretched thing, especially because from my I would have to go back and read the actual text. From my memory, It is okay. Yes, you can draw a weapon as part of the attack action. So theoretically, she could drop the first bow. So she could start the attack action, shoot the first bow, drop it, pull out the other one as still part of the attack, but you can only do this takeout as part of the attack once, and then shink shink. But that's weird, and it most of the time only matters if you're doing like a throwing weapon build. So the majority of the time, it just kind of gets smoothed out. It's definitely something that you like can be strict on, and like it definitely is something that like if you're not strict on it, it does power people up. It like especially if they have multiple magic weapons. It can be a non-negligible buff to allow them to like very freely switch things. So I think it's, I don't know. I think it's mostly up to you on whether or not you want to litigate it. I like to, if I give my players something, I want them to be able to use it. And then I kind of just scale up challenges if I need to. So that's one that I don't worry too much about most of the time. That makes sense, set threshold to me, but yeah, it's weird. It's all very odd.
Technically, you should have advantage of the other ones.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
20?
Arrow splinters across the hide.
Oh, back 20, no good.
Okay, wow.
21 or 22 or 23?
23
All right.
was
Staying there?
23 hit.
4 hit.
23 hit.
23 hit.
So you gotta remember.
I'm gonna
20 miss.
just sink down into the leaves. Yes.
I was
Try to
happy.
hide better.
Good job,
You
Arnold.
have no actions to hide, but you're in a tree. All right. Finishing turn the herd now. It's going to go.
You rogue over here. You rogue.
Come on.
What's gonna happen?
Rodeo clown. Rodeo that
Up in
thing.
here.
Come on,
Stay back.
fucking Goliaths.
Oh, Rubendy's going to stay back here and aim.
Oh my god.
Oh, they can't even get in. There's so much.
Chains out.
I'm trying to duck behind like some branches so I don't have like he doesn't have direct line of sight to me, okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
What if this was all a trick and they actually worked for him? Oh god, we're all dying. We're
What?
gonna
What? What are you talking
It was all a trick. They work for him. They're gonna kill us all.
If I was New York, I'd slap you.
We're much closer than you ever will be.
Get a hold of yourself now.
Throwing chains up, some of them leap up and like jab the actual hook into the side and try and pull back. Having a hard time piercing hide. It's real strong, we'll say.
I'm in the tree doing this to Scallon.
Some of them can try to like swing the grapplings around the ankles.
Yeah, some of them are getting ankles. So go for
Don't
the
distract
ankles.
him. He's adding.
Yeah.
I got this, don't worry.
Don't piss him off. Don't piss him off. Don't piss him off.
All right, we'll say about
Give them strict instructions.
about 8 of them manage to actually get it into the hide. The rest of it either bounces off or can't find purchase. And this guy just scrapes down, but the rest of them trying to hold it down. We got him! We got him! And they're holding back. The archers all take aim. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Great example of a time where I would I don't use percentile dice often. They don't come up often. But this is actually a decent example of a time where I would probably abstract the herd's hooks into a percentile dice roll with a passive negative. So like it would be like, you know, like percentile dice minus 20, percentile dice minus 40, however you want to abstract the challenge. And then use whatever the result is after you apply the negative modifier, and that's the percentage of the herd that manages to sink the hooks in. Is probably how I would go about this. I'm not sure exactly how Matt's determining the exact numbers because it doesn't look like he's rolling for them all, right? But yeah, rare time where I would utilize a percentile dice.
Misses.
Questions?
Oh.
Did we give the chain attached to the fastbender to one of the Goliaths?
Oh, never mind. It does look like he's rolling for all of them individually. Fair enough. It's honestly, if you're not also rolling for damage, you're just rolling attack rolls, just a d20 over and over again. You have the modifier stored in your head. It doesn't take that long to get through. I would still prefer percentile dice type deal, but not too bad. Especially, this goes back to an old conversation we've had of the benefit of, and the detriment of more or less rolling, where Matt's solution right now, where you just like roll, you are much more likely to get both failures and successes. Like, you're more likely to hit that average value than if you rolled 1 percentile dice roll, like I'm suggesting. That could be much more swingy because you're just rolling the dice a lot less in that scenario. So depending on what you're going for, if you want it to be like this feeling of like, you know, a slow build-up, you want that kind of more average type feel, rolling all those d20s is definitely a way to achieve that. As opposed to like the percentile dice, which like might make like 70% of them connect the hooks instantly. And that might not be what Matt wants to go for here, you know? I like Sky Flourish's rules for this kind of thing. I am not aware. That sounds interesting. Rolls a 1% minus 20, 19 of the hooks embed into the other herd members. Yeah, a fucking critical failure, a crit fumble on percentile dice, yeah. 10 minutes behind, catch you up on 1.25, got my SCOTUS news. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look into that afterward. But yeah. There's very much positives and negatives. I would say the thing I really wouldn't do is do both d20 and damage rolls. I personally think that's too much. It's going to slow down the pace too much, like doubling that. But if you can just really quickly go through like a bunch of d20 rolls and just count up successes, that can go pretty fast.
That was the idea.
But having to like calculate and like add up damage, wouldn't be what I would do.
It's buried in the
One's
stone.
buried in
To
it.
the stone, but one has to go on the dragon.
That's what we planned.
That was the idea. All right.
Well, he's got an extra chain handy for when he wants to use
Tell
it.
Fassbender to use it.
Oh no. Okay. Cool. Cool.
That's 2 hits for all the arrows. All the arrows are just smashing against the hide of Umbrasyll. No effect. That is 7 points of damage. And 8 points of damage. Those arrows make it through.
Good for them. Good for them.
That's their round. Grog, you're up.
I'll go into a rage. And I would like to run up behind him with my blood axe and make 2 reckless attacks against him. Yes.
Trying to keep him on the ground.
He's got it. He's got a whole strategy. He's street smart, this guy.
Intelligence of 3.
26.
26 hits.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. 28.
28 hits.
This one. So that's 23 with 3 points of necrotic damage.
23 points of carnage. Add an on top of that.
Oh, that's part of it, yeah.
So 23 already.
And then the second one. 22 with 1 point of necrotic damage.
Gotcha. Whack! Whack! It's a tough hide to cut into, but you're making small hacks into it. You can start seeing the damage is possible, though it's a lot to cut through.
Yeah.
This is a very hefty, very old beast. All right.
With my bonus action,
Oh.
could I drink the potion of fast nuts?
Haste.
Potion of speed. Yeah.
Well, isn't it a bonus action to go into a rage?
I believe you're right. Never mind.
Next time, guys.
Gotcha.
Pretty sure it is. We'll check real fast.
Nerds.
I think you're right.
Nerds. Nerds here.
Checking
Nerds.
myself in. No, it goes. It's fine. Yep, bonus action.
All this.
All right, so that's your turn. You're up, Grog. Percy, you're up. You're way behind the dragon, hiding by the tree side.
Aloha, cousin.
Okay, I'm going to cast Hex on the dragon.
All right, hex on the dragon.
With a disadvantage to all strength checks.
Strength ability checks. Okay.
And I'm going to hold my turn until the dragon's turn.
Okay. What are you just gonna hold until it does something?
I'm going to hold until it does something, and if it does nothing, I'm taking my attacks, and if it gets away, I'm taking my attacks. I'm just taking my attacks after this.
Okay.
All right.
First of all.
Alrighty. It is now
Ooh.
Noja's turn.
Oh, good old Noja.
Noja is going to step out from here and is going to attempt to lightning bolt from the side. Just reaches out, hand forward, arcs upward its direction. It fails its saving throw because it is held in there.
You know, just
It's currently considered grappled. I mean, it doesn't have disadvantage or anything, but it will say from a standpoint, it can't really move around a lot. It's going to take the damage.
Well, that face.
That's a wonderful roll. 21 points of lightning damage.
That's okay. That's okay.
How many D1s of what?
Yeah, out of his 1,000 hit points. Yeah.
At the end of his turn, he's going to use one of his legendary actions to make a tail attack against you.
Oh, shit.
We'll say that'll be 27 to hit.
That'll hit.
Can I use cutting words on the attack, or is it to reduce the attack?
If you want to.
I would like to.
Okay, so 27 to hit. You take from the slam of its tail behind you.
No, I mean I'm sorry. I can't reduce his,
Oh, I thought to reduce the attack, not the damage.
the attack.
Okay, go for it. Roll your d10.
Is this one?
17. What's your AC?
It's 20.
20. With that, the tail whack slams into the ground. You manage to push out of the way just in time to scale and shouts up to the dragon.
Holly, you're so ugly. You entered an ugly contest and they said no professionals.
Just enough destruction settling dirt to the dragon. His tail swings just a little wide to give you no effect.
I'm 1,000 years old.
So ugly.
All right. So we'll say for this, it's less of a surprise round. I said use surprise round liberally. Surprise was it grappling and everyone getting out of it and preparing for the actual assault. So
It's more of a surprising round.
correct, surprising. Umbrasyll does get a turn. Umbrasyll, very frustrated and angry at the circumstance, is going to attempt. Can't move. Is going to attempt to break free with disadvantage on the athletics check to try and break out of the grapple because of a hex.
Yeah, hex.
All right, that is.
Is that a save?
No, it's not a save. It's an ability check. However, the strength cannot seem to break.
Too devious. Look, I'm always looking for imposters. My brain was actually ruined by my first character. I wasn't always like this, I swear. I wasn't, but I DM'd for I DM'd for like 5 years, and then I got to play, and I played a changeling warlock that also had Mask of Many Faces, and now no one can be trusted. I did too much devious bullshit as that character to ever trust anyone in D&D, ever. I'm always looking out for lurkers in the shadows. And that's my problem. Hey, I'll put my hands up. I was going to ask what DM hurt you so badly. No, I hurt the DM. That's the difference. I made great pain for the DM. And I will never be able to unwire that from my brain. I actually think I disagree with the ruling that he isn't surprised, unless he's specifically immune to the surprised condition. That NOJA isn't surprised? Or that... Because I think Umbrasyll was surprised, was he not? I thought that I remembered Matt saying surprise round, yada, yada, yada. Are you talking about NOJA or Umbrasyll? I don't know. Wilhand uses create bonfire. He's throwing it. Exactly, Sputnik. Now you're getting it. Now you're understanding. Exactly. He has 99 problems and trusting is one. He's just said he isn't surprised and gets his turn. Oh, wait, what?
Free from the grapple.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, hex.
All right, that is.
Is that a save?
No, it's not a save. It's an ability check. However, the strength cannot seem to break free from the grapple of the communal might of all the Goliaths there. So that is unhappy.
Correct. Oh, I totally. Surprise was it. I used surprise round liberally.
It's less of a surprise round. I said use surprise round liberally. Surprise was it grappling and everyone getting out of it and preparing for the actual assault. So
It's more of a surprising round.
correct, surprising. Umbrasyll does get a.
So I misinterpreted that when he was saying that. I got confused. I thought that was player leaning. Like I thought that he was saying the surprise round was everything that just happened. Go again, and he'll get a turn then. But that is not what he's saying. He is saying, never mind. I just said words. Yeah, I actually think that this is maybe a textbook example of when surprised makes sense. As, I mean, you know, we don't need to re-talk about surprised round versus surprised condition. But however you're running surprised, I actually think this is maybe a textbook example of like a time where it makes a ton of sense to use. So yeah, that is kind of interesting. Yeah, interesting. My settings are too spread out to traumatize my players, but I aim to do the same. Oh my gosh, she's basically retconning that he's surprised, maybe because they did too much damage than he was expecting. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It kind of goes into the discussion that we were having about like trivializing the combat. And it's like I am I am a believer in giving monsters ad hoc buffs. Like, you know, and when I say like an ad hoc buff, I mean like when they hit bloodied, like when they hit 50%, they get a special turn, they get a special ability, they get, you know, a temporary thingy. Maybe they get to take an extra turn, something like that. Like I am all for giving them those ad hoc buffs, those like features that will probably only trigger once a combat. But I also avoid stuff like this if I can help it. So I want to make it feel like the buffs are triggered by something so that they feel like a feature. They feel like an ability. Because even if you make up a feature on the spot, you improv a feature, you did not have it on the stat block before, and it's in the middle of the fight, they are trivializing it way too hard. I will sometimes improv a feature that I think will trigger in about a turn or two, based on how well they're doing. But I want it to trigger at a perceived threshold, which is kind of part of the movie magic. You know, we've talked about like Matt making it seem like the world is so vibrant, it's moving, you know. He's really good at maintaining the sense that it's all pre-planned. Making up a feature to raise the challenge of a combat mid-combat. If you do something like this yeah, I would agree. It kind of feels like he's retconning the surprise because they're doing too well. And I think that feels bad. That's not like a good feeling for the players. But they don't know the stat block, right? Like, we already know that Matt manipulates stat blocks beforehand. So they have no idea what's on Umbrasyll's stat block. So if you give Umbrasyll in the moment a not pre-planned buff, as long as it feels like it was triggered rather than just given, that feels substantially different to the players. That's a world of difference. So yeah, I definitely don't love the surprise retcon here. I think that like keeping Umbrasyll surprised and giving them an entire second turn where they deal ass loads of damage would feel awesome. It would like really hit home their prep and like all of the ways that they have prepped for this fight. And then you have fucking Umbrasyll hit phase 2, like a fucking Dark Souls boss. You know, you have his fucking like scales shed off and maybe it's like black, but it's lined with red like a fucking Parshendi. Like you can have him kind of go into his second health bar, get a bit of a buff, maybe break off the chains, have a little bit of an explosion. And that feels like, oh, we burned through his first health bar. God, we're so great. That would have been so much harder if we hadn't done all that prep. While still getting the same overall effect as maybe taking away his surprise round. Poor Vax never able to use his subclass. Yeah, also that. I just thought he was giving Umbrasyll a turn so Percy wouldn't waste his held action. If you're worried about Percy wasting his held action, that is something that I would address with Percy rather than modifying how Umbrasyll is being affected. You know, like I also thought that Percy's held action was kind of odd, but also Taliesin added in like a weird clause of like, if he does nothing, I also want to shoot. So I think he might have still not wasted his held action. I'm not sure. But either way, that's something I would have been like, hey, Taliesin, that might get wasted. Are you sure? He's surprised. Or if you don't think about that at the time, I would say it feels better for the overall party if he remains surprised and they get the benefit of the prep, as opposed to if someone made a mistake and they wasted their turn because they made a mistake. But even if you don't want them to have made a mistake, yeah, give them like a free attack. Like say like, hey, you know, I'm sure you forgot that it was a surprise thing. Here's an extra attack, whatever. I would just give him the held action at the point. Yeah, I mean that's also a thing. Like, yeah, I think that's fair, Crocheting Savvy. That might be what Matt is doing. Like Matt might have these kind of conflicting incentives and motivations in his head. But I would definitely not, from a third party retrospective view, who knows what I would do in the moment. You know, I can only think what I would want myself to do. Maybe not what I would actually end up doing. But I would definitely want myself to maintain the surprise and work individually with Percy to make sure he doesn't feel like he wasted his turn. I forget the details of the fight, so it isn't spoiling, but my guess is Tal wanted to use called shots to shoot him out of the sky if he flew away. Very, very possible. Very, very possible. But yeah. Anyways, it's a weird dynamic. This kind of gets back into like the stacked actions of D&D if you're not overly familiar with them. It can be a little bit not jarring. What's the word? Not confusing. Not disgruntling. I can't think of the word. Like it puts you off your game with how many stacked things there are.
Umbrasyll, very frustrated and angry at the circumstance, is going to attempt. Can't move. Is going to attempt to break free with disadvantage on the athletics check to try and break out of the grapple because of a hex.
Yeah, hex.
All right, that is.
Is that a save?
No, it's not a save. It's an ability check. However, the strength cannot.
Absolutely, Admiral Jackbar, disorienting. That's what I was gonna say. Unintuitive. Unintuitive also kind of works, but disorienting was definitely the one I was thinking of.
Seem to break free from the grapple of the communal knight of all the Glyphs there. So that is unhappy.
So that is unhappy.
Meaning Matt is unhappy.
Alrighty.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's whole shit.
And
Ellen,
what are we
no,
looking
no,
at?
write a book.
You got it right the first time.
What's in the book?
What's in the book?
in the
We're
book,
literally
right?
gonna finish off this bag of Jelly Bellies.
if an ancient
Yeah,
black
stress
rabbit takes 1 d6 of damage,
Stress eating.
it cowers and dies.
I'm looking for the popcorn one.
Thanks to whomever sent these Jelly Bellies, but
All right.
it's responsible. I have it.
That'll end
that's
Jill's turn.
terrible.
That brings us to Mike. You're up.
That's his turn?
Okay.
Oh no, that's my turn.
Percy's up then.
I'm gonna take just a standard shot with bad news.
Go for it.
So this is something I actually didn't talk about during the Monster Hunter comparison that I should have, because it is a real factor here. Another big factor of this fight is that this is a pretty prime example of the action economy and how it can affect a fight. If you can utilize either prep or features like hold person to lock down a single target, and locking down that single target trivializes the fight, you need to keep that in mind as a DM. That can be okay. That can be totally okay. Like, if you want to make the people with those features, or you want to really reward prep, like if you want to make those people feel cool, having a single big, bad, scary thing can be a very effective way to evoke the fist pumping that they are doing because of all the prep that they took. They took a huge amount of time, resources, negotiation to make sure that they could singularly lock down this target. They spent not nearly as much, but a similar type of prep and resources locking down Kevdak in the fight before this. And yes, that definitely had a huge effect on that fight. Hold Person is a great spell. Any lockdown effect is very impactful on a fight, but it can be the difference between a fight where Hold Person is the MVP and it's really close and it's really tense, and you're locking down the only target in the fight so they can't do anything. And that's not a bad thing. Like I said, it's making them feel awesome. Especially because they just came out of the fight with the Herd, with Kevdak, with Greenbeard, where there were these wide array of solidly powerful combatants, where the power of the combat was very spread across multiple actors, to one where the power is very concentrated within a single actor. Like, Matt's just not just doing these single target combats over and over and over. He has a nice variety in the number of actors within the enemy side. And so I'm drawing attention to this because I don't know if this was purposeful on Matt's part, but like, you watch this, and if you want to evoke these feelings, eventually, you know, this would get old. But if you haven't done a single target big bad, and you can really make your players feel awesome if you handle it right.
The 28 to hit.
28 hits.
15.
I guess to put it more concisely, if I was in a Super Geek Mike video, you can use the action economy to your advantage. You don't have to be afraid of it. It is just a lever in your DM toolkit.
That's 18 points of damage with Sword of God. That's 18 points of damage.
Alrighty.
And I'm gonna take another shot with bad news.
Go for it.
20 to hit.
20 does not hit.
All right.
Second shot just goes wide, firing off into the distance over the city of Western.
All right.
Alright. Pike, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to
Come on, Pikey.
guiding bolt.
Be beautiful. Be good.
At what level? At
This is like magic missile.
I'm going to attack at third. See this?
Is this an
Over for
attack
that?
range thing, or does it
It's a spell
automatic?
attack roll, so you roll
DC.
Oh, and then I add that. Yeah, that would be a 29.
Yeah.
29.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 19.
That's nice, that'll hit.
Saren Ray sends her regards.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. 4d6 plus 2 more d6. So 66.
Kind of like dragons. It's like fucking love dragons over here.
26 points of damage. Alright. Alright, and the next attack against it has advantage. So Pike, you're staying. You popped out of the trench and you're up like on the ground. You hit it with the guiding bolts. You can see the blast of divine energy streaks up and slams into Umbrasyl's side. The darkened black scales now have the shining beacon across the torso. Anything else you want to do with your turn? Or is that it? Gonna move?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
All right.
But I'm also going to put a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I'm gonna do just a sword again.
Alright, we'll say.
Now I'm so nervous.
No worries. We'll say right here in this area, around Umbrasyll there. The magical light sword of Sarenrae once again forces itself from underneath Umbrasyll and shrinks up towards. Let's see, you did a guiding bolt. What level was it?
3.
3.
Third level, and spiritual weapon is second level. See how that works. Lasts for a minute. So yeah, make a spell attack. Roll again.
19.
19 total. The blade swings up and it strikes against the.
The internet issues were such a large housekeeping that yeah, like Sputnik said, I did a whole stream about them because there was, and I didn't even fucking cover all of it. It was, let's just say it's a mess. I'm optimistic, and this stream is going really well. Knock on wood, everybody. But content's gonna be a little bit more flexible, a little bit less predictable while I sort of build up my confidence in the internet again. But going well so far. So we can cross our fingers.
The dragon's armor sparks of divine energy versus the scale streak, but no damage is done. The blade is unable to strike through the hide.
God damn it.
And in your turn, Pike, you stay where you are.
God damn it. You added your spell attack bonus?
She did.
All right. You're gonna move, stay where you are.
I'll see where I am.
Okay. And in Pike's turn, Vax, you're up.
I'm gonna hold my turn until Scanlan. No. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my. Yeah. Fastbender, slow. Fastbender, slow the fucking dragon down now.
Okay, at which point suddenly dust streaks upward as Fastbender steps up out of the hiding place.
Yeah.
There.
Iron Giant.
Go Fastbender.
Someone goes, focuses arms out as the slow magic effect seems to take on towards it. What's the DC on it?
Oh, dear God. That's a good question.
That's a Fastbender.
I've got it slow. 17.
17.
Come on, you bastard.
That's a wisdom.
It is wisdom. And Fastbender, just slow until the end of tomorrow. Just keep going.
That is a roll of 10 plus 9. Succeeds in the save.
Wisdom, but disadvantage save. I have cutting words to him.
That's right. That's true.
Come on, Bard.
Roll even higher. 17 plus 9.
Question clarified. Now, he'll just keep doing that until I tell him to stop, right?
Yeah, it has a recharge. If it doesn't, it might just go ahead and start hitting it.
Okay.
It recharges. He's got to roll to see if it recharges. It'll
Okay.
recharge on like 5 or
Okay,
6.
with my bonus action, I drink that potion and go.
Okay, and with that, you have shrunken down to a small-sized creature.
I think this is the first time I've ever been taller than you. Hey, buddy! I love you. I don't particularly like small people. Yes, I do. It's so adorable.
At the end of your turn?
Yeah, action, bonus action,
Yeah.
done.
So, Vax is actually like a few inches shorter than you.
I love it. I love it.
You're towering over him.
I tussle his hair a little bit.
Just tall, if that's true. He's so small.
You're like 2 feet. He's about 2.5 feet.
This is so sharp. You're so cute.
Uh,
My daughter loves my turn.
It's your turn.
Oh my
no,
God.
Pike, Vax, Keyleth, and it's you. Keyleth, what are you doing?
Oh dear God. Okay. I'm going to transmute the earth underneath him. Right? That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's part of the plan. So if I can do just right underneath Umbrasyll, that would be fabulous.
Transmute rock.
It's 120-foot range.
120-foot range, yes, but a 40-foot cube is range on this. So what are you doing?
I want to do the area just directly under Umbrasyll if I can, so that I'm not sinking the herd around him.
Turning what into what?
I want to turn the ground directly underneath Umbrasyll into mud.
Okay. The only piece of rock is the piece of rock that you put beneath where
Those chains.
the chains right there. The area right beneath Umbrasyll is dirt. It's earth.
Oh, okay. I thought it had spread because it's like 40 foot, so I thought it was under Umbrasyll. But I can do something else.
Part of it would be under Umbrasyll possibly, but for the placement of where you put that, it's going to be hard for you to do it without it pulling everybody else into it. Like,
Okay. Plan B.
you can do it still, but it'll probably take some of the herd with it.
Should I go with the pillars? Sure. Yeah. I'll go with.
No.
No.
Just do what you're gonna do. Do what you're gonna do.
Do it.
Ignore the gnome.
Okay.
Go.
I'm gonna cast Bones of the Earth, which I think I can pop up 6 pillars.
In a rare moment, I agree. Ignore the gnome. I think that especially Madame Marisha, for exterior reasons, have had trouble communicating during combat, especially when it comes to litigating the usefulness of a spell. And I think they did a solid job right there where there was some confusion and they got through it very quickly, very standardly, good pace. And then it's should I do Bones of the Earth? Check with everyone, a yes. And it's okay, most of the party gave a yes. We go forward. I think that was solid communication. And I normally wouldn't even point it out, but it's a little bit of a welcome improvement as to the more sort of tense communication that they've had over the past 10 or 20 episodes. Also, Tiny Liam's awesome.
Around Umbrasyll.
Okay.
Ignore it.
So, Grog, you want to boost?
Make him higher up in the air.
You want to stand on the rock? Mike, you want to boost? Shh. Do you want to boost?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I want a pillar here, Grog. When when you're ready.
All right, and I'm going to actually take a quick break before too much more changes within the combat. I was gonna try to make it till the end of combat, but thinking through it, I don't know how much longer that will be. I don't have a good radar of how much longer this combat will go. So I'm just gonna take the bathroom break now, and then come back bladder empty to do the rest of this. It's good because it shows improvement and leaning more towards I remember CR. Yeah, exactly. I definitely I think it is very good, especially with them and all of the external pressures that they have of they did not start great, you know, especially if you're really into, I know you're just talking about laser pointers, but yeah, if you're really into C2, C3, what have you, and how good and how proficient they are in that. I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I'm assuming. It's good to like really strictly compare and be like, oh my gosh, they improved over the course of 8 years. Like, I do not need to emulate where they are in campaign 3. I just have to improve. You know, I just have to get a little bit better every day. And it can go slow. It can go over the course of 8 years. But you can eventually get there. It's actually amazing how well Sierra kicked off with how many issues that started up. I honestly, it really is perseverance. Like, so it's perseverance, care, and like dedication. I almost don't want to say too much more because I actually kind of have a like a video I want to make about this. It's one of the first scripted videos I want to make. So I don't even think I'm going to go too much more into that because it might be spoilers for a for a potential video. Who knows? Probably won't even end up making it, but maybe. Bold assumption, I know. But anyways, I'm going to pee. I'm going to get a granola bar. And I will be right back, and we'll see them slaughter Umbrasyll. See you guys in a second. Boop. Hello. What's up? I got a granola bar. Let's do it.
All right, so you're putting Grog on a pillar?
Grog on a pillar, big stone pillar, bam. And then where's the button? Pike on a pillar over here, bam. Let's go ahead. I'm trying to kind of trap him in here. I want to kind of pin him as these go up. So let's do one here. Can I get whoever that is up on a poof?
Which one?
Right up here.
Right there?
Yep.
All right. If I'd only used the spell, I would have brought the pillars.
Oh.
It's okay.
Surprise!
Hey.
We were trying not to tell you our.
This is definitely expired. You know, I didn't know how long it had been in the cabinet, but I just kind of assumed it was probably still good. Let's see. You know, I'm going to keep eating it. I was going to tell you how whether or not it was expired. But I don't want y'all to think less of me. So we're going to pretend like this says a date in 2024. And not think any more about it.
Well,
I know, it's good. Now I know.
Yeah, we want to keep you off balance, Matt.
It's good. All right.
let's do kind of another one over here, bam. Kind of pinning him in. 1, 2, what is that? 3, 4. One on the opposite side, kind of over here. Umbrasyll's a big fatty, so I can't get my laser pointer over there.
You want it right
kind of
there?
over here-ish.
Can you
On the
raise
other
the
side
pillar
of this
through
one.
his wing?
Can I? Oh, can I raise a pillar through his wing?
Not through his wing, no.
Oh.
It's a column, like a pillar.
Column.
It's not for us.
So yeah, kind of like flanking this pillar on the other side over there. If that makes flanking this pillar.
Right there?
So wait, move that one that you just placed over a bit. Trying to.
It's like a summoning spell.
Sorry. You know, it's fine. You get the
Down
idea.
there?
Let's do one up here.
Give one more.
Kind of knock him in the chin.
Okay.
Hopefully that kind of contains him a bit.
Alrighty. That finished your turn?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. That brings us to Scanlan.
Okay.
Oh my god.
There we go. There we go. There we go. I turn to my little buddy and I say, "Are you ready for a ride, little man?" Okay. Before we go, I yell as loud as I can to Pike to inspire her with my bonus action first.
The range, Pike, is quite far away.
Can't hear me, or it won't
What's the
work?
range on your? I think it's 60 feet. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, then I'll inspire.
I'm behind you.
Am I within 60 feet of her?
Yeah.
Oh, then I will sing her some inspiration, and I'll sing. Western town, a dead-end world. Eastern boys and Western girls. Western girls.
Wow. What a poem. Wow. I mean, just out of nowhere.
Keyleth, you can take your D10.
Okay,
And then I sort of link arms with good old Vax. Actually, I hug him tight, because we're going to need to be tight together to do this. And I hold up my hand cone and I cast Dimension Door, and I'm going to aim right for the belly of the beast.
I say, this is so far.
All right.
I'm sure there's a check involved.
Scanlan,
Oh my god.
you are not fully familiar with the physiology of a
I
dragon.
gave him as much information as.
There's no way. That he must have hit the power strip. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that. No. Or someone in the producer's room was. But how could they have been? You want people to think that Critical Role is scripted? I don't think that, but I don't believe that bullshit for a second. I don't even believe in a script. I believe that fucking little Skullcap Jones over here rewired their camera setup so that he would have a little power strip with a little switch flick right under his right under his chair, and he just went boop with his foot. That's my conspiracy theory. Because I don't think this shit is scripted, but he's a little goblin. I absolutely believe that he came in early and rewired their setup.
And I'm going to aim right for the belly of the beast.
I say, this is so far.
All right.
I'm sure there's a check involved.
Scanlan,
Oh my god.
you are not fully familiar with the physiology of a
I
dragon.
gave him as much information as I could.
And you did. I would like for you to make an intelligence check.
Just an intelligence check.
This is to your ability to ascertain, based on what you've seen, your knowledge of the dragon, where possibly in its body its stomach may be.
Okay. Why
Is that
not?
advantage because I told him where it would be?
Nope.
Also, very good point, Crocheting Savvy. I I definitely would have assumed that they would do this, like, if the fight was going poorly. We'll have to see how it plays out. And I know that they are, like, you know, afraid, and all that. And I mean, it seems a little reckless, but also they have the HP right now to survive it, whereas they might not later. And one of the best strategies against a single target is to hit it with overwhelming force at the beginning and like an overwhelming amount of control effects. And then you get a DM that looks like this. That is like, great. What's next? No, go for it. No, go for it. I didn't want to take any turns. I just wanted to roll acrobatics checks and fail over and over. New emote. Oh yeah. Upset, frustrated Matt. Matt
Okay.
Smug.
Why not?
Advantage because I told him where it would be.
Let me see it. Yeah, there we go. You're so right. That is a new emote. Oh man, I've been taking emote screenshots and I haven't even used any of them yet. I haven't uploaded a new emote in a while, but I'm definitely saving that. We gotta save the screen grabs where we can. We'll fucking evaluate them later.
12?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Can I give him my luck?
No.
It's just intelligence, right? There's no
Right,
other.
you modify your intelligence.
That's
modifier, you would add 2 to that because of your bardic ability.
Oh, 14.
Plus 2 to unskilled checks.
Okay.
Is there anything extra from Hero's Feast? No?
No.
Suggestions?
So,
14.
both of you, grab hands and
Hi.
See what happens.
vanish.
Intelligence.
Love you, buddy.
The darkness that hits your eyes upon vanishing doesn't go away. As darkness still hits you, all of a sudden you are plunged into a thick, wet, crushing interior. You have finished your dimension door spell. You are in darkness. You are being kind of crushed between what feels like 2 layers of musculature.
Jesus.
Both of you.
Hi, dude.
You don't know where each other are. You don't see the other person. There's no
I was
sight. You
talking
can't hear
when we
anything.
went
in.
Right.
Are
Are we touching it all?
Nope.
Oh,
The trajectory of the spell and the unfortunate circumstance and your inability to put you guys between 2 different sides of a membrane. You don't know where you are.
Oh, Jesus.
great.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's all. I'll use my movement to go.
You are considered restrained.
Click it while you're in there.
You are both considered restrained at this point. So your speed becomes 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage. You have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Also, you suffer 8 points of acid damage, reduced to 4.
Awesome.
I'm thinking through that ruling of the spell. Of putting them on 2 different sides of the membrane. If it's just flavor, like if it's just like, you know, you're you're on 2 different sides of the membrane, but when they go to dimension door out, they can both do it. I have a little bit of a suspicion that they can't. And I don't like that, if that's the case. But I'm going to reserve judgment until I see how it plays out. Because current me is punishing future Matt for a thing he hasn't done yet. So, I'll reserve judgment.
Who's got the other gatestone?
The gatestone?
I have 1.
This is
You have it? Okay.
60 seconds.
You also both currently have nowhere. At the top of this round, Umbrasyll goes.
Yeah. Suck it, bitch.
I will eat all of you!
I'm a 2-foot tall rogue, you motherfucker.
I'm up.
You're up first. Top of the round.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to, I'm gonna cast Conjure Animals. And I'm gonna conjure 2 giant eagles. Right in front of his face.
I'm really hoping we can put more things in the battlefield, guys. I think that'd be a good idea.
Sorry, Matt.
I don't have enough to concentrate on. Let's put more.
We've also already tried eagles in front of the dragon's face, and I don't remember it having a substantial effect.
Ancient dragon. Ancient dragon.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. I don't have 2 giant eagle miniatures, so we'll say for the time being, this air elemental is a giant eagle.
Okay.
No facetiousness. This is all I ever wanted in my life.
I am.
To be trapped in the spleen of a dragon with me?
I want them. Okay, right in front of.
I've used all the height things for.
And conjure animals is an action or a?
It's an action.
It's an action. Okay, I'm gonna tell them to attack his eyes.
Okay.
And they get their
Own
own.
initiative, which I just rolled. What's the dexterity bonus?
You sent me a thing. Let's go with that.
Topaz, if you conjure those bees, they better all have a fucking name and initiative tracker. They better have a bespoke spell stat block. What am I saying? I don't know, but they better be individuals. And I'm making you track them, motherfucker. I am not letting that be a horde. You have to manage every single bee. Roll an individual attack roll for every stinger.
Hold on. Giant eagle. Dexterity is 17 plus 3.
So be a +3, that puts them at 11. So they are just above Keyleth and Vax. So, all right.
And then for my
Bonus action.
bonus action, I'm going to can I? Oh, I can't cast 2 spells even if one's a bonus action.
As long as it's level 2 or lower.
Oh, okay. For my bonus action, I'm gonna hide a lot. I'm gonna hide.
You didn't start the round hidden, so you can't do that.
I wasn't still hidden.
No, you have to spend a bonus action to attempt to hide at the end of your turn.
Can I attempt to hide?
You have to be a rogue, level 2 rogue, to do that as a bonus action on your
But
turn.
on my boots of haste, I can use it to dash, disengage, or hide.
Oh, using your bonus action? Oh, so your extra action, not your bonus action.
Okay, my extra action.
You can do that, yes.
Okay.
You go and roll stealth check.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Vanish into the foliage.
Yeah.
Foliage.
Foliage.
All right, great. Finishing your turn. The herd now goes. They're going to attempt to put the rest of the chains up
Come on.
to increase the DC of the grapple.
Come on.
Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 4. Okay, so 4 more chains get lashed onto
more?
it. Yeah.
Good, that's good.
Got like 12 chains, right?
Each chain like increases the DC of the grapple. All right, so as they're all holding it down, the 5 in the back that are going to take attacks are going to do so. That's hit, miss, hit, miss, hit. 3 hits.
3 hits.
It's 4 damage, 5 damage, and 8 damage.
Well, these guys hit real hard. How come they were hitting us so hard?
Yep, me.
You're rolling really terrible. You get 2 attacks each. All right, and with that, the tribal druid is going to cast blight on the creature.
Ooh, yeah.
However, it does make it saving throws. The blight. 8. So for purposes of speed on this.
It might be the speed up Meninius. I would also say I personally love to run combats with a massive amount of combatants. I think it is a exactly what's funny saying. I think that just adding more actors into a scene is, I don't want to say a cheat code. The more accurate term might be crutch. Is a easy way to make the fight seem like it has more depth and like more options and more going on. But when I do that, I either abstract them into a horde, at the very least, I use average damage, which it doesn't seem like Matt is doing. It seems like for the purposes of the grapple and the grappling hooks, he's kind of abstracting them out, which is good. But for the other ones, he's running them, it seems, as individual actors of rolling to hit and rolling damage and adding that up, and that's a lot to keep track of. It's just a lot, and it will just stress you out. It's a valid way to run, but it's just gonna stress you out to no end. So I like minionizing. Like I said, at the very least, using average damage, so that even if you're rolling to hit with every single one of them, you just multiply the number of hits by the average damage, and you've got the total damage. It's you know, there's pros and cons to, I think, rolling to hit with all of them. But I think that the pros of rolling for damage on every single one of, you know, all of the herd members that are attacking here is, I think that those are outweighed by the cons. And that weighting just gets more and more disproportionately con, at least in my opinion, the more actors you add. You try to make the combat as slick and tight as possible for everything, so it feels a lot less laid back when you're rushing through everything. Bad habit. Yeah, and it's... Yeah. Well, and especially when you're... Like, kudos to Matt. For everything that he's doing, he's going through it very fast and efficiently and quick. Like, he is handling all of the stuff he's doing very well. But I would just say that he's kind of signed himself up for too much here. And I think that the benefits of what he's doing are very low compared to alternatives that he could be doing. So I very much understand his stress. I've run combats exactly like he's running them, right? You know, like he's running it right now. I've run this exact sort of thing. So I don't think he's frustrated with the players. I mean, obviously speculation, but I don't think he's frustrated with the players. It's just like, man, this is a lot to run. It's a lot to deal with. I used to roll initiative for each enemy. Now I have multiple of the exact type of enemy. It's just one roll for the group. Then I won't forget any loose guards. Yeah, roll them all on the same initiative count. You know, either roll to... I would honestly say one attack roll for all of them. Even if you want to multiply the damage, they all miss or they all hit. I understand if you don't want to do that. That's pretty gamey. It's very abstract for them all to miss or hit. That could feel weird. So if you're rolling to the attack rolls with all of them, at the very least, I would abstract. I would use average damage. I see. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, it's this is one where it's like this particular topic of running a shitload of enemies is one that I have a lot of feelings about because I have tried out all sorts of shit to make it work and to test around with it. I've also tried a lot of different mechanics with different initiative types, like Greyhawk, stuff like that. And my favorite is the minion rule. I love the minion rule. Even for relatively beefy grunts like these guys. But I don't know, it's hard. Even in this one, you know, I'm saying what I would do, and that is totally based on instinct and just like how many times I've run these types of combats. My secondary instinct, if I'm prepping this combat, is to try and find a different way to abstract them. Because I don't like the they all hit or they all miss. That feels bad to me. Even though if I had to improv this, it's probably what I would go with. But if I had to prep it, I might go for the percentile again. Maybe the percentile, maybe a D10. I don't know how many guards are attacking, but if there's a nice polyhedral number like 8 or 10 or 12, I might just roll that, and that's how many hit. I don't know. I'd have to think about it during prep a little bit more, but this is definitely one where I wouldn't want to run them individually, but I would want it to feel like only a certain fraction of them are hitting. And that fraction is changing turn by turn, but I don't know exactly how I would represent that. But it probably wouldn't be to roll individually. Especially for things like the herd, I would just say 1/4 hit, advantage 1/2, disadvantage 1 hit. or none hit. Yeah, something like that is much more what I would go after. Yeah. I need every roll when I'm going up against my 22 AC fighter paladin that is good at saves. You gotta be getting those averages. You need to roll as much as you can. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Which is, and we talked about it earlier, rolling a lot is a nice way to hone in on that average. But you definitely don't need that with damage. But to hit, there's an argument for it.
And this one, go ahead and use my dice rolling app. There's a lot of dice. Roll! That comes to...
Or you get a dice rolling app. Also an option. Still a little cumbersome, I think. Because, you have to enter in the exact numbers and you have to look at them individually. I still think a bit cumbersome, but some of the nice ones, you can load in some factors about your combat ahead of time. And so then you can be like, okay, the monster has this AC. All of these people have this modifier. Roll for 20 of them. And the app will just pop out how many hit. If you find a dice roller like that, and the conditions of the combat ahead of time, that can absolutely work and take a lot of this overhead off of you. Those definitely exist, but I don't have any that I could recommend because I don't like trusting the tech. I like having default strats that I can bust out with the physical dice. Or maybe not physical, but manual dice rolling.
18 points of necrotic damage it takes. That brings us to the end of that round. Grog, you're up.
That's me.
Yes.
Can I go into a frenzied rage?
You may.
Actually, I'm on top of a pillar, and I'm not within striking distance, right?
It's a 30-foot pillar.
You can hit it.
From up there?
Yeah, pretty tall, yeah.
I would like to use all 3 of my attacks against his backside, reckless.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Alrighty.
We need those.
It's a crit, yeah.
26.
Hits.
Come on.
These are just regular, they're not great weapon master. And 23.
Hits.
So the first one was the crit.
The crit, so go ahead and roll the damage on that, plus 2 additional d12s.
Right. This is a 12. 9. 20, 21. And 2 additional d12s.
Yep, 21 plus
10, 31.
1.
7, so 38.
38 points of damage on the first strike.
Sick.
Next 2 strikes, roll for it.
2. That was awful. 13.
13, alright, last one.
It's also pretty crap. That's 16.
16, okay, at the end of his turn, it's going to use a legendary action to attempt to wing attack you. It's going to cost us less.
Oh, I did not add the necrotic.
Go for it.
On all 3 of them. 3, 6, 8.
3, 6, total of 8?
Total of 8.
Yeah. Alright, so using 2 of its actions to use wing attack. It's now there. It's going to go ahead and start beating its wings as hard as it can, even the chains amongst it. Each creature within 15 feet of the dragon must succeed on a DC 23 dexterity saving throw. Make a dex save.
I believe I can fly.
Alright, 1 second. We have a dog that's upset with me. She woke up, I guess. Girl. You're not that big. You can squeeze through. Come here. Wait. Come on. Hi. Dog incoming warning. Come on. Yep. Hi. Hi, Bubby. Mwah. It's because the green screen's in a very awkward location. Where she can't see me from outside the room. So she gets frustrated. Hi. Now she just wants to sit in my lap, but you're too big, doggy. You cannot sit in lap. Oh, are you gonna lay down under the desk? Ancient black dragon attack. No. Puppy. Oh, she's getting big. You guys haven't seen her in a little bit. I'll need to post a photo of her for comparison to the community tab or something. She's getting big. I think she's maybe 85 pounds now? Something like that. She's definitely going to hit 100 by the time she's full grown. But she's so much. I like her so much more now that she's out of heat. Heat fucking sucked, dude. Anyways, I got the headphones back on. I can at least listen.
The only one with the party with you. What'd you roll?
A 9.
A 9. All right. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Reduced to...
Reduced to 8. You also go ahead and make one more dexterity saving throw, just for my own sake.
16.
16. You are thrust off the pillar, pushed, falling and hitting the ground, prone on the ground. The pillar remains there. You take an additional 8 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to 4 from the impact, but you are not prone.
Okay.
The rest of the herd here, we'll save for the sake of that. Oh, they did not save. Oh man, they are all knocked prone, knocking a bunch of the chains free from their hands, thrown under their backs. And then it is still technically grappled. It cannot fly half speed, unfortunately, but it does seem to have knocked a majority of the chains off of its back. Percy, you're up.
Holding my action till this action.
Okay. That brings us to NOJA. NOJA.
Come on, after something magical.
Is that a traditional Black Dragon ability? That whole like buff it, knock away, knock prone thing? That's, I mean, number one, interesting feature if it is. But if it's not, that's the exact sort of thing that I'm talking about when I talk about like an ad hoc buff. Like, I would much rather go for something like that. It is? Okay. Holding an action facing a dragon is insane. Percy's definitely waiting for the no-fly shot. That's absolutely what's going on. But that when I talk about like an ad hoc buff, rather than doing the different membranes in the stomach or retconning the surprise, that's much more the sort of thing where even if Black Dragons didn't have that ability, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking through if the party's doing way too well. Or I just want to spice up the scene a little bit. And those are absolutely the sort of thing where I've talked about how I have like certain keywords that I use a lot of the time for like different percentiles of health. So like below 75, below 50, below 25. I'll normally save a big attack like that for one of those thresholds. So it's like, like with that last attack, a bunch of scales shed off, and I would describe that on one of the party's attacks, and then he would do big buff and attack on his turn. So it's like, okay, you got to a new stage of the fight, so to speak. What's below 69? Nice. I shouldn't have even read it out loud. What am I doing? I should not reward that with verbal confirmation, Sputnik. You can do better.
All right. Okay.
No job.
Now just going to attempt another lightning bolt. It's the best thing it has at the moment. Off. Natural 20 on the saving throw. Nope. So 15 points of lightning damage to Umbrasyll. Noja's going to dart back behind the tree. Ending Noja's turn. It is now Umbrasyl's turn. Umbrasyll is going to go ahead and attempt to break free of the final chains that are there.
With disadvantage?
Correct, with disadvantage. And even so, comes out to a 22. Fuck. The rest of the chains that were holding Umbrasyll down break free.
What about the trap? Is he out of the trap then too?
Well, the trap that's currently holding it in place is part of the whole Estes setup. The trap is what's keeping it there, starting the grapple, and the chains are just there to increase the DC. So with that, the actual metal structure of the trap that held it in place is shattered. You can see pieces of iron go flying and wood splintering in this cloud of dust that is picked up from the movement of the wings. Currently, right now, there are still hooks and chains dangling from Umbrasyll, but some of them have been broken, and most of them are unmanned at the moment. The dragon is going to whoosh, whoosh. It's going to go ahead and
Can I take my action?
You can, yes.
I'm taking a shot at him. I'm taking a shot at the joint at his wing, and I'm going to attempt to ground it.
Attempt to ground him? Okay, go for it. Roll for the attack.
Come on.
Come on, Percy.
Natural fucking...
Oh!
Oh my god, right now.
He's taking a photo. Oh my god.
Running out of battery in the music if we have a charger.
Natural 20, so that's, it still doesn't necessarily mean he's grounded. It means he has to make a strength saving throw, or he's prone.
Correct. So roll damage first.
Roll damage.
The roll low.
Oh yeah, that's double dice, so that's 18, 19, 22, 23, 18, 19, 20, 23 points, double is 46 plus...
Hold on.
Hold up.
Plus modifier. So 46 is...
46 plus the modifier now is 52 points of damage total.
That bullet came from the center of the Pacific Ocean.
Strength saving...
Around the world first.
Strength saving
I
throw.
rolled really well.
That's amazing. All right, so strength saving throw to try and resist effect. that is a failure. It's going to use one of its legendary actions to automatically succeed. One of legendary resistances. So succeeds, rising up and down because of all the guys that are not prone. Because all the guys.
I was gonna pop a couple more shots if I had it.
You held your action. Okay, so you fired, loaded, fired last round.
So this is why I was gonna blow action surge.
Oh. Okay, it's weird to do out of turn action. It's a little strange to do that, but
Is he out of turn?
next turn. He helps action. Something you do on your turn as a burst. I'll say, have to wait on your actual turn to do that full bit.
No, it's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Umbrasyll does rise up.
I'm actually, I'm more curious about this than anything. This isn't even me trying to rules lawyer. Does it have to be your turn to action search? I'm trying to think of the actual text of the spell, or of the feature. Action surge. You can put. Oh, it's on your turn. Okay, easy. I was like, in my head, I was like, there has to be text that says on your turn, but I haven't read it in long enough that I don't actually know. But yeah, on your turn. Oh, that's funny. Anyways.
40 feet. Can we go stand up? It's actually going to move back this way. So 30 feet.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Meninius. You're absolutely right. And even like the term holding your action isn't even like completely accurate. But it's accurate enough. You're supposed to have to set a trigger. But they're bad at remembering to set a trigger, and I also like holding actions generally because they are generally like you are, again, I talked earlier about risk and reward. You are risking that the circumstances that you held your action for don't pan out, and so you end up like basically delaying the action economy for your side. So I like held actions in general, and I want to encourage them from my players. But there are some details that sometimes get smoothed out or lost. Yeah. We get to relearn every piece of text in a couple months when the new rules come out. Yeah, I'll have to think about what I want to do for when 2024 rulebooks come out. Because I gotta make content about them. I mean, everyone else that got the like early copies is already doing it. I'll have to do something blind, or like a blind like reaction to it, like just open it up on stream and see what it says. I'll have to do something like that. I am very interested. I have not really been keyed into the 1D&D playtest in a few months. So I think I'll be largely surprised by a lot of it, which is interesting. I'm cautiously optimistic, honestly. I think that the community was pretty engaged in the 1D&D playtest. So I'm cautiously optimistic. We'll see.
Did the Glyph ever trigger?
Never took he landed in the trap immediately. The trap set it off. He never grabbed the stuff.
What was if he landed on it?
You said it was to
pull it up.
Yeah, we said lift up.
Yeah, shake it. Pull it up even an inch.
All right. So flying back at that point, just growling absolute anger, squeezing its insides. You guys both feel this heavy contraction within its body as you guys watch this flow of greenish bile spittle begins to fill up and spray out in a line from its mouth.
Oh my god.
Look at all those people.
Are they all gonna die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything there. Give me 1 2. Okay, so.
The birds were up in the air though.
Right, but the stream is like it sprays down. It's not just a single bolt. It like vomits it out and it lands over everything. That's how it works.
Bring it.
How could you in there?
No.
All right, that comes to 15d8 acid damage.
15d8?
Yep.
Shit.
I think a lot of those people will be fine.
So that's 81 points of damage to all those guys. They all just dissolve in horrible agony.
81.
Oh my god, you guys, we're gonna die.
No.
No, just me and Liam.
No.
Both of the eagles just screech in pain as they are entirely ruined.
Good
in
job,
these
you fucking
two.
wastes of space. We didn't even get to fucking go.
It's got seem to be near the acid.
Sorry.
Which is not good. We want to be near the acid.
And that's going to go ahead and Umbrasyll, the Hope Devourer's turn.
The Hope Devourer?
That is the full name.
What a dick.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
So his middle name is The Hope, and his last name is
Devourer.
Devourer.
Married into it.
What's the name?
Umbrasyll the Hope. And then
Married
The
Joe.
Devourer.
Mary's fucked everything up.
Pleasure to meet you, Hope.
Fine. You guys are both entirely advantaged. You both are inside the entity. All right, so, Keyleth, the line just stops right before you. It smacks into the ground 5 feet from your feet, and you watch as the earth and grass beneath you just immediately just turns black and seems to almost coalesce into this death sludge in this long line. It just barely misses you. All right, that's going to end Umbrasyl's turn. Pike, you're up.
All right. So, I'm gonna guiding bolt him again.
All right, you're now like up on a pillar facing this giant flying dragon, standing above the rest of the battlefield. Your shield up and your frostband at the side. You reach up and grab your holy symbol and go ahead and roll for your guiding bolt attack.
How high is he?
I'm in his
30 feet. He went back.
Oh, she's in line with him then.
28.
28 hits.
Fuck him up, Pike.
Come on, Pike.
Bring him down. I'm rolling what again? I'm sorry. How many? What level are you casting?
Who can pull this asshole down?
Four again.
Down.
How many fourth level spells do you have left now? So you cast
I have 2 more.
2 more. So you cast Death Ward, which was 4th level, I believe, right? On Scanlan.
Well, what did you do? You did Death Ward?
Yeah.
And? Or is
And
that
the last guiding bolt. Yeah, so there's only 2 used.
Right, so you have any more left? 4th level?
2.
2 more? Okay, then you
It was the ring from. Yeah, that's fine.
There we go. All right, so go ahead and roll that. That is going to be 40. What's the guiding bolt damage on that then?
46 plus an additional 2 or 3.
46 plus an addition, 26 for each. That's
Well,
going
fourth
to be
level, so
76
7. Yeah.
for any damage.
Twenty-two.
22 points.
Also, never mind.
You're good. Okay.
And then I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon.
Okay, spiritual weapon, which is technically on the ground over here.
And I'm gonna move it to the back of his neck.
Let's see, spiritual weapon. Move it 20 feet and repeat the attack. It is more than 20 feet away.
Okay.
It's down there, so it can begin to shift kind of upward in that direction.
Yeah.
So we'll say that it's kind of partway floating into
His feet?
No, it can't. It's too far away, unfortunately.
All right. Well, it'll start working its way up there.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's your turn, Pike. All right, it would be the eagle's turn, but they got dissolved.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you for pointing that back out.
Oh, I like to. I also want to point out that you guys held my dragon to the ground for 2 rounds and hit it like a goddamn pincushion.
Well, which was awesome.
You'll feel better once Sandlin and I have dissolved.
I will. All right, and Pike's turn. Vax, you're up first at the top of your round.
Yeah.
Cut your way out.
I'm just going to take the dragon blade and I'm going to, as best as I can, drag it in front of me.
Okay.
I'm going to cut the inside.
First and foremost, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as it's crushing you. The muscles tensing on the inside.
Got it, got it.
You're in between musculature right now.
Yes.
And just being crushed.
Yes. Probably it's sphincter. Now what?
You are restrained, so go ahead and make your attack.
Okay.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
But you can't very well avoid it.
Right, it's about him being able to actually move. Let's get it.
Well, I'm using the dragon longsword, which I've never used before, and it's a +1 sword, so I get what?
+1 to hit.
+1 with strength?
It would be strength, but we have agreed that it can work as finesse for the purposes of a dex bonus. You just can't sneak attack.
I just can't sneak attack.
Correct.
All right,
I'm
so
being grateful. Or being
whatever you want to do.
generous.
You are the deity here. So it was. This is a 17 to hit.
17. You pull your blade, and it's just unable to cut through this muscle and tendon. Okay.
Nothing.
Wait, what is this? Is this an attack?
Yeah.
He's trying from the inside.
Can I cast War God's Blessing?
Does War God's Blessing require you to see the creature?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Find out.
I agree with that.
Probably.
Probably not.
Probably not. Why would
Makes
it?
an attack roll.
The creature in 30 feet makes an attack roll.
Oh!
So, using the guiding bolt, you can see shifting somewhere in the body of Umbrasyll. You see this like form kind of moving in there, and you know, based on what you guys have discussed before. I hope you discussed this plan before.
We did.
discussed it
So early. So early.
The holy text
And
thread.
that's a +10 bonus, is that what it is?
+10.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage with the
Is
longsword.
this
a dragon sword?
Is it sneak attack?
No, you
No.
can't
Doesn't
attack the
see-
longsword.
No, but it's
Remember, it's a longsword.
1d8.
That's half
Is it an
as well.
automatic crit because he's hiding
But
inside
against
of it?
dragons, it does specific damage.
Yeah, it does plus.
Oh, wait. Oh, I was. Wait, no. No, damn it. I was about to make a silly argument. But it's not finesse, so it can't do sneak attack. But I was like, well, Scanlan's an ally's within 5 feet, I would say, of the monster, so he doesn't need advantage. Although I think he also can't have disadvantage, so it all falls apart. No sneak attack for him. I'm debating. I'm debating if I would. I must say I was so disappointed at the 24. Oh, really? We'll see, John. That's not good to hear. But I'm debating whether or not I would give it disadvantage or resistance. Like carte blanche resistance. because I understand the aspect of it's hard to swing, but but I don't know that I would make that be hard to pierce. It would just be hard to get like any momentum on it and like do more damage. I don't know. This would be one of those things where I would decide one in the moment, like disadvantage or resistance inside the belly of the beast. And this would be on my notes to ask the players about at the end of the session of like, would you have rather had disadvantage or resistance there? Because I can see a, what do you call it? Not verisimilitude. I can see an argument for either. How resistance or disadvantage both represent the fiction of what's going on with him being in that cramped space. But I think it would ultimately it would depend on what my players liked more. Because I can justify it either way in my head. But it's definitely interesting when he said disadvantage at first. I was like, oh, what? But then I thought about it more. I think if I was improvising it off of instinct, I would probably end up going with universal resistance rather than disadvantage. But I very much understand why and the reasoning for what Matt's doing. Yeah, interesting.
Plus 3d6, if I remember, yeah.
The item.
That's correct. Taliesin has the little shield, or is it blinders?
15 from the inside.
15 damage from
Hopefully
the inside.
that cuts me a little breathing room.
Minus.
And a question that only you know, Matthew.
It's an extra 3d6, you're correct.
Am I within 5 feet of Scanlan?
Not just for
Are you
you.
within what?
Am I within? Yeah, I gave him 15. 15
It's an
is
additional
damage.
3. What'd you say?
15 is the damage. Am I within? I'd like to use my bonus action to sneak attack if I can, if I'm within 5 feet of. If Scanlan is within 5 feet of the creature. What's up to you? I don't know. It's crazy circumstances.
The reason that you would get sneak attack for having another creature within 5 feet is because it is harrying and the opponent is distracted.
And the heartburn is not distracting him.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Right now, you are both.
Okay.
You're not really. There's not a lot of threat.
You get a D8
Yes, I
plus your
know I
D6.
did.
And then you
Look, if he's using a finesse weapon and doesn't have disadvantage, I personally agree with Liam's logic. He's within 5 feet. I don't care. I don't care about Rye right now. I think Matt's explanation of rules as intended is probably accurate. But in the moment, unless it is crazy, stupid, overpowered, and it would just break the combat, I'd give him the sneak attack. If he's using like a dagger or something.
I did, darling. I
And you
did.
only got 15?
I only got 15. I would like to use the dagger to cut into him as well.
All right, go for it. It's an attack.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh, that's no good. That's 20. Now it's nice 12.
You can't even get your hand and dagger out of the sheath. It's too tight in there. You are cutting through muscle, and you feel the body and the muscle kind of just tense based on the reaction of the interior pain.
Yep.
You also drive, but it's still keeping up in the air.
Okay,
You are beginning to suffocate.
Fine.
Holding your breath. You can hold your breath for a little while here, but letting you know, like, there is no airflow. So you're not suffocating yet, but you know there is nowhere to breathe.
I'm fucked. I understand, Matthew. I'm fucked. It's
All right,
fine.
that's your turn.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Keyleth.
I'm so scared. Okay, hang on. How was the range on
That's
that?
my idea.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay, I'm gonna just take a few steps forward, kind of here-ish. Matt,
Right there?
there-ish, move up a little bit. Just so I
Behind
can.
the tree?
Yep,
Sure.
behind the tree. And I'm gonna attempt to cast Earthbind on him.
Alrighty.
He has to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. That is a failure. It's going to use second legendary resistance. Succeeds.
Okay, well we burned off 2 of his legendary resistances.
Also, I have no idea what the initiative order is, but Fastbender keeps doing slow until I tell him something else.
It
Right?
recharges. Go ahead and roll a 5d6. Roll a d6.
A D6.
Yes.
2.
2. So not recharge slow. Fastbender is too low. Fastbender's just standing there now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take the remaining of my turn. Oh shit, I actually get 1 move. It's okay. I'm gonna turn into an Earth Elemental.
Okay.
I will also say, this might be purely because of the faster speed, or maybe exacerbated by the faster speed. But I think, noticing a skosh of frustration for Matt, even on things separate from like running the minions and the grunts. And new theory, we are at 336, and he can see the health of Umbrasyll. And he has a good idea of how much longer this combat will last. And I'm beginning to get worried, especially as they can't, keep Umbrasyll tied to the ground. I'm beginning to get worried that this will last for a while longer. And I think Matt's starting to worry the same thing. And as we've discussed before, the 3-hour format is not kind to this sort of thing. And there's no content he can trim off here. Especially because the easiest way to, trim off content and, end the session would be to have Umbrasyll fly off. But that would be weird. Not it would be weird. He can't really do that with Scanlan and Vax inside the stomach. He has to go at least until they die. So he might be staring down the clock and realizing that this is going to be a 4.5-hour session and being a little stressed because of that. Because I didn't really notice it until he verbally kind of bulldozed Liam there. And then I was like, oh, he's very concerned about how quickly this goes.
All right.
I'm gonna take the remaining of my movement to move up.
Up.
Well, he has 60 feet of movement, but I moved, 10 feet, I guess, earlier, so...
Is 60 feet of movement speed 6?
No, I'm sorry. His earthwise.
You're next, Scanlan, by the way.
He has a 30, so he moves up 20 feet.
20 feet, all right. That finishes your turn, Keyleth?
Yeah.
Scanlan, you're up. Actually, at the end of Keyleth's turn, it's going to go ahead and use legendary action to use a tail attack against you. Pike, because you are within 20 feet of it. This is in the air. It's tail whips out towards you. That is a 32 to hit.
Just under the threshold. Pike dodges aside.
You take 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
With your whip.
And I say I'm staying up there? Yeah.
You're barely holding on up there, but yes. You take the brunt of it with your shield and it almost knocks you off the side, but you manage to take your sword and dig your hand and dig into the opposite side and catch yourself on the edge of the pillar. It does not knock you off.
Holy shit balls.
I moved your guts around.
Scanlan, it is now your turn. At the top of your turn, you take 6 points of acid damage, reduced to 3, as you found your way into the stomach. You didn't know.
Is it big in there?
Kill it.
It's fairly spacious, but it's all squeezed together right now. It's not like a giant empty void. It's like a giant pocket of air in your stomach. It is a...
Oh, wait, he can breathe?
No, you're also holding your breath. You're also submerged in current liquid that is dissolving you.
I can move my arms though.
You can. You're still kind of pressed in.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, I'm gonna get that rod out and click it.
Okay. Totally fine.
Come on,
It's
Scanlan.
gonna be weird.
Yes.
All right, so you take out the movable rod and click it, and as you release it, it stays there aloft in the center. You have dark vision, correct?
Fly, shithead,
Yeah, so
fly.
you can see it there in the space amongst the murky liquid. You can just barely see it shape there, and it is held aloft. Yes. Good.
Okay, that's good. That's positive, guys. We're getting somewhere. Is that my movement? Is that my bonus?
No, that's your action. To pull it out.
That's my whole action.
And click it because it's not easy to do in your current circumstance right now.
Sure. Okay. Well, I guess that's my action. And I guess as a bonus action, I can't really do anything. I can't inspire anyone because I don't think I can hear. Oh, I'm gonna use the earring. I'm gonna use the earring to say shit. Fuck. I'm gonna just start screaming and say, can you hear me, Vax?
You guys hear through the ring. All the air has now escaped your lungs.
Fuck!
You're not drowning yet.
Okay, good.
That ends your
Damn
turn.
physics.
Oh my god, damn physics.
Vex, you're up.
Do I get an advantage on attack against him because of guiding bolt?
You do. The next attack is
Did Vax reply?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guiding bolt, by the way, just because guiding bolt's technically the next attack, I did not give you advantage on the attack because you're on the inside and you don't actually see the guiding bolt, so
Somehow
it would go over
it's
to
the show.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. That's fine.
That's okay.
I gotta see, because I just got... How, I just want to know, how far does Grasping Vine go? Do you know, Keyleth?
60 feet?
So I may be misremembering how the earrings work. I was under the impression that they didn't have to literally speak. That it was like a telepathy thing. But I might be misremembering and it's more like a walkie-talkie situation. Because I remember that there has been some complications where like the earrings have been like re-explained during the Briarwood arc. Ah, they're walkie-talkies. Okay. Because when he said that, I was thinking like mentally screaming, and then Matt was just being harsh. I think it's basically message. Yeah, I guess message does I guess technically message does require you to say it, even though the intended recipient is the only one who can hear you. I guess that is how message works. So you would have to air. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
I can tell you super fast.
Not
Grab
bad.
me. No, 30 feet, 30 feet.
How
30
many
feet.
airs
He's
he-
30 feet high.
He's 30 feet up right now.
And you technically have a pillar that's 30 feet high adjacent to him that you can anchor into a pillar.
Well,
Go up the pillar.
I'm gonna. Yeah, can it go from like towards the bottom of the pillar up towards him?
If you want to, down here again.
Yeah, I want to try to grasp onto one of his legs and yank him back down towards the ground. Ooh, which would really hurt with the movable rod inside of him.
Yes.
All right, so you using your bonus action, you conjure the vine.
Yeah.
That's your 4th warrior 1 4th level spell.
I have 2 because I have a pearl of power.
Oh, so you would have had to prepare that in advance, but yes, we'll say you do.
Okay. Oh, I did tell you. I should have.
You should have told me, but we'll say as part of the preparation you did that. Okay.
Okay.
So the Grasping Vine appears, lashes out from this pillar up at Umbrasyll.
Yeah.
All right, the creature has to succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be pulled. What's the DC on your spell?
16.
16. That is a 9 plus 9. That's 18. So the vine whips out, and Umbrasyll backs up and pulls the leg up, and it just hits the air beneath, kicks away at the vine.
That was my bonus?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna attack him 3 times with my hasting.
Get him.
Go for it.
Get him.
Yeah,
Get him.
attack.
Get him.
All right.
First one has advantage.
Okay.
That dragon.
24.
24 hits.
Okay. And that's sneak attack. Yes. He's got somebody close to him.
It's
Inside of him?
technically not sneak attack. It's not so much about.
Now there's a tough decision that Matt has to make here, and I mean that of like, it's something where it is totally case by case. You have to feel out the vibe in the room. Of Matt knows, as the DM, what will happen if Umbrasyll moves or is moved. Umbrasyll doesn't know. Ideally for Matt, something else would move Umbrasyll and then do some damage, and then Umbrasyll would be aware of the thing in its belly and would react accordingly. But at this point, Umbrasyll has no idea. So either Matt, there's a bit of a rock and a hard place of, do you not move Umbrasyll because, you know, you fictionally justify it with like, yeah, he's just gonna move and like spray acid down and like that's his tactic and that makes sense and that's, you know, what he would do. Or do you move him, like, you know, like try to do like a dive sort of deal, triggering the, you know, trap that your players have set up? Because this is a very awkward, moment where there are definitely courses of action that don't involve moving that are reasonable, and there are courses of action that involve moving that are reasonable. And you know that one is going to trigger your player's trap and the other one isn't. And so it's like, do you lean into your player's traps or do you not, because you don't want to make it look like you're, you know, trying to make like the fight too easy? But you also don't want to avoid doing the thing that would trigger the trap too much, because then it kind of looks like you're metagaming the monster because you know what the players did, even though the monster doesn't. It's a tough one. And these sorts of things they just come up if your players are doing interesting things. And I don't think there's, you know, like a straight up answer. But if they didn't know I'd lean into the trap, then they know and can react accordingly to avoid it in a reasonable manner. The moment that they know about the trap, I think your action path becomes much more clear as the DM, because you've kind of married what you know as the DM and what the monster knows as the monster. But yeah, it's tough. Like, leaning into the trap, especially in an actual play where people might accuse you of making the monster too easy for your players. I don't know, man. I think you do your best in every case and do what the dragon would do anyway, and just ignore the plus or minus metagame perception. Hard, but yeah. It's tough. I think you can answer it for like individual things. I would, and yeah, my answer is just like whatever I was planning on having Umbrasyll do before, I would try to keep going with that. My only problem is sometimes I evaluate monsters on like a turn-by-turn basis. Like I don't plan out their turns multiple steps in advance, especially if I'm running a lot of them. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but the DM has to reward players. It's part of their job, IMO, and a good plan deserves rewarding. I agree, but I don't. The tough part for me is I don't want to de-invest my players by making them feel like the monsters are catering to them, because I worry that could reduce the challenge. But I can go through this loop all day. Someone can then justify the other side, and there's a counter argument to that. I mean, I think everything y'all have said is valid. It's you just gotta do the best you can. I don't envy Matt here, but also I know this is just something that happens. This is just one of the tougher moments in DMing a combat like this.
Is somebody close, but a person is not threatening them from his current physical space. It is a bit of heartburn for him right now.
All right.
You don't sneak attack somebody from eating bad pasta.
Cool. Then just 7.
Did he move?
No.
The dragon?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. No, we didn't.
So how much damage is that?
10.
10 points damage to the first
For the
attack?
first attack.
Second attack? This is not advantage, only the first one did.
Oh,
So
then,
what's
it
your
doesn't
first
hit,
roll?
then it doesn't hit.
Okay.
And then 26 for the last
26 hits. The first one hits, sticks part of the front of its armor, doesn't seem to phase it. The second one, it actually hits the wing, just shatters it, knocks it out of the air as it's keeping itself up. The third one, however, does strike and hit and actually go between the scales in the neck. Roll for damage.
9.
9 points of damage. Both arrows kind of sticking out of the hardened exterior of the ancient black dragon.
The grasping vine just still kind of hangs out there?
Yeah, it's just chilling on the side there, as long as you maintain concentration, it'll stay.
Is he grabbing him or not?
It failed the grab. Alright, end of your turn. Is that what you're doing?
Am I hiding still?
And you have to use a bonus action to try and hide if you began the turn hiding. Or you can use your bonus action, or your extra action from the haste to do it, but you already used it to attack, so yeah, you're not hit.
Fine.
End of your turn, so you use another legendary action to do another tail attack against you, Pike.
Is that the third one?
That is a natural 1. Umbrasyll goes to swing, and suddenly there's a pulse in his stomach as you see Vax moving once again inside and doing some distracts, and the tail just swings overhead, and you duck below it as it just barely misses your head by inches. One of your braids actually comes loose from the amount of wind that blows by.
Only Stanley could see that.
That brings us to
What's left of the
Bird's turn.
Come on, Goliath.
All right.
And Herd, please roll
They're
better.
going to rush up and around here.
On Archers.
Grab the chains if they can.
Yeah.
Put it back
The
down.
chains are broken, so they're going to go ahead, as part of their plan, to begin to just unleash weaponry. So they just run through
Have they all broken?
at this point.
Maybe some just hang loose. Nothing.
No, this was their plan. This was the plan they agreed to.
No, it's fine.
They're all taking out javelins now. They had their side. They're leaping it towards it.
Are they just the stupidest Goliaths that they're all clumping together again?
That's redundant.
You guys are dumb.
You've met.
What are they?
Scholars, the lot.
Buddies.
We're gonna pay for that later, by the way.
All right, so they're all going to be taking javelin shots at miss,
Run by and I smack.
miss, 2,
One.
miss, hit,
Come on, buddy.
hit,
2.
Yeah.
3 hits.
Okay.
And so they're all like, just chucking these javelins upward. 4, 8, 12, plus 7, 19 points of damage from the javelins. They all some stick in and then fall out. The wounds are now becoming visible.
Okay. That sucks. Uh-huh. We knew it was a possibility. I'm gonna tell you guys now. I don't... Mood ruined. Mood not ruined yet. I have developed mental resilience over the past 2 weeks. No, that's what I was about to say, Deadly Spark. We are, we're not doing 0.5. We are getting through this episode. I do not care how long we have to push. I will rewind. I will repeat myself. We are finishing episode 54. The question will be when we watch episode 55. I do not want to start another Critical Role episode with these issues still in place. So, we will see. I will have to, we've been drafted for an all-nighter. Another stream between as a test. Oh yeah, I will definitely be doing streams between. So I was debating. I had a couple of ideas for what to do today, but I honestly thought, I was like, okay, doing Critical Role is the one that is most disruptible, most likely for me to really notice the disruption if it happens, because there's this really fun thing where sometimes it happens and it resets all the metrics. So if I miss it happening, I can't tell that it happened. So that's super awesome. And so now it's just a, I wanted to finish this episode to see if it would happen again. Stress test it a little bit. And now we're going to finish this one, and then we'll do some other streams in between. Okay. Okay, good. Oh my god, audio going in and out would just be the cherry on top. But glad to know. Okay. Yeah. You sound like Tiberius for a second there, yeah. Hospital with my son, so I'm going to watch next 72 hours. I hope you and your family are doing well, Ross. And I hope to bring good vibes, peaceful vibes. So we're gonna keep trucking, and like I said, we're gonna get through this episode, regardless of how long it takes. And we will address the internet later. Okay, let's do it.
And that column was a climbing speed.
Climbing speed? I mean, if you roll a good, decent climb check, here. That would be... So, an athletics check to see if you can climb it. I'd say put it about half speed, what you have.
Okay.
But you're also prone, so getting it from that's half your speed.
On my back, can I use my bonus action to drink the potion of speed, which makes me hasted?
Yes, you can. So you have technically 4 attacks per round.
I do. And it doubles my speed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 100 feet. So can I stand up?
Yep, 50. Oh, no, pie.
No pie.
50. And can I try and climb that column towards Umbrasyl's feet?
Athletics check.
That's awesome.
You great bastard, do it.
18.
18. You just managed to get to the top of the last bit of your movement.
Awesome.
So you are up
Yes.
about 15... About 10 feet from Umbrasyll right now. Still pushing on 15 at an angle.
So I have 4 attacks?
Yes, not melee though.
Yeah, well, so I'll use 3 of the enchanted javelins and the javelin of lightning.
Okay. Alright, so you... Well, finally with the javelin lightning, so go ahead and make the first 3 strikes.
Hope none of them hit me.
Reckless. All of them.
Okay, so with advantage on each of these, the range on the javelin strikes, I'm just going to pull it up fast since it's the first time you've used this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 120 feet for the javelin of lightning.
Go for the wings.
Yeah, within 30 foot range, so yeah, it's fine. So go ahead and roll.
Go for the wings.
First one is...
11. It's an 11 plus my natural, like...
It's 11 plus 1 for being enchanted.
Right.
Plus your strength modifier and your proficiency modifier.
9.
A lot.
Oh, no, my proficiency.
Strength plus proficiency.
Which is plus 7, I believe. Plus...
A lot.
So yeah, that hits.
Okay. Where's my proficiency thing at? 5. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you're looking at plus 13 these attacks. So the first one hits.
Okay.
Second one
Is 28.
hits. Third one
Is 19.
misses. The lightning javelin, I don't think it's lightning one you just throw, and I think it
And the second one is the last one is a 30.
The last one I don't think you actually rolled to hit the javelin, just comes with bolt of light.
That's right, you're right.
But anyway, so roll 1d6 plus 8 for damage on 2 of those javelins.
So that's 12.
Alright.
14.
Alright. And then now the javelin lightning makes it save. That is a 21 for the save. What's the DC?
17.
17, so yeah, so it takes the half damage from it.
Okay.
What's the damage on total?
46.
So go ahead and roll that and it takes half damage.
8. 13.
13 already. So 13 and then halved. Gotcha.
Yeah, so 6.
6 points of lightning. No. Okay. The javelin, the last hit, the javelin turns to a bolt of lightning, streaks through, hits an impact, and then just falls to the ground. The energy expended, jamming itself into the dirt, not far from the ground. Then your turn, Grog.
Yep.
Percy, you're up.
Taking my first shot, taking a weight shot.
All right, go for
it. That's 20. That does not hit.
20. It just ricochets off the armor.
All right, that's one grit. Taking another shot.
Okay, reload and then shot again.
That hits. That's 30.
30 hits. Go and roll damage.
15 points of damage.
15 points of damage.
And he has to make a the strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. That is a 19.
DC is 19.
Okay, so it succeeds.
He succeeds on the 19?
Yeah, you have to meet or exceed.
Okay, I'm gonna burn an action surge and take a third shot.
All right, so reload shot. Reload. Go for it.
21 does not hit.
21 does not hit.
Fuck.
It just steers wide, shooting past the beating wings.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna just hide behind that tree and wait for my next round.
Okay, moving that way. All right, ending your turn, Percy. NOJA. So use the third and final lightning bolt, now arcing up to the entity. Makes it save at 27. All right, bringing us to 56, 25, 13 points of lightning damage against Umbrasyll from NOJA. And NOJA steps back behind, kind of looking exasperated and spent on some of the upper echelon spells at his disposal. Now it comes to Umbrasyll. Actually, at the end of NOJA's turn, Umbrasyl's going to use his last legendary action to make one more tail swipe at you, Grog.
Yep.
That's going to be a 29 to hit.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You take. Yeah. That's really bad. That's 11 points of bludgeoning damage reduced to 5.
Okay. Can I stay up?
Yeah, you stay up. So, not enough strength to push you down.
What the heck happened?
Over there.
That was it.
Alright. Top of Umbrasyl's turn. See if this
stealthing
recharges.
Yeah.
Alright. Umbrasyll is going to go ahead and attempt to move to the left.
Yeah, try it, buddy. Try it.
God.
Internal damage.
Hopefully.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
The rod supports 8,000 pounds of pressure.
Correct. If the creature pushes against it, must make a DC 30 strength check to move the rod to 10 feet in a single round. So. Nope.
That thing's fixed in space.
He goes to move it. And it's like feeling something tear through in the inside of its area, so it stops at this sharp pain. Takes one point of damage, but the warning is there and does not move.
Shit.
However, the acid breath did recharge on a 5. It's going to go ahead from right there and angrily lay down right there.
Oh, no.
That is 1, 2,
But you're resistant.
Yeah.
Right, so.
And
1, 2, 3.
Isn't he having a plummeting issue if he's not moving?
No, if your speed is 0, you plummet. Is how it works.
Okay.
All right, no, they all fail. Oh. All right, they are all right here.
Everybody's
Wrecked.
Jesus.
Wrecked. Wrecked. Wrecked.
Where's Xanror?
Xenor's right there at the bottom.
Where's his wife?
His wife's over here.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting. I hated running an intelligent dragon fight in my campaign. Damn, Sputnik. I've admittedly never run a dragon, so I don't know. This is very much a how exactly do I phrase this? This is a debate or a discrepancy in your in my visual or not visual imagination of how a dragon flies that is making me kind of really squint really hard at this. Because there's no reason that Matt is wrong here. Like there's no actual reason that like that's not accurate. You know, that like the dragon starts to move, feels the shit in its stomach and stops moving. But to me, and this is maybe, I don't want to say one of the traps, but this is definitely an example of how you can follow all the rules and still have something that you do as a DM feel weird to your players, and like not feel right and de-invest them. Because to me, that description of it, of like the strength save and what have you, and it taking like 1 point of damage, to me that sounds like it's flying like a hummingbird. Like I'm picturing a dragon And I'm picturing its body's like fucking moving, you know? This isn't like it's a giant ass dragon with these lumbering flight. I picture that it can like kind of hover, but like not that precisely, where it feels a little tug at its insides and it can stop and back up. Like that feels very odd to me. UFO dragon, yeah. But again, Matt's not wrong. And this also isn't really something that you can like figure out ahead of time. You know, but it's not like you can ask your players like, hey, what do you guys think the flight path of a dragon typically looks like, you know, observably? It's not really something you can like check with them beforehand about. And so I don't blame Matt at all for that, but it is definitely like it's tough because to me it feels like he is avoiding triggering the trap. Like and I don't want to put that on him. I don't want to like put that like intent or whatever, that like very, you know, negative intent on him of like he, you know, basically made Umbrasyll take like 1 damage and now he's aware of the trap. To me that feels like he just wanted Umbrasyll to be aware of it and didn't really give the players anything for that. But to take a more charitable read on it, I think the main thing that Matt is picturing here is the immovable rod. Sputnik beat me to it. Yeah, I think that Matt's picture. And John's saying the same thing. Yeah. I think that this also has to do with what are the goals of the plan. And again, this is a plan that you can't really like. It makes sense to me why they didn't, you know, talk through the goals of this plan, because I'm sure to everyone it was very obvious. Or they thought it was very obvious, you know, in their own heads. Where it seems like, yeah, Matt's interpretation of what is happening here is that the rod is pinning Umbrasyll in place unless he's forced to move beyond his will. Which I think is a fair interpretation of the trap and the reward for doing so. But it's very much not what I was expecting. I was absolutely expecting it to do more damage just based off of like the inertia of Umbrasyll trying to move. And all that said, I think this situation is so, maybe not niche, but is so unnoticeably unclear. Like, I don't blame Matt for not having clarified the goals ahead of time, but it is a good example of, in more straightforward circumstances or in more obviously unclear circumstances where, as the DM, you aren't sure what the player's goal is, it's super important to clarify it with them. I'm not even saying that like any of the players have my same opinion, but I don't think that my read is super off. Like, I don't think that my read is like an unreasonable read that a player couldn't come to. And with that in mind, this is something where the goal to both me and I'm sure Matt seemed very obvious. If I was like, oh, it's a ploy to do damage and then potentially destroy the rod. Matt sees it as a ploy to keep the dragon pinned in three-dimensional space. Those are both, I think, very reasonable reads of the situation, but they result in incredibly different behavior that would seem odd. That seem odd when put against each other. You know, two reasonable interpretations that are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but definitely approaching that. And all that is to say, this is in a situation where it feels like it's clear. So if you're in a situation as a DM where you're not clear on the goals, where the situation doesn't seem as obvious, you definitely need to clarify it, you know? Grog did 1 damage from a flick to the nuts. The dragon stopped after that amount of damage. Seems odd, just rolled 2d6. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems odd to me. But, like I said, if I'm in Matt's head and I think that the goal of this whole thing is to stop Umbrasyll, in like, you know, to basically reduce Umbrasyll's speed, then I think when I give that description and I give that consequence as Matt, I think I've done it. Like, I think I am playing along with the players. Like, I am giving them the thing that they were going after. So it feels weird to me because I had a different expectation, but if I put myself in Matt's expectation, I don't think it feels as weird, especially given, you know, any of the external factors. Also had someone that had an all-day dehydration headache and upset stomach on Saturday. Any jostle, my stomach stopped me in my tracks. I mean, that's fair enough. But hey, it's just the mental fly. I don't know. If I'm walking across the room and step on a Lego, I have a hard time stopping before I step on a second one consistently. A dragon halting that quickly does seem real sus. Yeah. It seems sus when I get to pause it and think about it. And I do think he probably should have run it differently. But putting it into his head, I get it. You know, I totally get it at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I think Matt is doing what he thinks is giving the reward to the players, which is the important part at the end of the day. There's just maybe some disagreement about what the reward is / should be, you know. Hindsight.
And like when I say wrecked, like they're on the ground, like their flesh dissolving and screaming in pain. The hurt has been heavily culled in but a few rounds. There's a little bit of horror to it. I need both Grog and Keyleth as elemental to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
16.
I rolled a 2 with a -1, so 1.
Alrighty. So.
Not a natural one.
Not a natural 1. I rolled a 2.
Slightly different.
You both suffer 82 points of acid damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Resistance, so I half that?
Yeah, you take 41 points of acid damage.
Sorry, it's in tank mode.
Keyleth?
She's in tank mode.
I'm in tank mode, so I'm good.
She's an earth elemental.
I'm an earth elemental.
We're both fine.
Unable to move. That is the end of Umbrasyl's turn. That's messed up.
That's messed
I
up.
am
Just more
going to
frustrating.
cast blindness on it.
Okay.
Blindness, nice.
What's the DC on the check? Was it wisdom?
I think it's Constitution.
Really high.
Constitution saving throw.
All right, Constitution saving throw. That is 18 plus 14, 32, and I think that succeeds.
You don't know. She might have rolled a 78.
No.
True.
All right.
Possible one. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm
Sorry.
gonna move my spiritual weapon.
All right,
So it's
spiritual
already-
weapon now shifts up into space as a bonus action, and you can make a ranged spell attack against it as the sword arcs upward towards Umbrasyll. Go ahead and roll. Add your spell attack modifier.
29.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
29.
1d8 plus 5, correct? Pretty sure for the.
1d8 for every 2 slot levels. I was doing.
You did the second level for that one. So it was a bonus action, so you used it.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
1d8 plus 5.
9.
9 points of damage against Umbrasyll. The blade just streaks across, and more sparks fly, but this time you can see it left like a carve of glowing red mark across the scales, but the blade managed to do some damage to it. That ends your turn, Pike. Vax, you're up. You immediately take.
Tell me.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning.
As condensing and crushing you from the inside.
All right. I'm going to use my bonus action to try to. Can I sneak attack this thing from inside? I'm inside him. I'm inside him.
I'll say.
That's very surprising.
You can't.
You don't understand. It's different. It isn't like a soft gooey center. All of its body is still like very dense, sinewy muscle in the vicinity. You don't know where you are in its body, so you don't know where the actual weak points are.
All right.
So I will say, given the circumstances and your ability to barely move,
Yeah.
probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
All right.
I really want I'm inside of him. That's very surprising on my tombstone. I want those to be my last words on this earth. Enshrined in marble for all generations to come. What? It is surprising. I agree with him. He just thinks he's a little eepy. He has a little upset stomach, and then I poke him.
Well, I'm going to use my bonus action first to hit it. It's a disadvantage?
Yes, all attacks are still restrained.
Okay, so that is 19, which fucks up.
Unfortunately, it's not cutting through.
And now I'm going to use the dragon sword. Okay. Okay, there's a 21.
21. It's just barely not able to cut through the dense hide. The blade is caught. Oh, it feels like a ligament or something. It can't quite carve through with your body all crushed up inside.
Well, I will, for my turn, then suffocate. And then also, Fastbend should still be going, trying to recharge.
Correct. So go ahead and now roll a d6.
That's 4.
4. Fastbender's still standing there. On a 5 or 6, it
Wow,
recharges.
zowie.
Yeah, sorry.
Does that mean suffocating?
I don't know what it means.
All right, so that ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. As an earth elemental, I want to drop into the earth and earth glide.
All right. How many feet do you go?
With my 60 feet, question: can I get across into the top of this, like this pillar here? Maybe. This.
Oh, right there?
That
You
one.
can get up there, yeah. You're wider than the pillar, though. You kind of like...
Earth glide to the top. So it's 30 feet tall.
Yep.
And I'm gonna kind of use my momentum to see if I can rocket myself out and see if I can jump and grab onto his leg.
Okay, so you're making this kind of a jump action then?
Yeah,
Is
like
your
I want to kind of shoot out of the pillar, kind of,
Like, use the movement with the earth
yeah,
glide?
whoosh, and shoot out with kind of like a water slide trajectory. Woo! Yeah.
Okay, I'll say for that... This seems pretty fast.
30 feet.
That's very heavy. It's an earth elemental.
I'm thinking about it real hard.
Go ahead. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
So is that strength? That's
That would be strength as an earth elemental if you do not have a specific skill for it.
I'm gonna use Scanlan's inspiration.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah. Ooh, that's good. 18 plus 5, so 23.
A 23. You manage to leap and catch the bottom of its foot.
Yes!
You're not halting or doing anything to Umbrasyll other than the fact that you're holding on to...
But I've got a split.
You're heavy as fuck, right?
And I'm heavy as fuck.
How much do you weigh?
Well, if Fassbender weighs, what was it, like,
It's like
1,200 pounds?
Almost a ton.
2,800 pounds.
2,800 pounds?
Over a ton, yeah.
So I'm at least as heavy, if not heavier than
Ton is-
Fassbender. A ton is 1,000 pounds.
Oh, no, I thought
That is 2,000.
I thought it was 3,000 pounds.
2,000.
None of us fucking know.
Ah, man. Again, it's very tough. 'Cause raw, yeah, there's no mechanic, there's no reason that Umbrasyll needs to lower when the thing grabs onto him. There's no mechanical reason that he should drop. But it's this very weird sensation where if the immovable rod was not inside Umbrasyll, I would probably think, oh, that's kind of weird, and then not think about it anymore. Like the fact that like Umbrasyll is not dropping when the earth elemental grabs onto him, right? I would probably give it like 2 seconds of thought and then move on. But because the immovable rod is in there, the fact that it's not moving, even though mechanically it doesn't need to, feels like Matt avoiding the trap. And I feel bad for feeling that way because Matt is following the rules. He does not. There's no rule telling him that Umbrasyll needs to lower and thereby interact with the rod. But the fact that it's not is making me feel like it is, you know? I don't have a word for it. I'm looking for a word for this feeling of like, I wouldn't care if the circumstances were different, but because the circumstances are what they are, it feels very odd. I have no word or term for that sort of feeling, but I'm feeling it a lot right now. Same thing with the idea of like the dragon hovering or like being able to like kind of stop on a dime. It's like all of those, you know, I don't know. It's crazy. About once every 3 streams, I instinctively check how long is left, realize it's live, and feel so dumb. Oh, look, I get it, Daniel Grace. I don't watch a lot of live streams live. I mostly watch VODs of live streams, so I feel you. I can't logically explain why, but I think it would be less weird if he took no damage than if he took 1. I also kind of feel that. Like, the immovable rod is a great idea. But it's such a, and maybe this is kind of the factor, you know, separate from what happens. The immovable rod is such, or this whole plan, putting the immovable rod inside of Umbrasyll, is such a distinct and specific and decently creative plan that I feel like when I hear it, I have an immediate reaction to what should happen. Even though I know that a bunch of things could happen, right? Like, the plan can be interpreted and, you know, because you have to translate this abstract thing into mechanics. You know, there's going to be things lost in translation during that transition process. And with something like this, with this sort of creative play, I feel like I have such an instinctual and solid idea of how that transition should go, of how that translation from creativity to mechanics should go. What gets lost in translation, what doesn't. But I'm not right. That's wrong. I do not have a monopoly on the truth of how these non-mechanical strategies get translated down into the mechanics. So it's a very weird feeling of I understand that this is just different, but the difference is annoying me. And I don't want it to be. It's totally valid, but I can't explain it. It just is. It's like tipping a penny at a restaurant. It is kind of like tipping a penny at a restaurant. I kind of agree, yeah. It's usually why my rule is a blanket reward to the players unless it would completely not work. Yeah, and I mean, I think that is kind of the thing at the end of the day, Deadly. I think you're kind of hitting on it is... Regardless of what you decide, whatever you think of this scene, this is a great scene to suss out your own DMing style and ideology to a degree. Because however you play this, you want it to feel internally consistent, not just with how the players think a dragon would behave. Because that is one thing, and that's, you know, kind of what I'm butting up against. But I think more aptly, you want it to feel... Oh, slight buffer. Okay. I don't see any drop frames on my side. So hopefully, cross your fingers. But anyways, you want it to feel internally consistent, not just with how they think the fiction should go, but also with how they expect you to DM. I think that is the real at the core of it takeaway is you'll get the fiction wrong sometimes. Like, you do not know everything. You do not know how everything behaves, how it all interacts. You are not Ultron. You know what I'm saying? And so beyond making the fiction consistent, I think the more important thing is to have a style and to have a defined style that you can drop back on, and that feels consistent. Where even if the player disagrees in the fiction with how you're presenting it, they're at least not surprised. They're like, oh yeah, it makes sense that Matt would kind of present it that way, or it makes sense that Mega would run it that way. Like, you know, I don't know if I agree with it working that way in the fiction, but it fits with their shtick. I think you want that at the very bottom of it. It'd be great if it worked in the fiction, but the most important part is that your players don't feel like you're switching up the style just to fuck with them. That's one of the worst feelings. Yeah. The plan shouldn't have worked raw because of Dimension Door, so Matt may be thinking that anything is really in terms of the immovable rod is bonus anyway. It's tough because he didn't say that. Unless he said it to them off table. It's hard. It's like once you approve the plan, it's tough to nerf it or make it less effective. That's why it kind of weirded me out when he made them pop out on either side of the membrane, because it's like, he approved the plan. They expected Dimension Door to work like it worked. And then he made it work a little bit differently to sort of fit his interpretation of the fiction. But to be fair, that's very in Matt's style. Matt will take a mechanic that seems to have a pretty straightforward definition and mold it and massage it to fit the internal fiction. That's, to go back to the style conversation, that's super within Matt's style. So none of his players looked surprised when they came out on either side of the membrane. All of them were just like, oh, okay. Like, we're using Dimension Door in a wacky way. It doesn't work exactly like we thought it would. Like, that unclear expectations almost is an expectation at this point. So, to that degree, you can say that Matt is following his internal style, which is really what you should do. I think this is a wait and see moment. Possibly. But, yeah, interesting. I don't know. It's a very... This whole fight is a... This whole fight is very interesting because it's, I think, the largest concentration of them trying to do not strictly mechanical strategies. They're all decently creative players, but I think that this fight might be just the highest number of, like, not strict mechanics that they've employed within a single fight, which makes sense. They've been terrified of this dragon, so it makes sense that they're trying to pull out every weird tool in their tool belt. But it's a interesting watch because of that.
Why didn't we go metric?
European watch is like,
Jeff, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm holding on for dear life. Oh, if Fastbender weighs, what was it, like?
It's like
2,800
pounds.
2,800 pounds?
over a ton, yeah.
So I'm at least as heavy, if not heavier than Fastbender. A ton is 1,000 pounds.
Oh, no, I thought
Ton is 2,000
I thought it was 3,000 pounds.
2,000.
None of us fucking know.
2,000
Why
pounds.
didn't we go metric?
European watch is like,
Jeff, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm holding on for dear life.
all right, that ends your turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I know from my experience going to the pubs with Grog.
You take 8 points of acid damage, by the way, as you're slowly dissolving.
Wait, but he
Reduced
has
to 4.
protection from...
I'm fine. Slowly
How's
dying.
my lungs? How
Oh, Keyleth, by the way, I need you to make a concentration check before I forget.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
no work. No, that's... Wait, do I add anything?
Well, the DC is half the damage you took from the breath weapon, so 40.
Oh, right.
So who did you cast the resist acid on? You're no longer resistant to acid,
Copy
right?
that.
Sorry.
No, it came in handy for the one.
It did. Did.
How's my lungs? Am I out? Am I dying?
Your air is out. You're still holding your breath per se, but you have one more round before you actually will probably start.
I would like to say that Liam O'Brien, who is a total wusspuss, can hold his breath for like 50 seconds.
While you're screaming?
So Vax and Scanlan should be...
You're doing okay.
Okay.
He screamed and released all the air out of his lungs.
Okay.
So he's now completely collapsed lungs, no air to subsist on.
I love going to the bottom of the pool and just sitting there.
All right.
my brow.
I'm good for 3.5 minutes, so...
I'm gonna see if I can last one more round.
Okay, what are you doing?
Well, as I was saying, I know from my time drinking with grog that any sort of blow to the stomach will really make you barf pretty easily. So I'm gonna set off a thunder wave at level 6.
Yes! Oh my god, yes! Oh my god!
I hope that he spits me up.
Spits you both of them.
I'm still in its anus.
But we don't even know where you are.
I know.
You could be in a shoulder.
You're done, friend. Sorry.
Not with him.
All right, so at a 6th level, we're looking at 7d8 thunder damage.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, just do it. Do
Oh my
it.
god.
Do
Thunder
it.
damage.
Go
Do you want
ahead and roll
more
that.
D8s?
All part of the plan.
Yeah, this was totally
The
thought out.
hastily smushed together plan.
All right,
78?
that is a DC. That rolled a 9 plus 14, so it succeeds.
So it'll be half.
Half damage.
Okay,
Hey, get some shit on Umbrasyll.
Not a great roll.
16, 19, 25.
25.
So only 12 points.
12 points. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw because you are on the other side of the membrane.
Ooh, I didn't know
Scanlan,
that.
and suddenly there's a giant impact.
I mean, it is only 12 points. Oh, but that's what's really tough. I can't tell if Matt did or didn't think about it. I want to assume that he did, but he's kind of just running them doing damage inside of the dragon's body as basically equivalent to hitting it from the outside. And that doesn't feel right, but also being inside of a dragon doesn't really feel right. So it's this very odd thing where it's like I feel like I would have run this differently, but I would need to think about it. I'm repeating myself. Well, yeah, I gotta move on. But yeah, it's
A forceful blow as the outside of the stomach crushes.
Natural 20!
12 points of damage.
Okay, I'll take it.
Constitution saving throw on Umbrasyl's part for...
There it is, right there.
Roll a natural 20, so Umbrasyl's not vomiting. Umbrasyll,
Not vomiting.
Nope, roll a natural 20 to see if it falls down. There's from the inside of the dragon, kind of like...
Does a little come up and he swallows it back down?
Basically, a little, almost.
A little bit salsa.
Yeah, make a little air though. For
I
you.
don't know. Did that make a little air?
Little marinara.
From the blast of it, I mean...
You're probably
From the
giving
source
enough
of the force, if I push it away for a second, air is kind of pulled through the esophagus instinctually as when the space opens, it has to suck through. This is sounds. Yes, there's a moment of air that is pushed back out. You
That
can
has
breathe.
got to just taste amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Terrifying. You see upwards a brief little glimpse of light at the top of the esophagus as the mouth is forced open as the air is pulled in from the blast and it kind of streaks out angrily.
Oh, that might you people around.
All right,
Hello, buddy.
Galen, is that your turn?
Buddy.
I can't do much else. Do I have any movement?
You're restrained, so your movement is 0.
Even in the water? I'm in a womb-like state?
You're not like floating in a giant pool of water. You're like crushed against two membranes with acid. Remember the scene in Akira when Tetsuo gets too big and the rope gets crushed briefly? You're like in that middle period right there. You're like between two folds of stomach lining and there's just acid all around you. It's awesome.
All right, then I can't really do much. Oh, shit, no. Oh, shit. No, I would have had to call it earlier. Never mind.
No.
Good, done.
I just want to remind everyone I'm really small.
Yeah, we know. You're
Really
teeny.
small. I fit between muscles, bones, ligaments, and
I could have done the cutting words on after I cast my spell, but I didn't, so forget it.
At the end of your turn, you can use a legendary action to do a wing attack. Actually, 2 actions cost. Begins beating its wings rapidly in this vicinity. Woof, woof. I need both Grog and Pike to make dexterity saving throws.
Scanlan, we're safe from all this shit.
I know, this is the best place to be. We're
Oh, thank you.
only going to suffocate and be crushed.
18.
18.
16 plus 2.
18.
Both of you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage and are thrust towards the edge of the stone. I need you both to make strength checks to resist the force of the blow.
Hold on. Nice, nice.
21.
21.
10.
Is 15 half for me for the bludgeoning, or is that already half because I made the save?
No, it's half for you after that. However, you both are then, from the sheer force of the wind, blown off the top of the
21?
What the fuck was that save? What did you have to beat?
A 23.
Ancient dragon.
23.
It's so big.
You both fall and take an additional 8 points of bludgeoning
I'm
damage.
gonna use my celestial shield and cast Featherfall.
Okay, so you take no damage additional. It's not when you catch yourself on the ground.
My 8 is half.
It's half, yeah, you're both thrown to the bottom of the
Golden ball. Piece of donkey shit.
All right, that's going to,
Oh, yeah.
that was the end of Scanlan's turn. Back at the top of Vex, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna try conjure fucking animals again. By the way, I was wrong. My Pearl of Power only works up to level 3, so I don't have 2 level 4s. I already used the 1.
All right.
So, conjure animals. Again, 2 more giant eagles out of the ether. This time, I want to conjure them like 10 feet above his head.
Okay, actually, because I didn't see you, I need you to go ahead and make a save as well, because you were on it as it's beating its wings too.
Even though I'm holding on to his leg.
Yep.
Oh, just a what? Just a what?
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
That's not good. 4.
4. You also take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Tough, because I'm an elemental.
And I need you to go ahead and make strength saving throw.
Strength.
I like She was really high in there.
19.
19.
Bummer.
You are blown off of the dragon's body.
Shit.
Like a rock, slamming into the ground.
Oh, she knocked down a pillar on the way
I know.
down.
Fuck.
You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage on the impact of the ground, poof, leaving a small crater. However, there are 2 giant eagles,
Yeah.
so now floating up in the vicinity around the dragons.
Yeah, the I don't necessarily think it's nitpicking. The thing that is so interesting to me about this is that it is a small decision to allow them to go inside of Umbrasyll, but it has such far-reaching consequences for kind of everything that regardless of how Matt runs it, I do think it's good to look at it and, really kind of get into the brain. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. Like, it's one decision and Matt's running with it. But yeah, the actual tone of the battle is so wildly different. Like, if we actually look at the effect of teleporting inside of Umbrasyll, so far it has been a net negative for Vox Machina, just straight up. But that net negative is not necessarily the result of them teleporting in there. It is mostly the result of how Matt has run them teleporting in there. Matt is 3 mental exhaustion. I want to be really clear. I'm not saying that Matt is running it bad. I think it's good to look at Matt and say, would I run this differently? Which parts would I run differently? I think playing devil's advocate for it is great because this is just a really obvious, or not obvious, maybe, a very large example of one, maybe not one, but like a mindset ruling of what is it like inside of the dragon and what a different tone that can generate within the game when you start getting into these homebrew rulings. And it's a good example of why I'm generally I don't want to say hesitant. Maybe hesitant is the right word. I'm generally hesitant about homebrew rules, homebrew mechanics, especially if they're repeatable. I don't think this is very repeatable, which is why, when they were talking about this plan, I was all about it. I was not thinking about all of these downstream effects. I don't blame Matt for how this is going at all. I think there's very much a universe where I end up running it very similarly if I don't maybe have enough time to prep that week, or like you said, if I'm 3.5 hours in to a session that I know should have been done half an hour ago. There are so many universes where I run it exactly the same. But it's such an interesting case study of the downstream effects of not only, a rule of cool and a homebrew ruling, but all of the contingent factors that fall off of that one singular ruling. Yeah. It's fascinating. This is, I think case study is the appropriate word of I don't blame Matt. I don't blame the players. This is just so interesting how this combat is going, especially compared to how I thought it would go. And I think also earlier, I said I was getting annoyed. My annoyance has gone away, and now I'm just rapt. I just have rapt attention. Yeah, so interesting. So is the dimension door to Kima's stomach. Oh my god. I'm thinking through things now in a clear mind so I can rely on instinct while I DM. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's watching this, thinking about what you would do, what you like, what you don't like, so that you can try to build that instinct, because you're never going to be able to think through it in the moment. There's just... It just takes too long. Obviously, have we fucking seen my stream lengths? It takes way too long for someone to think this shit out. You just gotta build up instincts and hope that you can rely on them. I do think if he had a full session, I had to prepare for this plan, but the way he's running, it feels like he wasn't expecting it. Yeah, it's very... But... You know, as we've talked about before, they're professional voice actors still. I mean, he's working full time. IRL stuff gets in the way, but they have a schedule that they got to keep with this, you know. It's not a thing where he can say, hey, guys, I didn't prep enough this week. Sorry. You know, that's canceling production if you do that. So, I mean, Matt, absolutely. I guarantee he runs into low prep weeks and just does his best to not show it. Not saying that that's what's happening here, but it's definitely could be. But also wait and see how this plays out. Yeah, especially with how close we are to the end. I'm like, what is... That's why I talk about rapt attention. I'm like, how is this gonna play out?
All right, so the Eagles are summoned.
Eagles are summoned.
Their initiative is... They're going to be after Grog.
Okay. So they're above his head now, so if he like shoots acid down, they'll be here.
Yes.
And their command is attack his eyeballs!
Alrighty.
Okay, and so that's, I'm gonna use my boots of haste.
Yep.
Now, from my perception, would I be able to see any weird little bumps on the dragon? Because my brother's been in there a while. Can I see anything
Make a
going
perception
on?
check.
I'm behind his left nipple.
It's not a tumor.
Shit.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good already. It's pretty good.
Earrings should work.
I'm sorry.
Pretty good.
We don't need to talk.
No, it's mental. It's not
28.
happening. Yeah.
No, 29.
29.
29 perception.
29?
In the butt.
All right. You notice on the outskirts of like the central row of scales, there's a small lump that is constantly struggling, not far from the surface, and it's just kind of darting around like a cartoon flea.
I'm gonna,
Not a tumor.
I'm gonna aim not the tumor right by there,
All right.
but not quite at it. I want to make an opening around it.
All right. Go for it.
Okay.
Kill your brother.
Man, remember we used to do hopscotch? That was the best. And then also we used to take baths together when we were really little, but that was when we were really little, not when
20.
we were...
Doesn't hit.
20, it hits and shatters
Doesn't
across.
can I use Wargod's blessing again? Can I use it every turn?
Every
round?
That's I think it's a channel divinity, which in which case I don't think it can. Wargod's blessing,
And if you
channel
go,
divinity,
you go way back, Mum would sing to us.
which currently...
Stop reminiscing. No reminiscing.
One in each arm, singing.
You use it the second time, between us. Yeah, so you can.
Let's do it. What do I add?
So that does hit.
I hit.
Plus 10 to the attack, so it hits.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So good.
Pike.
Vexalia.
10 damage.
Love you.
Let's see here.
I
Actually,
love
what's the
you.
range on that?
Insulting the book again.
Just checking through the range on it, how fast it does have.
I hear Elena's voice.
He's getting my hopes up and then he's gonna dash them down to the
That's what I do.
ground.
Creature within 30 feet if he makes an attack roll, so you cannot, unfortunately.
What was it saying?
It's within 30 feet of you.
Not close
She's
enough.
too far away.
Man, that sucks. If only she knew telekinesis. I think that could have really helped here, you know. But unfortunately, we lost the main telekinesis user. It's a huge loss, you know. We're really feeling the hole here because the telekinesis would have absolutely guaranteed that succeeded.
So that one does miss, shatters across the armor of the dragon. You have
One more attack.
one more attack, and then you're extra if you want to.
That one doesn't work either. Okay, that's good. 23. 23.
That hits.
3 hits.
11.
11 points of damage.
Yeah, he's dead.
So there,
That's definitely, how do I want to do this?
11.
can't summon it yourself.
Damn it.
Go, sticks into and pierces through. You feel it nearby.
Ow.
And in your little bit of vision you have in the squeezed area, dark as it is using your other dark vision, you can see what looks to be part of a spear, or an arrow point that is stuck through the armor.
I wrap my fingers around it.
Okay. Ends Vex's turn.
I don't know if it's Vex's.
Shut the fuck up, gnome.
You're smaller than me.
At this point, Zanwar looks over to Wara and says, "We have to go. Save our child."
Yes, they do.
Wara kind of looks and sees all the dead around her. "Oh, only if you come with me." Rosetta says, "No, I don't run from this. I want to kill this. He's my cousin." She turns.
Sorry about that. I have the white balance on automatic, and it keeps fucking with the green screen. So I was like, I need to go turn it down to way cooler. There we go.
And goes into a full dash this way, escaping. This guy's going to go ahead and begin to try and climb up. And he's partway up, not all the way. Step back and make 4 arrow shots at it. It's a hit, a miss, and a miss. Takes an additional 10 points of damage from the arrow. That guy over there is going to move around. And it's going to grab one of the drop chains on the ground.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
Throw it up to see if it can go ahead and wrap around Umbrasyll. 7 does not hit, which just arcs to below and falls to the ground limply. That's going to end the Hurt's turn. Grog, you're up.
Still hasted. Can I stand up?
Okay, so you're at 50 feet.
And with the Titan Stone Knuckles, can I smash them together and cast Enlarge on myself?
Yes.
Yeah.
Big Grog.
How tall am I?
40 feet.
You are twice your size, so you're pushing about 12 feet.
About like 12. So I have.
He's only 6 feet tall.
He's gotta be taller than 6
No,
feet.
it's like it's roughly half your height, not like a perfect.
You're 15 feet tall.
Yeah, maybe
15 feet.
15.
You're probably 20 feet tall.
You're like a
15 sounds
7
nicer.
footer.
Rounds up.
Don't argue with the DM.
I'm not arguing, I'm rounding up.
You're like 2 feet tall now. It's really impressive.
Being that I'm hasted, can I move directly behind Umbrasyll, like underneath him and behind? And can I attach the chain of returning to the blood axe?
I assume it was attached before the battle.
Yes. And can I? Yes.
Yes, it was.
And can I throw it?
Yes.
At Umbrasyll. Do I have 4? No, I just have 1 throw.
Yeah, 1 throw that
Right.
hits, and then you can pull it back.
If I want to.
Yes.
Reckless.
Yes.
That's even better. 29.
29 hits. Go roll
There it
damage.
is, butt on the inside.
21. With 1 point of necrotic damage.
21 points of damage onto Umbrasyll. Alrighty, it is embedded in there. You want to pull back?
I don't want to pull it loose. I just want to weigh on it.
Okay, you wait. All right. That ends your turn. At the end of your turn, it's going to go ahead and make a tail attack against one of the eagles. That is going to be a 21 to hit.
I bet that hits.
The giant eagle takes
Guys.
20 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm sure that probably kills him.
He has
Hold on.
26 points.
He's got 6 points left.
Okay, so the eagle right there has 6 hit points left.
Okay.
It is now.
Enlarging do anything to my damage? Sorry. To interrupt.
You do an additional 1d4 damage with the melee attacks.
I didn't do that. Can I do that?
Melee.
That?
Melee. Right.
Well, the weapon is real large. I'll take it. Go. Do another 1d4.
Whatever.
Hey, 4.
There you go. So that's additional 4 damage. Great. All right, so that's the eagle's turn. What you got, Laura?
Oh, they're gonna fly and attack his eyeballs.
Yeah.
Get him.
Roll attack tool. They have 2 attacks each, so roll 4
Yeah.
attacks.
Roll 4 attacks.
Yes, plus 5 to each.
one.
That's good. That hits. That one doesn't.
23 and 1.
23 hits.
Whoa!
Then one other attack.
2 hits.
So 2 hits.
2 hits. All right. So that is.
So those would be like 1 beak and 1 talon, maybe.
Be 1 beak and 1 talon. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
So 1d6 plus 3 and a 2d6 plus 3.
9 for 1 on the eyeball. And 8 on the pound.
Not bad. Well, streaking out, clawing heavily at the dragon. It's
I'm glad that all of them laughed as well, because I was like, am I just laughing at him in fast speed? But it was also funny at normal speed. Wah, wah.
bothered by it very remotely. It's more distracted with the sharp pain that summons multiple things. Well, yeah, I mean, they're striking at it. They don't go straight for the eyeballs. The dragon goes here, hit. They're getting near it and scraping at the scales around it and moving its horns around and batting them away.
Okay.
If you wanted to make called shots for its eyes specifically, none of those would hit. Outside of a natural 20, none of them would hit.
Cool.
And even a dragon's eyes are pretty decent armor.
Cool. Okay.
All right, so
Good to know.
Percy, you're up. Oh, we've lost audio on Percy.
Oh no!
Text us your move.
Text your move.
wants
Text your
to-
move.
wants to
Percy.
wing shot.
Okay.
I'm good.
What are you doing?
All right, I'm taking 2 shots. I'm
All
taking 2
right.
shots. That's all I got left.
I will say, it's very short. This is definitely yeah, Topaz. Well, this is a phenomenon. This is not like really even DM advice. It's more DM observance. Hey, Bug. Hey. I know, your sister is loud. This is Ay. Bug. Don't make me come out there. She's gonna make me come out there. One more bark. Alright, she's fine. Bug is angry puppy. We always tell people, oh, Bug's bark is bigger than her bite. But that's just because we stop her from biting them. She's never bitten anyone. We don't know if she would, but we also aren't down to test it. She survived from like 3 months to a year in the wild by herself. That's also why we can't get any pets other than another dog, because it's like not really debatable if she would eat it or not. She is not nice and cuddly, but she is loyal. Anyways, The wilds of Chicago? Nah, the wilds of Kansas. She was out on the plains, on the prairie. But what the fuck were we talking about? Oh, the DM observance. I have absolutely noticed, and I have kept it in mind for players. That one gets an award. That one, there we go. All right. I keep it in mind for player selection when I'm thinking about future campaigns and like the party composition. I have absolutely noticed when one player is very creative, sometimes it procs a second person. But when two people from the start, two or more, are being really creative with their turns, the rest of the party feels this like push and desire to feel like they need to do something creative on their turn. Like a push and desire to not just hit with a bow. And I totally get it. I have no real strat for like handling it, promoting it, discouraging it. I don't even really know what I think about it. But I have definitely observed it as a phenomenon. That if I have like one creative player, they can kind of like, do their thing and other people will not try to push stuff too far. But like, I think in this situation, when so many people are doing so much wacky shit, I think that Vex/Laura is trying to do the eagle called shots because she feels like she's not being clever enough. Because everyone else is doing this weird, wacky shit. And to be clear, Vax and Scanlan are pretty much failing. Like, their wacky shit is not going well. But she is, I think that is like part of her motivation of like why she's trying to have the eagles go for the eyes and all that sort of shit. Again, no idea how to handle it, but definitely something I've observed. Who do you think are the most creative of VM? Either Scanlan, I would say Scanlan or Percy. Probably Percy more consistently, but I think that Sam/Scanlan has higher bursts of it. Do you think the GM being creative as the enemies factors in at all there? Ooh, maybe. I've not examined it and like seen examples of it enough to like really say, but it's a phenomenon that I've been aware of and I've been kind of keeping my eyes on. We're so close to finish. We are so close to finishing. You're right. Let's run it out.
Yes.
Here we go.
How the fuck is that even gonna get me? Did they just burn through its health?
Okay, that's
That's possible that they just burned through Umby's health, but Matt has not described it.
Again, Percy, you roboted.
Say it again, Percy.
24 points of damage.
Nice.
Okay. 6 of which are necrotic. I'm taking my second shot.
All right, reload. Second shot.
Reload, fire. Fuck my life. That's mid.
Misfire? Oh no. Bad news.
Pulling out the other gun.
All right, so that's the end of your turn?
Pulling out the other one.
All right. Noja actually is getting scared. Yeah, Noja is actually hiding behind the tree and is like kind of shaking now. His body, malnourishment the whole time in this hole. This dragon taking all these blows and still standing. He's got into his head. Umbrasyll is going to look around at the vicinity, starting to show some wear and tear and some serious damage to it now. It's like, and he's going to go into a dive. As it does so, you watch as the rod hits the edge of the body and tears through the stomach and tears through the abdomen and out the side of it. The movable rod now shoots out the side of its body.
That's gonna be a lot of damage.
That's a fucking missile.
Is it?
It's a missile.
Well, that's a.
Wait.
That is
8,000 pounds of whatever.
30.
Wait. Why'd that happen? I feel like I missed it. Noja's shaking. And then I feel like all of a sudden the fucking immovable rod got a mind of its own. What did I miss? I'm going to turn down the speed.
Nourishment and the whole time, and this dragon taking all these blows and still standing has gotten to his head. Umbrasyll is going to look around at the vicinity, starting to show some wear and tear and some serious damage to it now.
Okay, narrating it. Okay.
And he's going to go into a dive. As it does so, you watch as the rod hits the edge of the body and tears through the stomach and tears through the abdomen and out the side of it. The movable rod now shoots out the side of its body.
That's gonna be a lot of damage.
That's a
right?
fucking missile.
it?
It's a missile.
Well,
That's a.
That is
8,000 pounds of whatever.
37 points of piercing damage as it ejects from the side. He is going to.
I'm still attached to him too.
Correct. As you are pulled up. Let's see here.
I'm going for a ride.
All of his legendary saves.
One more.
Fuck.
You're attached to him?
Yeah.
By a chain?
Yep.
fuck.
You are now being lifted up.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Make a strength check.
Okay, I've done this. 24.
24, yeah. Umbrasyll lifts up and goes full flying speed of 80 feet this way, carrying you dangling beneath, and is going to go into a dash and continue to fly up. Up towards Gat Shadow.
Yeah, he's scared. He's scared.
With
Scanlan and
Scanlan
Vax.
and
Vax
Vax
still
inside of
inside
it
of
still.
him.
Yeah,
my
work that broom, girl. Work that broom.
Oh my god.
Frog dangling from beneath. And that's where we're going to pick up.
You have to be kidding me!
No, 3 of us are not here. But 3 of us are not here next week.
Hours.
Three
Oh my
yarn
God,
hits? That's
no.
right. Do you guys want to keep going then?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
It's either that or.
Oh, we wait
3
2
of us
weeks.
aren't
It
here.
will have to wait 2
You're
weeks
not
if
here,
we,
right?
if we're
You're
not
not
what do you
doing
guys
that.
think? Would you
I
rather
wanna
wait 2
go.
weeks? I mean, this is you guys too. You guys have to stay.
I want to go.
You want to go? Keep going.
Keep going.
It's gonna be a long night.
He's not here next week.
Laura, Travis, and Sam.
Yeah, we're probably going to take off next week because we're missing half the party.
What does the chat
well, we
room
just
wanna
skip
do?
next week.
No,
Next week
but
and
no,
come back.
It's on us because we have jobs and getting up
Yeah,
in
we
the
have work
No, you
tomorrow.
guys-
What do you guys want to
Well,
do?
we skip next week and come back in 2 weeks to finish.
Come back in 2 weeks
I
to
feel
finish?
like that's smarter. I feel like that's smarter.
All right,
You're
let's do
leaving
it.
me in this thing's
Fucking
anus for 2
cliffhanger.
Weeks?
Yeah,
So-
no.
That damn 30 minutes fucked us.
Picking up in 2 weeks from now,
Oh!
we
The
have,
worst
is
cliffhanger
awful.
ever.
we have the remnants of the herd
Son of a bitch.
and most of Vox Machina left behind as Umbrasyll flies off to the peaks of Gat Shadow,
Unhappy.
dragging a large chain-held grog beneath, and a miniaturized Vax and a Scanlan inside of its body.
Yeah, but I'm holding an arrow that's half in and out of the dragon's body. I've got a little
true.
tunnel out.
You like a
Now-
little breathing hole?
I see a hole that goes to the outside.
The shaft
now.
of an
Dude,
arrow.
So,
This
So-
is chaos. I will see you guys later. I can't hear
Okay,
All right.
Bye, Talisman. We love you.
Holy shit.
Okay, I'm back.
oh man, this can get real interesting.
How are we gonna survive 2 weeks thinking about this?
We're gonna.
I know what we'll do. We'll subscribe to Loot Crate. And we'll find all sorts of great things to
What an
keep
incredible
our...
asshole. I mean, there's.
Oh my goodness. I mean that is indeed what I thought, Cabium. Yep. I did indeed think to myself, oh, can't fly off with the two of them. I don't really know why I thought that, but I was very much like, not gonna do that, so moving on. That possibility's out of here. I really wonder how much HP Umbrasyll has. Because he didn't... Oh, man. It's going to be really hard to not watch 55. Yeah, you're right, Brittany. I'm saying that's so true. He didn't fly off with Scanlan and Vax. He flew off with all three. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. He actually finished the episode. And only one drop the whole time. I don't know why. But we're going to figure it out. Huh. I have a lot to mull over. I have a lot to mull over. Interesting episode. Interesting interesting fight. That fight was so unique in so many ways that I almost want to like rewatch it and take notes. But man. And now we've got to split the party situation. Interesting. Ty's right. Let's celebrate. Curse is not. Look, I'm happy. Are you convinced? Because I'm trying to convince myself. One drop is good. And I'm very happy that it was only one, but I have some logs to review on what exactly happened. I have a few theories. But I'm still mad that it happened. One drop is enough to sow doubt. That's exact. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. But we'll see. The episode curse is broken. Oh, oh, right. Good. Yeah. Sitting down with the kiddo during the drop. I am officially not the ghost. Now we know. Now we know, Daniel. All right. I'm tired. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to have 54 finished. I'm sad that I can't feel fully comfortable yet. But that was better. And we can only ask for improvement, not perfection. So, with that, thank you, everybody, for joining. I appreciate it. I don't know when I'll see you next. It will depend. I'll expand on my hot take. Oh, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I don't know when the live will go VOD. Hopefully very soon. May going to form his own. Yeah, I'm gonna form my own ISP. I just unironically started. Is it Thursday yet? So the SGM drama. Yeah. But anyways, like I said, thank you all. I will hopefully see you very soon. I don't want to make promises. I have some ideas, but I don't want to make promises. Peace. Thanks again. And I don't have a transition out of here because I normally say like the next time that I'll see you as my transition.